¿Qué onda, Twitch? ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué le pasó a mi música? Completamente. Y se salió de la madre. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? Buenos días. ¿Cómo está? Llegó una hora más tarde es porque estaba checando música. Pero ya estamos listos a empezar, listos para estar aquí y ver más videos de lo que pasó ayer en el BlizzCon. Es porque me tuve que ir ayer, entonces suficientemente para ir a ver WandaVision y que nada pase para spoilar nada. Entonces hoy, el 20 de febrero 2021, Melteo que le dice la bienvenida al canal. ¿Empezamos de volada? Empezamos de una vez. Entonces... ¡Oh! ¡Hola! Entonces vamos a empezar con el Burning Crusade Deep Dive. Pero antes vamos a parar la música, vamos a subir el volumen acá. Para dónde está. Subtítulos. Hello. Podemos traducirlos Latinoamérica. A ver que no esté. Más en la esquina.
Welcome everyone to our deep dive panel for WoW Classic. I'd like to start with some introductions with these fine gentlemen with me and myself. I'm Holly Longdale. I'm the principal producer for WoW Classic. A little bit about my background. I spent 13 years working on EverQuest. I started as a game designer and eventually became the head of the studio for the EverQuest franchise. That said, I've always been a WoW player since beta. So this is obviously a dream come true for me, and I'm thrilled to be here with you.
I'm Patrick Dawson. I'm the production director for World of Warcraft. I've been at Blizzard for 15 years now, and have been on WoW for most of that time. Avid WoW player myself, and really excited to open up that dark portal again as we all step through it.
And my name's Brian Birmingham, and I'm the lead software engineer on WoW Classic. I've also been at Blizzard for 15 years. I started on World of Warcraft. I spent about 3 years on Hearthstone as well, and then came back to the World of Warcraft team to work on WoW Classic. And it has been a great joy to me to work on this team.
There's a lot to talk about today.
Yeah.
So earlier we announced, yay, Burning Crusade Classic is coming. But there's a lot more to it. Let's take a look at the features, because wow. I mean, wow, right? Wow. I was so excited by playing Draenei and Blood Elves. I played both, and I will say my heart's with Alliance. And I also took up dual crafting on my Draenei Shaman. I wanted to corner the market. Just the whole notion of having items with sockets and just exploring that whole system. I'm also a bit of a systems nerd. So I completely lost my time for weeks in there.
The Burning Crusade, I remember being there back then. I mean, it was our first expansion ever. So all the new features was like this really cool moment of like, what's coming next, what's going to happen. And one of the things that was pretty impactful to the game was Horde having Paladins and Alliance having Shaman. I mean, as an avid PvPer myself, I remember going back and trying to fight Shaman. I was Alliance back then. And just not understanding that class at all, because my team didn't have it. So like I try to poly them and it'd be like grounding totem. I didn't know what that was. And it's just like, why are Shaman immune to everything? I don't understand.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, no, I did.
No, you said they're cheating.
They're cheating.
I understood polymorph druids, but Shaman, why? Like now I started to understand Shaman a little bit better. We got some of their benefits. I actually got to see totems being placed down on my side for once, and got to see the frustration of dealing with Bubble Hearth on the other.
Yeah, I remember when I was doing raids, we were always jealous of the Alliance having Paladins for Blessing of Salvation. Like people would be pulling aggro off me, and I'd be yelling at them like, "Wait for 3 Sunders!" And the Alliance is just like, "No, it's no problem. Just go."
Yep. So hey, I mean, we were upset raiding like Razorgore without Earthbind. I mean, really even the playing field for both PvE and PvP, which was kind of cool. But there were a ton of new features and just abilities with this too. As we got to level 7, you got to experience new content, and new things. I remember one of my first experiences with understanding what it meant for designed by Blizzard, right? Because I was an engineer, right? I wasn't a designer. I was working on like the live ops team at the time, and I was playing my class, avid player of Mage, and I sent this long email to Tom Chilton saying like, hey, here's what Mage needs.
The Dawson Manifesto.
So it was a well thought out forum post. And what was in it was things like bring back invisibility, let's get a threat dump in the class. And I didn't even necessarily tie those two together, but he was like, that's a pretty good idea, let's get Mage's invisibility. Wow. And just knowing that skill was coming along with some other new stuff, Mages, like the armor, the ice was just really cool to see all this new stuff in Burning Crusade.
On the other side of that, I was really excited about Spell Reflect, because I was really frustrated getting polymorphed and being able to like reflect that back on the mage.
As a mage, I was not excited for you to get
I bet you weren't. And there were even some PvE encounters that had abilities that you could reflect back. So I remember that was really fun to kind of find ways to time that and use it as a defensive ability as well.
I was a hunter.
I'm a hunter now, actually. Yeah, I've switched.
But I remember just chasing Beastmaster and just DPS.
Yep.
That was it. That was the chase, yeah.
Talking about that too makes me think of like the arenas and the arena system. That was a whole new world for us, you know, with battlegrounds and the way they worked before, like the way the matchmaking happened. Usually I was pretty competitive in PvP, so
no lo que van a traer al juego, pero más de los cambios que hubo entre clásico.
Or, you know, even though like we were a good team, we weren't like the best of the best. So when we ended up going against one of those teams, it was just like, well, geez, we're just getting stomped now. This is tough. Arenas gave everyone an opportunity to play against equal-minded opponents, right? So if you were a little bit more casual, you get the opportunity to play against people who weren't maybe so competitive. Or if you were like cutting edge, go for it. Like, try to be the best of the best. And what was great about that is it spawned an esport. Like that wasn't.
Es mejor lo que están haciendo, de hablando de la experiencia que ellos tuvieron.
We noticed, like, hey, everybody's
en lugar
playing
de
this,
solamente,
like, competing in this, people are watching
solamente
it.
hablar sobre lo que lo va a ver en el lugar, ¿no? Va a ver en el Burning Crusade. Están verdaderamente hablando de la experiencia, cómo ellos vivieron eso. Es mucho mejor que una presentación, ¿no?
Yeah, it's really awesome. I think one of my favorite things to recollect was the exciting zones that you would travel through. One of my favorite memories was actually in the first zone, Hellfire Peninsula, and it was adventuring around in Hellfire Peninsula, going around and doing all those quests, and always living in fear of the Fell Reaper. Because you'd be out there collecting parts from like a broken Zeppelin, and you'd be fighting off your Hellbores, and then all of a sudden you'd see the screen start to shake, and like these thump, 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 and then and you're like, oh my god, I gotta run, he's right on top of me.
Sound still haunts my dreams.
Oh, I know, yeah, it's terrifying.
Even in life, it's just feign death. Like, as soon as you hear it, feign death.
Yeah, just get out of here. And then the payoff when you later go to Netherstorm, and they give you the quest, they're like, could you get me a part from inside the Fell Reaver? You're gonna have to kill him. And you're like, that guy? Like that guy that used to terrorize me? And they're like, yeah, I think you could take him now. And that was such an exciting payoff to be able to like bring that full circle and go back and see him again.
For me, I snuck into beta. I got really lucky because I could see the construction sign for some of the zones, and of course I ignored it and went and explored. So I remember running through Blade's Edge and just seeing dragon carcasses and skeletons impaled in the environment, and then moving on to Netherstorm. I just was blown away, even from Zangermarsh all the way through. Everything felt like its own world, and just be able to go through that and just the delight of it and the epicness of it. And then you come up to Area 52. That's what I love about WoW, is you can have epic storylines and still find lightness in it. So I just loved it. I love it. I'm an explorer, so.
You know, for me, I remember Burning Crusade really opened up a new gameplay type for me. I became a collector in Burning Crusade, right? And it kind of started with the Outdoor and Scryer rep. Because I got my outer rep all the way up, and then I was thinking about switching to Scryer, and people were like, "You're insane! Don't do that." And I was like, "I bet I can," just to prove people wrong. And I did, and it was cool. It was really fun. But then I started doing other things. Like there were all these new like mounts and pets, and I went back and even got some of the older reps like Thorium Brotherhood and Winterspring. But then like things like Netherwing Ledge came out. The world just opened up for me in Burning Crusade to really start my collection.
Of course, we also had flying mounts, which I loved, and then decided to play with some friends on a PvP server, and was running around Hellfire, and Death from Above, which is likely just Pat.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were flying around harassing people, Pat?
I was getting a lot of honorable kills back in the day.
So that's just a quick look at some of our memories for Burning Crusade, and that was 13 years ago. So that code has been hanging around for 13 years. And we're not just doing a save as Burning Crusade Classic.
Oh no, it's a lot harder than that.
Yeah. So let's get into some of those details.
So one of the challenges has been that we don't actually want to ship on the old code. And the reason for that is because it's got a lot of bugs and difficulties with the architecture that we don't want to have to deal with. But we do want that old data. And we talked about this when we did the original launch of Classic, was how the data is really the thing that describes how the game is supposed to be played and what things are supposed to happen in it. And so we want to bring that old data and we want to run it on the modern code, the same as we did for Classic. And there's like 750,000 rows of data that we have to go through and convert from their old formats to their new formats. And fortunately, we have really talented engineers, and we run automated scripts that go through this. But even after we've run these scripts, we have to compare them with, with how it used to behave and make sure that we've actually done the conversion correctly. And then there's even some things that are making it more difficult this time, like the fact that we've made a couple of minor changes or bug fixes in the classic data. And we want to make sure that we keep those as we're going into Burning Crusade. So we have to merge those changes with the changes that happened with the Burning Crusade originally, and make sure that we have a coherent set of changes that make sense to bring us from Classic into the Burning Crusade.
There's an enormous amount of time spent looking at, okay, this is how it came out now. We have a reference client that is the original.
That's right. We do use the old code for that. So like we still have it. We just don't want to ship on that anymore. But we have like the old code with the old data, knows exactly how it's supposed to behave. So those things work together, and we can bring that up internally and take a look at it and say like, okay, this is how it was back then. This is exactly what it used to look like. And we do sometimes find things that are bugs we still want to fix, but a lot of times it will tell us like, oh, this thing is not a bug. This is actually the intended behavior, or this is something we don't really remember right. There's a tendency to want to chase your own memory, like, I remember it being like this, and it's like, no, it's not always exactly the way you remember it. Everybody has that kind of human failing, even us, and so a lot of times we'll have an argument about, I remember it this way. Well, I remember it this way. Let's go and check. We can look.
Well, another reason to ship on the new code is really just the years of stability improvements and the fact that the world didn't look the same back in 2007 as it does today. Like,
that's true.
There wasn't cloud architecture at that point. I remember I had the privilege of being on the live ops team where I got to see what all the servers looked like and how it was all architected. And to pull back the curtain on this a bit, the way it was is everything was its own like server, right? Like they didn't really talk to each other very well. So each realm had 11 blades on it. And these blades were just bare metal blades, and like one blade was for Azeroth, one blade was for Kalimdor, one was for Outland, and then we had some for instances. And back then what would happen without cloud is you would try to request resources, and maybe a lot of people were running dungeons. And so it would give you back things like transfer aborted, instance not found. Oh boy, like we don't want to go back to those days. So now we can take advantage of things like the cloud and not have those resource issues. So shipping on this new code is a big improvement in stability.
Yeah, and so we're weaving all these threads together. We did finally get a build for Burning Crusade Classic. Super excited. The team gets together, we're preparing for a playtest, and we go to create our characters, and we see this blood elf who, he remembers the sun well. He forgot his pants.
Yeah.
So everything didn't work the first time?
What? I know.
Yeah, I did mention we had to go through and check for problems in those conversion scripts. And so yeah, sure enough, what's going on here is that this guy thinks he's dressed, but he isn't. And you can see why he thinks he's dressed if you look down.
Does that happen to you a lot?
Only in my high school dress.
You can see if you look at his calves, you can see that he's got they're flared out because he thinks he's wearing boots. And the way the system works is we first set the geometry up for all the items that you're supposed to be wearing, and then we layer on various images that we call textures. And we'd use those to build up a single composite texture that's then wrapped around the geometry. But of course, in this case, when we were layering them on, none of the textures were assigned. So it just started with his, naked body, and then was going to go layer on textures and didn't find any. So it thinks he's dressed, and so it's removed the underwear because it thinks it's put clothes on top. But there aren't anything there. They're all just completely transparent. So it's almost like the Emperor's new clothes. He's wearing invisible clothes, only in this case, that's really what's happening.
It's crazy. And then, of course, I wanted to try Draenei because that's where my heart lies. I'm an Alliance girl. And this Draenei looks to be heads above the rest.
That's not the Exodar.
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
It's Dunmorrow, right?
It is, and that's exactly the problem. It looks like the Draenei's too tall, but the real problem is that we're in the wrong place. And so, yeah, when you go to the Dunmorrow character select screen, of course, the camera is positioned for much shorter races like gnomes and dwarves, and so it's about knee-high on a Draenei.
And then water. Really, Brian, we have water in Hellfire.
Yeah, so
go for a swim.
It turns out that Outland has a funny, unique feature that it doesn't have any oceans because the water just all falls off the edges and goes out into space or something like that. I'm not sure how that works in the game universe.
Magic.
But yeah, there's no ocean there. But we had accidentally flagged it to generate ocean, so we ended up flooding the entire world with an ocean until we found that and turned it back off.
So through all of these processes, yes, we're obviously...
Entonces lo que pasó es que, porque el agua siempre se caía de los lados del mundo en Outland, hizo un lago abajo Il y avait un lac en dessous de Hellfire Peninsula. Ouais, parce que les rivières, ils tombaient dans le vide. Il y a un lac qui s'est créé en dessous de la map. Au début de Burning Crusade. À cause que l'eau se ramassait là. Ils ont dû arranger ça dans le code, évidemment.
We're fixing what is broken,
but also
we thought it was a good time to start
enacting
what we call
some
changes to gameplay and how.
Un Blood Elf qui prenait pas les textures correctement, c'est qu'il y avait l'air, comme tu as vu, il y avait l'air tenu. Le Draenei ici, genre, qui est dans la mauvaise place. Fait que là, compte tenu que c'est pour la photo de Dwarf puis de Gnome, ça, de Mora. Et compte tenu que la caméra est là, pour que eux, ils paraissent plus grands, elle est trop grande. Ils sont trop grands.
Through all of these processes, yes, we're obviously we're fixing what is broken, but also we thought it was a good time to start enacting what we call #some changes to gameplay.
Ocean, so we had up flooding the entire world with an ocean until we found that and turned it back off.
So through all of these processes, yes, we're obviously we're fixing what is broken, but also we thought it was a good time to start enacting what we call #some changes to gameplay and how things should work.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, like Classic, our guiding principle was no changes. The goal was to provide as true to life, authentic experience of Classic that we possibly could for the community. And we accomplished that. What was interesting to me is to see this vibrant community that embraced it and then said, hey, but we're not exactly the same as we were 15 years ago, right? And they're right. Like, the times have changed. The world has changed. And so some of those things that maybe were out there that were not great and were warts back in the day is not something that we would want to ship again. Like something that feels a little buggy or wrong or incorrect. So the idea behind this is let's provide what the Burning Crusade experience was without those warts.
This really, I think, illustrates the difference is spell batching. We actually had a lot of requests originally for spell batching in that kind of no changes charge, where they said, hey, I remember when I used to be able to have two mages polymorph one another, and they would both end up polymorphed. And that's cute and fun, and I kind of like that. And so we said, okay, well, we can put that back in. But the system that causes that is, of course, that the spells are batched up and processed in these giant batches. But over the last 2 years, people realized that what that comes with is about a half a second of kind of built-in latency, where you push a button and it doesn't actually take effect for that half a second while it's waiting to queue up the other ones to go with it. And people were starting to find that frustrating. I talked to a lot of people who said they were excited about it when it first came out with Classic, but after they've been playing with it for 2 years, they're really ready to see it go, and we're ready to take it out too. So we're going to remove spell batching with Burning Crusade.
That's definitely great, because I remember like every 2 weeks I get a bug report, Vanish is broken again. And it was because of stuff like this, right? Like if you vanish at the same time a fireball's hitting you, it's going to pop you out, right?
Exactly.
Like, and so we were trying to do all these tacky solutions to it, but the real answer is just don't spell batch.
Yeah.
But we didn't have the ability to do that then, so glad we're doing it now.
Yeah.
You know, another one that I can think of is just how the raiding community has matured, right? Like things were very different back in 2004, 2005 timelines compared to today. So, you know, the raiding community knows exactly what's going on, and they want a challenge. They want more of a challenge. So, you know, rather than always giving them like the last version of the boss, the final form of the boss, which maybe has been hit with a few nerfs, let's not do that anymore. Let's give them a more challenging version of the boss. I'll give you an example of like Muru. Right, where the initial version of that boss had a lot of spell pushback, and so like that made it really tough to bring casting classes to that fight. We did fix that pretty quickly and change the fight to allow for that. Now that's a change we probably would incorporate in this, right? Like we don't want people to feel excluded or not part of being able to do a fight like that. But then probably a month or so after that, we nerfed Muru's health. That doesn't need to happen. Let's just keep it in the hard form. We can evaluate any changes we need to make after that, but yeah, it won't just be like, hey, final form, we're not even going to look at it. Let's call it a day. So.
Yeah. So how did your mage handle the pushback?
I just sad.
It feels personal, yeah.
No, I was the raid leader, so I got to choose who went. But
The one mage allowed to go.
that was honestly, that's one of my favorite fights ever in World of Warcraft. That was a really, really fun fight.
That's awesome. Another change that we're talking about making is along the lines of that PvP balance and faction balance is, obviously with Burning Crusade, Paladins are introduced to the Horde and Shamans are introduced to the Alliance, and that was intended to be a balancing of the factions and let's, make them even. And then they wanted to kind of keep a little bit of flavor of that faction identity, so they kept Seal of Blood on the Horde and Seal of Vengeance on the Alliance. It was intended to be equivalent power abilities that were just slightly different in flavor, but in retrospect, Seal of Blood was just so much better. And so one of the changes that we are going to make is we are going to give the opposite faction's seal to the other faction, but we're going to do that at max level. So we keep just a little bit of that faction identity, where Horde will get Seal of Blood at level 64 on schedule, and then get Seal of Vengeance at level 70. And similarly, Alliance will get Seal of Vengeance at level 64, and then their equivalent, Seal of the Martyr, at level 70. Another thing we want to talk about is arena teams. When it first came out in Burning Crusade, the arena team system only let you have the same number of players on your team that was the size of the bracket it was for. For example, a 3v3 team could only have 3 players on the team. So if someone was like sick or unavailable one night, you couldn't play. And that felt really frustrating. So we're definitely going to go with like the last version of that, where you could have twice the size of the bracket on your team roster, so that you had alternates you could swap in and out. And then that way, as long as anybody had participated in, I think, 30% of the matches, then they got the full credit for the week of participation.
Yeah. So when we did personal ratings versus team ratings?
I think that came later, and we're also considering whether or not we want to do something with that as well. Because another thing that was problematic about arenas was the way that the ELO system was so inflationary. And so we're talking about whether or not we want to move forward with converting that to something more like the modern MMR system, so that it isn't as punishing to people in terms of like waiting hours for a match at the highest levels and things like that.
And another change, we're going to give players access to Blood Elf and Draenei early, so that before we actually open the Dark Portals, you'll have a chance to level those up. That's definitely not something we did originally.
I remember I had a friend who was really frustrated that the rest of us were all running around in Outland, and he was like, I'm still back in Outlands. What is going on? When can I play with you guys? So I'm really glad we're doing that.
Doing that with pre-patch?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Very cool.
Pre-patch will come out and you'll be able to go start your Blood Elf.
Entonces the pre-patch vas a poder empezar tú.
So we've got some phases
Blood
happening.
Elf and
Yeah.
So the content phases that we got coming are exciting. We're going to start with Karazhan and Gruul's Lair and Magtheridon's Lair. And we want to start with just that released because we found with Classic that people really enjoy that kind of gear progression. And that's where all the tier 4 gear is with those raids. And we want people to have an opportunity to level up, catch up to their friends, and all kind of go through these things together. So as we unlock each chapter, we want to make sure everybody's had enough time to be part of that chapter. And the next chapter after that will be Phase 2, which will be Serpent Shrine Cavern and Tempest Keep. Then next we move on to Phase 3, which is Hyjal and the Black Temple. And the reason that's a change is, of course, originally Hyjal was available from the launch of Burning Crusade, but nobody could really get in there because of the way the attunements work. So we'll unlock that as a later chapter alongside Black Temple. And then that'll go with Arena Season 2 at that point. And then Arena Season 3 will come out alongside Zulaman with a little bit of catch-up gear for anybody who's taken that long to catch up. It's another smaller instance, a 10-man. And then finally, Phase 5 will be Sunwell and Arena Season 4.
It's been a very busy year.
It is. It's an expansion with a lot in it.
And so we spent a lot of time talking about Burning Crusade Classic and Burning Crusade.
Jugando Raid Shadow Legends.
Very excited about it, but there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot coming, and we want to walk through how this is going to materialize.
Well, really the question is, we have a diverse player base where people have a lot of different wants and needs. And how do we get there? How do we get to the Burning Crusade? Well, the first group of people that we wanted to make sure that we were serving well is those people who do want to go to the Burning Crusade. We feel that most of the community is interested in this. They're going to want to do this. We want to make it simple and easy for them. So how are we going to do that?
As we said earlier, you're going to be able to make a choice. So we'll talk about and explore these choices in some detail, and I'll give you some examples. So to start with the current servers you're on now, Classic Live servers, are going to become what we're calling progression servers. And what that means is the servers that are live now will always unlock any expansion we release. So when we get to our patch day, you're going to be presented with a choice. Do you want to continue on into the Burning Crusade, or do you want to move to Classic? So in that space, you're going to do that for every single character. So for my example, I'm on Worm Rest Accord. So I've got a level 60. I am definitely taking that on through to Burning Crusade. But I've got a couple of mid-levels that I know I want to move with my friends. Those are characters I level with my friends in Classic, and I want to continue that journey with them. We want to make it as easy and seamless as possible to just get right into Burning Crusade. But there are options.
That's awesome. I'm excited to hear that. I know there's a lot of my friends, for example, who maybe didn't really play Classic when it first came out, right? And so now they're behind. And they're interested in playing the Burning Crusade. This was, for a lot of people, their favorite expansion that we've done. We want to make sure that those people are served too. And one of the ways we can do that is provide a boost to people who are interested in coming back, that maybe aren't interested in doing the classic WoW experience, but really want to hop right into Outland as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so the team, we spent quite a bit of time discussing it because we want to make sure we respect the time of the people that have been playing Classic for 2 years. But also, we want people to be able to enjoy Burning Crusade if they loved it the first time and maybe miss Classic. So we are going to offer a level 58 boost for purchase, but it does come with some restrictions. So it's going to be 1 per account. It's not going to be usable on Blood Elf or Draenei. It'll have some dungeon blues. It'll have level 40 mount skill, no professions. It's the basics, basically your Outland starting kit.
That's cool. That's a really great way to jump into the game.
Yeah, I like that.
I'll be looking forward to that. Look, I know a lot of people came back to play WoW Classic, and that's all they want. That's all they ever wanted. They're like, you know what, Burning Crusade, that's awesome. I'm sure some people are going to love that, but for me, I came back for WoW Classic. What do they get to do? What's their options?
Yeah, that was really important for us too. Yeah. So we had all sat down and discussed like how we should frame this. So when we get to our patch day, which is prior to the Dark Portal opening, when I said before, like, I'll go back to my example for Worm Rest, we will be launching Classic Era Realms at the same time as we do our patch, and you will have that choice. So when you make the choice to go to Burning Crusade Classic, or you make the choice, like on my example, my level 40 Druid, I want to move that character to Classic Era. And what Classic Era means is that those particular servers are going to stay in that era forever. So that is going to remain Classic till the end of time. It's never going to unlock expansions. You'll be able to make that choice for every single character. Do you go on to Burning Crusade, or do you choose to go to Classic Era? Let's say, you know, you're behind the times a little bit. You'll still be able to have that choice. You haven't locked it to a time window. You're not going to miss the boat to Era.
The choice sounds awesome, and choice in WoW is something that's meaningful. It's always been meaningful.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that's important when we look at the community, that you're going to choose to go to the Burning Crusade, or you're going to choose to go to Classic. You know, some people may not be comfortable with that choice. And while we think that choice is important, we also recognize that there are folks that are going to want to play both, right? Like, yeah, see, right here. Maybe you have some stuff left to do in Classic that you wanted, and you want to keep that character in Classic, but you also are interested, that same character wants to raid with your friends.
That's exactly
TPC. So what does that look like? How do we make that happen?
So we're going to actually offer a paid service to let you make a copy of your character. And I know, like, a copy's a big deal. So like you said, like, this is something we don't want to make just an automatic choice for everybody. But I know that for me, it really is going to be like that pull to go to both places. So I want to be able to say, like, you know what, I'm willing to pay some money for this. I want a copy of my character that lives in Classic Era forever, while I also go to Burning Crusade with that with that character. And that way I can stay with my friends who are really excited to go to Karazhan. I'm really excited to go to Karazhan. I want to see my hunter go to Karazhan, but if I'm missing like a couple pieces of my tier 3 set from Naxxramas, I still have an opportunity to go find a new guild there and go through Naxxramas again until I finish that set.
We're going to be spending a lot of time communicating these details. So even as much detail as we're giving now, it's very high level. There's going to be a lot more detail to come, so keep an ear out. But with that said, so Pat, when's all this happening?
¿Cuándo va a ser?
Yay!
So yeah, this is something that is important to get. People are still playing through Naxxramas. We want to make sure that they have enough time to do that. But what we are looking at, this will be happening in 2021. For sure, we're committed to doing that. And what we're looking at is starting the beta rather soon. So hopefully that beta will go up and we'll get that running. The community can come and participate, help us out. We'll start to hear some feedback on the things we've talked about today. If there's any adjustments we need to make, we want to make sure we have a long enough beta period for that to happen. And then we'll get that out to the players so you can all enter the Dark Portal.
Yay!
Yeah, it's exciting.
So any final words?
Yeah, I just talked about the beta, and I will say just to the community, you all have been so instrumental in making Classic the success that it has been, and you will be equally instrumental in making the Burning Crusade a tremendous success also. So please get in that beta, play, give us your feedback. We want to hear all about it. So enjoy, welcome, and let's have fun.
¿Cuánto tiempo queda, no?
Yeah,
Vamos a ver
it's
otro
been
video.
the highlight of my professional career to work on WoW Classic and have the support and love of this community. It is really special to me, and I'm really excited to be sharing this with all of you in the Burning Crusade.
Es gente que le encanta el juego y le encanta lo que hacen.
I've been playing Classic since it
Se ve ese
launched.
amor en el juego.
And I wasn't working at Blizzard then, and it's changed my life, obviously. So from me and the entire WoW team, we want to thank you for bringing Azeroth to life for us. So we will definitely be seeing you in game in whatever flavor you choose. And until then, stay classic.
Stay classic. Sure. ¿Listos? Estos son los updates de Shadowlands. Vamos a ver lo que
Hey everybody.
hubo.
So excited to be here with all of you to celebrate 30 years of epic entertainment experiences from
Está muy
Blizzard.
alto.
And of course, out of all of those, the one that's nearest and dearest to my heart is the World of Warcraft expansion, Shadowlands. And that's what we're here today to talk about. The development experience for Shadowlands over the course of last year was unforgettable for all sorts of reasons. But it's also something that really has taught the team, taught all of us, a lot of lessons about World of Warcraft and how we can make the game better for all of you going forward. Because Shadowlands wasn't just the product of our development team's efforts last year, it was a product of your efforts as well. It was the product of a conversation between us, the development team, and all of you, the players, the community who inhabit this world that we're the custodians of. The beta for Shadowlands started earlier than any beta for a past expansion that I can recall. And over the course of last year, we had tons of folks in our beta giving us feedback, reporting bugs. But we also had even more people just in the community in general, following developments, following updates, watching YouTube videos, chiming in on Reddit threads, on our forums, on social media, everywhere else, letting us know what was exciting, what was concerning, what you didn't understand, what you were worried about, what you were happy about, and more. And all of that helped shape Shadowlands, and I could not be more proud of where we ended up. And it's been amazing seeing everyone jumping into this new world that we've crafted together and having an amazing time over the last couple of months. That's a conversation, that's a process that I would like to carry forward into 2021, and for that to be a baseline for how we build World of Warcraft going forward. So as we're here today talking about the next major update, what you're going to hear about shortly is where we're headed in terms of the world, in terms of the story, in terms of these epic characters we've just been introduced to, major villains like the Jailer and Sylvanas, and what's up with Anduin anyway. But we're going to talk a bit less, however, about systems. We have tons to share there, but the way we need to work on our systems, as we've learned, is, of course, by first seeing how they're playing out in your hands. We couldn't really plan what we were going to do with legendaries or where Torghast was going to go or what was going to change about soulbinds without having the experience of millions of players dealing with those systems and letting us know what you think. And so I am pleased and excited to say that when we look at our systems, unlike in some past expansions at this point, we're not seeing anything that needs to be completely overhauled or replaced. What we see are solid foundations that are in many cases in need of iteration and upon which we can build a structure that will sustain us throughout the entirety of Shadowlands to come. So that's a conversation that's going to come when our public test realm goes live, and we'll have lots more information to share with you there. Now, what we are going to talk about, and boy do we have a lot of exciting stuff for you, is the first major content update for Shadowlands. Let me turn it over to my colleague, Jeremy Fiesel, who can tell you all about it.
Hi everybody, I'm Jeremy Fiesel. I am a designer on WoW, and it is my pleasure to get to introduce to you today a first look at what's next for World of Warcraft Shadowlands.
Otro va a estar en el Overwatch.
So let's talk a little bit about what we've accomplished so far. The champions of Azeroth have stepped foot in this otherworldly space known as the Shadowlands, the afterlife for all souls from Azeroth and beyond. Within the Shadowlands, we have met new allies, and we've fought a ton of new and interesting new enemies. We've joined covenants, and we've gained great power. And in this time, we have been able to deal with some of the immediate threats to our new covenant allies. We have taken down the Gorm and the Drust in Ardenweald, and the Forsworn in Bastion, and ultimately, we've been able to add some stability back to each of our new allies' home zones. Within the Shadowlands, we have also been able to help out many of the denizens that are undergoing this major lack of anima by sending anima back out into the world, reinvigorating both our allies as well as the military forces of each of our covenants so they can take the fight back to their enemies. And as a culminating element to all of these things, we've been able to take out one of the jailer's main lieutenants, the traitorous Sire Denathrius in Castle Nathria. And yet, behind all of these things is the looming, dark and mysterious figure of the jailer. So what do we really know about the jailer's dark designs up until this point? Well, we know that the jailer is in charge of the Maw, a dark and forbidden place that we can't spend even a moment too long in before getting unceremoniously swept out by the jailer's forces. We know that the Maw has had this huge influx of souls, allowing the jailer to gain massive amounts of power, as well as anima, thanks to the actions of Sire Denathrius. This has allowed the Maw to grow in great proportion, something we've been able to physically see just by looking out past Oribos into the darkness. In addition, every time we have tried to step foot into the Maw, we've been watched unmercilessly by the eye of the jailer. We've never been able to get a solid foothold there. We have spent some time in Torghast, the Tower of the Damned, and we've rescued some very prominent souls. But again, we've never been able to get a solid and consistent foothold there and make any real progress. The jailer remains this mystery of the Shadowlands, and exactly what his dark designs are for the afterlife are still unknown. This is the story we will be investigating in our first major content update for World of Warcraft Shadowlands, entitled Chains of Domination. Now you can imagine with a name like that, we're going to be very centered around the jailer's forces and his plans. What do him and his champion Sylvanas have in store for the rest of us? And how does this influence our allies in Ardenweald, in Bastion, and elsewhere?
Parece interesante lo que
the jailer will make his first attacks, showing his hand, and we'll be forced to defend our brand new allies, as we see what the jailer's designs for the Shadowlands truly are. Let's take another look at that cinematic showing what fate has in store for Anduin in Chains of Domination.
La cinemática. Yo creo que está en español esta.
Look around you. What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now,
no.
you hold all
Todavía
the power.
no.
Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Oh, sí.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could...
My Archon, a living soul.
Aquí está en español.
¿No ves a tu alrededor? ¿Qué te hace pensar que no eres solo un arma para lograr sus fines?
¡Silencio! Únete a nuestra causa o te obligaremos a servir.
Ahora, tú tienes todo el poder. Toma tu decisión, Sylvanas Brisa Veloz.
Brisa Veloz. Buen runner.
A pesar de nuestros esfuerzos, las fauces siguen creciendo. Y si la traición de Denatrius es irreparable, el Primus está perdido. Y Bastión no puede salvar las tierras de la sombra solo.
Esto nunca debió pasar.
Quizás la Reina del Invierno pueda.
Mi arconte. Un alma con vida solicita audiencia.
¿Un mortal?
Un rey. A nuestro juicio, uno que dedicó su vida a luchar por la justicia. Uno que daría lo que fuera para servir a su pueblo. Y su corazón es puro.
Entiendo. Puede pasar.
Corazón era puro.
Acércate. Mis sentidos me han hablado de ti. El rey cautivo en las fauces.
Esa prisión no podía encerrarme para siempre.
¿Por qué has venido a Bastión?
No.
Usted tiene una llave que necesito.
Tú libera esa alma de tus cadenas.
No, ahora yo lo domino.
Como tú quisiste dominar a tu propio hermano. El receptáculo cumplió muy bien con su función. Quedan 3 llaves y luego entenderán que jamás debieron encadenar a la muerte.
A ver, vamos a avanzar este.
Seeks an audience.
A mortal.
A king.
Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
10 minutos. 10 minutos para las papitas.
There's a lot to unpack there. But as you can imagine, we're not going to take a strike like that sitting down. We're going to call in the forces of all 4 of the Shadowlands Covenants. For the first time in years, they will all come together, now reinvigorated by anima and by our actions within the Shadowlands, to take the fight directly to the jailer. Within the Maw, we will uncover brand new, never-before-seen areas. We'll also be fighting off some new and never-before-seen enemies, of course, and naturally be uncovering some brand new Maw-themed rewards while we're at it. Our return to the Maw includes not only a chance for us to push back against the dark designs of the jailer in areas that previously were very forbidding for us, where we really weren't able to spend very much time there. Having a secure, solid foothold with all 4 covenants allows us to push back against that oppressive force. We'll be able to stop the Eye of the Jailer and its tracks, exploring areas that we were unable to explore before, and our mounts will once again even hear our call within the Maw. The Maw will not only include some areas that we have seen previously, now with our new allies of the Covenants changing things up there, but also some never-before-seen sections. Let's talk for a second about the largest of those sections. So in the finale of that cinematic, you saw that the Jailer had sent his chains off out of the Maw and into the darkness. What he found there, that landmass shown there at the very end of that cinematic, is a landmass known as Korthia, and it makes up the largest new section of the Maw. Korthia is an ancient space that was lost in the in-between. It has its own strange creatures and wildlife that inhabit it, but it's also inhabited by some of the characters we've previously seen in Oribos, including the Attendants and the Protectors, and some of their city structures. And very similar to Oribos, it is filled with mysteries, the likes of which the Shadowlands has yet to uncover. It is these ancient mysteries that the Jailer is truly after, the secrets of this strange group that we've only barely hinted at, known as the First Ones. Heading back into this area will allow us to explore all of these new sections, entertain new content, meet new allies, and face off against new foes. And in addition, we will also see some brand new rewards. Some of the new rewards we'll find within the Maw include this Maw-themed undead horse, and a Maw hand mount that is actually a giant severed hand of domination that you'll ride on the wrist section of in a really creepy and cool manner. And of course, there will be Maw-themed battle pets to collect as well, including your very own minion of domination. But our true purpose within the Maw is not just to collect battle pets. That's just a part of it. The true purpose of bringing all 4 of the Covenants together within the Maw, of course, is to be taking the attack directly to the Jailer's doorstep, the central area where the Jailer has holed up with all of his main minions is going to be our focus here, as we raid the Sanctum of Domination.
Oh shit. Not the Sanctum.
The Sanctum of Domination will be a 10-boss raid, and you'll finally be able to face off against the terrible Terragru that I'm sure has kicked you out of Torghast more times than you want to mention at this point. You'll be able to take all of your allies and take the fight directly back to it. We'll also be facing off against the creature that is the actual Eye of the Jailer and figure out really what is the Jailer's eye here. Those of you that were fans of the lore of the Titan Keeper Odin might have some interest in that particular fight. The Jailer's Inner Sanctum, naturally, is a place where some of the worst souls were sent for the Jailer's personal torment. And we'll be seeing some of those souls here as well. Really looking forward to hearing who you think will show up in the Jailer's personal torment sanctum. Of course, any raid that features minions, servants, and soldiers of the cold dark like this one is going to have to feature our old nemesis, Kel'Thuzad. And finally, the culmination of the raid. At long last, we will be taking the fight directly to Sylvanas Windrunner, the Banshee Queen herself. The finale of this fight is going to change the future of the Shadowlands, but we're not going to spoil that for you today. However, can't wait for you to see what happens at the end. But the Sanctum of Domination is not the only sanctum of the Jailer. We'll be seeing additional updates to Torghast, the Tower of the Damned, including the unlocking of brand new, never-before-seen wings. These wings have a brand new art kit, as well as new floors and new floor layouts, and should feel like something you haven't seen in Torghast up until now. You'll be facing off against brand new foes with dastardly ways in order to stop your ascent, new traps to trip you up, and of course, to help us fight against all of these dastardly minions of the Jailer, brand new game-changing powers will be available as well. Moving on to additional updates within Chains of Domination, fans of the Operation Mechagon Mega Dungeon from our previous patches will be happy to learn that we are once again bringing back the concept of the Mega Dungeon. A Mega Dungeon is an 8-boss dungeon, epic in scale, and always has some unique and interesting loot that you can't find anywhere else. The mega dungeon for Chains of Domination is going to be focused around the enigmatic traders that we first met in Oribos, the brokers. The broker mega dungeon is a large broker trading city with portals, an auction house, and various different broker cartels that have made it their home. We're going to be learning more about broker culture and meeting some new and different kinds of brokers that we haven't seen
quiero
up
ver
until
más,
now.
pero
This is an 8
no
boss
hablen mucho
dungeon,
de lo que
and
van
in Chains of
a
Domination will
enseñar.
be available
Ese
as
es el
mythic
problema de
only
todo.
for now. Within the broker mega dungeon, we will be facing off against brand new broker cartel members, including dastardly broker assassins and 4-armed broker guards. The second half of the dungeon, as we start to exit the broker trading city, will feature a heist section, as we chase a broker that has stolen an artifact and plans to use it for his own purposes. As we chase this broker through the heist section, he'll take us through a number of different portals that take us to a lot of different, very varied locations where we fight a number of different bosses. One of these fights, of course, is against none other than an infinite pirate dragon. I trust that needs no explanation, so let's move on to the rewards. The rewards of this mega dungeon include things that we will only see within broker culture, some very special broker pets, including a broker-themed cat. We can capture some of the rats that scurry around within the broker trading city, and we'll get to see one of the pets that the brokers actually use as a currency, these strange worms that they found on another world and have scintillating eyes that are gem-like. It's sort of like a living sign of your wealth for the high ends of the broker cartels. You might be able to purchase one of those within the dungeon or fight an enemy in order to obtain one of them. And we'll be able to obtain the broker's special and interesting disc mount, which they fly around their trading city with. In addition, there's going to be a dazzling array of different weaponry for you to collect as well. Now let's move on to updates to some of our Covenant systems. We've been fighting hard to gain renown with our Covenants, gain soulbinds, and additional conduits. We'll be expanding upon a lot of these systems. Some of the ideas that we're thinking about include adding additional conduits, different conduit types, and expanding the soulbind system. Our general goal here is to give you more options in terms of how you specialize your character within your Covenant and how you gain additional power levels. We're very early on in the ideation phase here, and we'd love to hear from you. If you want to take to the forums and tell us how you would like to see your power grow within your Covenant. Patch 9.1 also brings with it flying, something that we mentioned a while back, and we're sticking to it. There's no rep grind associated with flying. You simply just need to continue completing activities for your Covenant, and your Covenant story chapters will unlock flying for you automatically. But we're not simply going to be unlocking flying in Chains of Domination. No, we want to do everything heavily Covenant themed because it's all about working for your Covenants. So completing the flying will also unlock a new specialized flying mount specific to your Covenant. For the Kyrians, activating Anima to the Eternal Forge has allowed your stewards to once again produce this powerful flying Centurion that hasn't been seen in ages. For the Night Fae, activating wild seeds with anima that were thought lost to the drought will reawaken our powerful ally in the Wolf Serpent. From the Maldraxians, the Necrolords naturally go to their natural environment, throw a saddle on one of the giant corpse flies buzzing around their backyard, and send that on into combat. There's one thing that you do know, they're not going to be afraid of the stench of death. And for the Venthyr, activating anima within Revendreth has allowed us to empower these Stoneborn brutes, giving us anima-infused Stoneborn allies as our brand new flying mounts. But that's not all. Continuing to advance your Covenant and your renown will also unlock a set of cosmetic armor. Cosmetic armor sets can be worn by any armor type, from cloth to plate, and they can be mixed and matched with any of your transmog outfits if you want to take just pieces of them, producing a variety of different unique outfit possibilities. The cosmetic armor set for the Kyrian is stylized after a Kyrian courier who might be rushing across the fields of Bastion with a missive. It's very lightweight, it's very airy. For the Night Fae, your cosmetic outfit will be themed around the Forest Defenders and includes many natural wildlife elements, including the horns of the Great Stag and the leaves of the various flora around Ardenweald. As you can see, the colors here are actually themed after the seasons as well. For the Necrolords, we went all the way back to the Warcraft 3 initial idea of the Necromancer in this classically inspired Necromancer set, updated with Necrolord colors. Everybody who's a Necrolord will finally get to also have a little bit of Necromancer in them as well. And finally, for the Venthyr, no Venthyr transmog set would truly be complete without a set of finery, just waiting for the next Venthyr fancy party to break out. Venthyr players will be able to obtain these fancy outfits for whenever you need to head off to a ball. Chains of Domination will also herald the beginning of Shadowlands Season 2, where we will be seeing the addition of a brand new Domination-themed affix for Mythic Plus, an item level increase across the board in terms of available item levels that you can pick up by doing just about anything in the Shadowlands. We'll also be seeing the beginning of PvP Season 2, and something special in this PvP season that we're looking for is an Honor Talent refresh. The idea here is to take a look at some of our unused or underutilized Honor Talents and freshen them up a bit, change things around in terms of the PvP metagame. We'll also be seeing the introduction of seasonal rewards. These include both brand new colors of the Gladiator and Mythic Plus achievement mounts, as well as our new Vicious mounts. In this case, the Vicious mount is the Gorm. The Gorm was already pretty vicious, so slapping a couple of pieces of armor on that and sending them out into combat was a natural thing for the forces of the Alliance and Horde to do. All right, let's take a second to recap everything coming at you in Chains of Domination. First, we've got some major story quests, including a lot of the main characters of the Shadowlands that are centered most specifically around the designs and plans of the Jailer and his attacks on our allies in our covenants. We will be taking revenge by taking the fight directly to the Jailer in the Maw and forming a permanent presence there with all 4 covenants. We'll be exploring some never-before-seen sections of the Maw, including this new area known as Korthia and its various mysteries. We will be taking the fight directly to the Jailer himself in the Sanctum of Domination raid, which has the final boss
10 bosses y uno es Kel'Thuzad.
And we'll be making updates to Torghast, including some never-before-seen wings, floors, creatures, and powers. We'll be introducing a new mega dungeon themed around the brokers as a floating broker trading city with new bosses to fight there and some very unique loot to obtain. We're going to be expanding upon the conduits and soulbind systems and adding additional choice and power to your presence within your covenant. And alongside that, we'll be seeing some brand new Covenant rewards, including Covenant-themed flying mounts and Covenant-themed cosmetic armor sets, both of which will be available in a variety of different colors to collect. And finally, we'll be seeing the launch of Shadowlands Season 2 and everything that entails. Thanks everybody for checking out our Shadowlands update. We've got a lot of really cool stories to tell still here in the Shadowlands, and we can't wait to get this content into your hands. From everybody on the World of Warcraft team, we hope you enjoy Chains of Domination, and we'll see you in the Shadowlands.
Ya estoy ahí a todos los días. Vamos a cambiar un poquito. Vamos a checar para Diablo cuáles son las nuevas cosas. Ups.
Ever since we announced Diablo 4 at last BlizzCon 2019, we've been sharing updates with you guys through our blog, whether it's items, skills, zones, even user interface updates, and you guys seem to have really enjoyed that. Today, to mark the special occasion of BlizzConline on Blizzard's 30th anniversary, rather than doing a blog, we're actually going to share lots of video, introduce a new class like we saw in opening ceremonies, and also cover some open world topics, including mounts, camps, and PvP.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate blog post, right? We get to actually hand deliver it. This is the dream. It's all finally out there, and we can talk about all of it.
Just in case some of you guys missed it during opening ceremony, let's take another look at the Rogue Announce video.
you have to be patient. Now, pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul.
May he shepherd my soul.
And grant it mercy.
And grant it mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done. I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
No.
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled. And you owe me.
Father.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens. I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Parece chingón. Claro que voy a jugar a Diablo 4. Oh, rogue. Música también está bien chingona. El sonido que hace.
Wow, I love that ending. There's two things. There's the rain of arrows off the mount for the win, and then when that guy takes the ear and he stretches it onto that hook right at the end, it's like
tienen que hablar de la montura
earbox never gets old. I always wonder where all those ears from Diablo 2 when you kill other players went.
Now you know there's some creepy guy in a church collecting ears and putting them in a box. Just what we always thought.
No spoilers, but we're going to be hearing a little bit more about World PvP a little bit later in the segment, but ears are definitely making a comeback.
World PvP?
Let's go back to the class, because there's just nothing more exciting to be able to introduce to a Diablo game than another class for players to check out.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool thing. We don't get to do this very often, right?
I think it was you that said that, John. There's always room around the campfire.
There's always a little room.
We had kind of like very core archetypes to begin with. The brute strength of the barbarian, the arcane knowledge of the sorceress, kind of a return of a shape-shifting classic with the druid. No RPG lineup is complete without that dexterity class that's kind of like defeating enemies with finesse, with speed. And we kept coming back to just the idea of bringing it to the kind of the godfather of all dexterity-based archetypes, the rogue that we saw in Diablo 1.
I mean, you got to be excited to have the rogue back. I mean, I know that like when we were exploring different classes, like you had talked about some of your experience with Diablo 1, right?
Oh, for sure. So one of the things that's super cool is like the rogue was always able to adapt their playstyle. So fans of Diablo 1, Diablo 2 rogues will be able to create very archetypical rogues, starting with the weapon selection. On the melee weapon side, rogues can use swords and daggers, as well as bows and crossbows on the ranged side.
You know, just those sort of dagger attacks mixed with bow attacks, it just looks great on screen. With all the classes having this real strong identity as far as the animations and what they do. You think about the druid and shape-shifting, or the barbarian with sort of there's just all these great things that you discover with the rogue that you can't really do with other classes.
I love that you can start cosmetically from such a iconic place where you're wearing the red armor. You kind of look like part of the sisterhood of the Sightless Eye from the original games. You know, you can maybe even add some tattoos into the mix, some scars, make that rogue your own. Or if your fantasy of the rogue is a more traditional RPG outlaw, you're definitely able to create that and put on your kind of hood and half mask and be more of a shadowy character.
Yeah, and the character customization, you kind of mentioned it, being able to craft that, you know, that the class of your dreams or your nightmares. It was a feature that I was honestly super nervous about when we started, because we never had this in a Diablo game. But seeing where it is now, it's one of those things that like I'm super excited about with where we're at. There's just a lot of creativity and fun looks, and you can be that you know, tattooed criminal outlaw, or you can be a more noble looking kind of, you know, sort of like thief with good morals.
Well, one of the things that we kind of kept running with beyond just the cosmetics was customization. We had this niche to fill in the class lineup that spoke to the finesse player, to the dexterity player, and just that everyone's idea of what that could be was a little bit different, whether it could lean more on range or melee. But we took that a little bit of a step further. We really wanted to have each class in our game have that one thing that makes you go like, that's bullshit when you see a player use it, and then makes you want to re-roll that class, because no other class gets it. For the rogue, it's the class specialization. The 3 specializations are combo points, Shadow Realm, and exploit weakness.
I like Shadow Realm because I take the problem and I make it smaller. I mean, it's just I just pull 3 guys into the Shadow Realm and duke it out, and then I come back in, I'm like, all right, smaller problem.
I love the idea of exploit weakness. The way it works is during some of the enemy attacks, players will see an icon flash over the enemy's head, during which time they will get to retaliate with much more damage than an ordinary attack. If you're quick on the draw, this is the specialization for you. I'm just like a quick little bit skill capped there, and you know, like every time I try to make it work, I'm just a little bit shy of the skill level that's required for that.
It's almost like you're a surgeon. And it requires a really strong ability to assess what's happening all around you.
My personal favorite is the combo point specialization. As you might expect, this ability lets you build multiple combo points, which enhance your spender's effectiveness in combat. It basically just like gets you this rhythm of combat of like 3 builders to a spender, lets you build up to these big moments. It almost makes like a rhythm game out of combat, which I really enjoy. And the way the class specializations work is you will work with one of the world groups of rogues around the world in Sanctuary that you will find, and do class-specific quests that no other class can do. Whether it's the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye, the remnants of that order that you choose to work with, or the mercenaries of Kyrgyzstan, or the outlaw smugglers of the swamps of Hawazar, depending maybe on what speaks to your class fantasy, or depending on which specialization speaks to you or you find more powerful, you'll be able to complete that quest line and then activate that specialization, which then you can mix and match with any of the playstyles. So you could be a combo points, ranged, or melee player, but you could also be an exploit weakness, range, or melee, or hybrid player. it just gives the class such huge variety in builds and playstyles.
I love how that ties into the open world aspect. The ability to go to Kyrgyzstan or Hawazar and get these special quests that only the rogue can get. That touches on one of the things that I love that we've done, which is like connecting the weapons and equipment to regions. When you're exploring the world and you pick up a sword in Kyrgyzstan, it's a scimitar, right? If you're up in Skazglan, which is up in the north, it's more of like a broadsword. It's this sort of like this, it's a subtle thing, but I think it really, different armors that you get in different regions look like they're from the place. And so giving that sense of place in the world is something that I every time I play the game, I feel it, I see it in just like subtle ways, and just really enhances the overall sense of immersion and experience. And I just want to see what's around the corner.
The weapons are also like, going back all the way to Diablo 2, just such an integral part of the class, and the ability to augment your weapon through magic, through enhancements, it's just something that really spoke to us when we try to tap into the core of the class. Going back to those mercenaries that you could hire, it was always kind of cool to see what kind of special arrow shot they would come with. And it's something we paid homage to with the imbue system. All the way from directly elemental imbues like the frost imbue, which feels a lot like the ice arrows that the D2 mercenaries used to shoot, all the way to we expanded it to feel a little grittier, a little darker, into things like poison imbue and shadow imbue. Just the ability to take any sort of attack and kind of mix and match with those
Once that kind of clicked for me that I could take any ability and imbue it with either of those elements. Rain of Arrows with frost and Rain of Arrows with acid is completely different, right? Like you're essentially freezing the battlefield, and then I just love poison imbue because of the gruesome deaths that all the monsters experience. And we've had a ton of fun making that art, so it's always fun to kind of see just a field of goatmen melt into nothing. You just kill everything on the screen in a gory mess, which I never really gets old.
It's a really flexible way to take a build that you're already comfortable with, that you already like. Say you're really comfortable with Flurry and Shadow Step as kind of your melee skills, and you find yourself needing more crowd control. Without changing your playstyle, you can just add the Frost Imbue to your bar, and now you're able to use those same abilities to slow down enemies or build up to a full freeze.
Yeah, and Frost Imbue plays pretty well with group play as well, right? Where I can freeze an enemy and somebody else can blow it up.
Or also the way that chills work in the game, they build up to a full freeze. So if your best buddy is a sorceress player, your chill spells and your Frost Imbue chills will actually build up faster than if you were using a single player. So, just ask to open with Blizzard before you Frost Imbue, and you'll basically be freezing enemies twice as fast, which is super awesome synergy. So the last thing that's worth spending some time talking about the Rogue is like how mobile the class is, just how able the class is to kind of close the gap between themselves and the enemy. Even while they're mounted, you might find yourself, a full screen away and just dismounting into a rain of arrows, closing the rest of that gap with maybe like a dash, and then getting back out of there, dropping some caltrops. They can basically control the fluid motion of combat in a way that no other class can. That's something that beyond all of the other customization options that you have, whether it's the playstyle, whether it's the range at which you engage with enemies, whether it's the cosmetics, just the sheer mobility of the class lets you just adapt to the situations. Even when you would have totally been toast as another class, a room full of elites, you're able to use offensive abilities in creative ways. Abilities like Shadow Step, right? Like abilities like Shadow Realm, abilities like Dash. So you're able to kind of like use them to your advantage in a way that gets you out of a very dangerous situation by picking that one lone skeleton archer that maybe is not surrounded by everything else. You can Shadow Step there, get out of the way, and live to fight another day, which just feels like such a Rogue thing to do.
When I play the Rogue, I really do feel like surgical precision. I really feel like I can move through the whole screen. It feels kind of effortless, and almost sometimes a little unfair. It's like when I go into Shadow Realm and I'm dashing, I'm like, am I cheating? Did I just break the game?
And we'll hear more about PvP in a little bit, but I just couldn't go without mentioning that some of our most feared PvP players on the team play Rogue, and just the way they're able to like surprise you. You might be with a group of friends, and just that mobility lets them go to the middle of the group, unleash a rain of arrows that's frost imbued, and before you know it, you're all frozen. And looking at a rogue while you're frozen, let me tell you, there are fewer scarier things in our game right now than that.
So Luis, this was, this was like the ultimate blog post. This has been a lot of fun getting to share a new addition to the campfire. And of course, there's probably going to be more in the future, right? We always say there's a little bit more room around that campfire.
That's right. And that pretty much wraps it up for the Rogue. So why don't we go to Joe and Karina and learn a little bit more about those open world features that we promised.
Nice.
Well, thank you to Luis and John for introducing the Rogue, which I'm really excited that we finally got a chance to talk about and announce to the community.
Queremos saber lo que va a traer el juego diferente de
open world. Now, I think maybe the best way to start this conversation, Karina, would be just for me to ask you, like, what are you most excited about? What we're adding in Diablo 4 for the open world? What feature, what mechanic, what are you most excited to talk about first?
I am really excited about just exploring the world. I am a huge completist naturally, that's the way I play, and I love exploring and looking under every single nook and cranny. The more this game has been growing, particularly since last BlizzCon, the more fun I am having just riding around the open world on my mount and exploring everything I possibly can.
Yeah, it's really fun, I think, now that we've kind of taken Sanctuary and just made it so much larger when you're playing through the game. You know, when you compare it to like Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, there's tons of like exploration and movement throughout the world in those games, obviously, but now that we've really been able to embrace the open world concept, we can really dive much deeper into like how does Sanctuary actually all fit together, like being able to ride from Skosglen to the Fractured Peaks, like it's very, very interesting that way. One of the things about that I think is really neat is the collection aspect of mounts. So I mean, there's all these horse breeds and other mounts you can find throughout the world, from completing puzzles or just finding hidden locations or slaying certain particular kinds of monsters. Find various horses or things to customize your horse with, like horse armor. There are hoof plates you can get and trophies to show off your accomplishments. There's lots of different ways to make sure that you can personalize your mount, make it really feel like it's your companion.
Yeah, and it's really cool that like you mentioned with the horseshoes, you get to actually change the speed at which your horse can run. And it's something I like, to be able to customize the horse to the type of gameplay that I like to enjoy as a player. And it's really, really fun. I like the amount of variety that you give us.
And I mean, there's more to mounts than just that as well. So like one thing we know we didn't want to do with mounts in Diablo 4 is we didn't want to have like jousting, this idea of like fighting from horseback. It's not really the Diablo experience, right?
Yeah, that's something I'm super excited for. Like we showed last BlizzCon, we had the sorceress, we showed her dismount skill, Ice Dash, where she shoots forwards off her mount and destroys everything in her path. Well, with the rogue, we got to have a little bit more fun with it. And the animation department has done a fantastic job of having her leap up into the air and fire down like the rain of arrows that destroys everything. It's really, really cool. It feels really good.
The idea of like leaping from your saddle and just raining arrows down on your enemies as you pass by, getting down the fray and then starting to like stab people and poison people, like that is spot on what we're looking for. Being able to jump in, engage with enemies from your horse, and then just fight it out, duke it out using your skills and everything else like we want.
It's interesting that your mount can't get damaged, but if a monster actually attacks you while you're mounted, you will actually be forced to dismount. So there is a flip side of actually judging for yourself when you do want to use that skill in order to prevent you from being forced off unintentionally.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of gameplay there to make sure that you're using it in a way that is most appropriate to help you get where you're trying to go and also fight the monsters you want to fight. One of the things I'm most excited about for the open world right now is this feature we have called camps. So camps are basically these strongholds of evil out in the overworld. You know, you got to remember that, you know, decades ago, during the events of Reaper of Souls, you know, when Malthael rose to power, the Reapers killed like 9 out of 10 people throughout Sanctuary. Like a tremendous number of people passed away. Now there's a big power vacuum out here, you know, decades later. And these monsters have started to move into these places. Bandits, monsters, goatmen, all kinds of different creatures, skeletons, undead,
Reaper of
have started
Souls,
to like resurface and come back into these areas and start to take them for themselves. You, as the hero of Sanctuary, get to kind of wander through these spaces and begin to reclaim them for the people of Sanctuary. That's part of what makes them really, really neat. Each of them have their own story, they're their own unique fixed place in the world.
Unlike quests, quests is something that happens randomly in the world, and you can come across them anyway. Camps are a permanent fixture that you as the player, when you come across that evil, you can actually have a real impact on the open world that everyone else can see, because once you have defeated that evil, one of the really fun things is that you basically unlock that camp and you make a new waypoint that previously didn't exist for yourself, but like suddenly all the marketplaces open up and now you have a blacksmith vendor in a location that previously didn't exist, which I think is really, really cool.
Now, what we're looking at here, this was a village, the village of Karayisu, which now has fallen to ruins. You know, the people here in the Dry Steppes had a problem. The problem was there were bloodthirsty cannibals that dwelled nearby and would regularly raid their community. And the people had to come up with a solution. They weren't strong enough to defend themselves from these cannibals, so they made a dark bargain with a demon. And they were able to gather enough power to push these cannibals out and protect their community, but not without great cost, as we can see here. You're kind of helping resettle parts of Sanctuary in many ways when you take these camps back from the enemy. Vendors will come back, and now suddenly there might be like new quest givers, new stories that need to be told. Dungeon entrances can appear in some of these places afterwards. Like there's all kinds of things that occur after you take over the camp and liberate it from these forces of darkness. And again, it's just so cool to see you permanently change the world as you find these places and kind of wander through and solve these problems. One of the other neat things about camps, and in general, like the overworld, just broadly speaking, is we have so many more opportunities now to kind of play with movement.
It pushes the bar vertically as well as horizontally, and we now have been playing around with the idea of jumping across chasms to allow the player to get access to a location that they previously didn't have.
There's all kinds of areas where you like find their own path, allowing them extra movement options they haven't had in previous Diablo games.
We are also in a vertical top-down camera for the environment, and so it really breaks up the plane that you typically see as like not only as a developer, as an animator, but also as a player. There's such a huge variety of things that you can possibly do to mix it up and make things a little bit different. There's like certain puzzle elements to it. That it's not so straightforward and not always obvious. So it's not just a matter of running through the world and getting, to your goal. It's you have to think about it.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Karina, I know that you're very excited about PvP.
I'm a huge fan of PvP. I love the first time that we all actually had a chance to, as a whole team, play PvP, because the amount of feedback that generated, I think it took design like 3 days to go through it all. And what that showed me is that I find everyone they either love it or they hate it. And I personally love it. I really enjoy it. So the way that PvP works is that the hatred of Mephisto has been bubbling up from hell and has created these areas in the open world that you can freely walk into that kind of consumes you and makes you turn against your fellow players.
PvP, even in these areas, these fields of hatred, right?
PvP, c'est juste dans certaines zones que Mephisto
a envahi. Places players can choose to go to kind of collect shards of hatred that they can collect from like killing monsters, from completing events, opening chests, all kinds of ways to earn these things, not necessarily just killing players. And as you earn these shards of hatred, they're kind of in an unpurified state. They're in a basic state. You need to bring them to a purification event in order to turn them into a currency that you can then use in the nearby like small encampments around the fields of hatred. And what's really neat about that is that when you're trying to purify these things, that's when everybody nearby finds out and hears like, oh, okay, well, someone's actually trying to complete a purification ritual. We need to go and kill those players and take all of their shards before they finish. But once you purify them, they're yours. You can't lose them. But before they're purified, they're free game.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that like even if you don't want to engage with other PvP players, you can actually explore those areas and collect the shards of hatred from specifically monsters. But the second you need to then turn them in and purify them into a currency where you can spend them on gear, trophies, and other content, you actually are hostile yourself and actually can be attacked during that single moment. But I think that really creates a lot of opportunity for you to team up with friends for just that one little moment in order to gain the reward that you spent so much time collecting.
So you called out earlier that the shards of hatred are used for like some of the vendors you can find in the fields of hatred. There are some special vendors that only kind of arrive in these areas. They'll have special costumes or new mounts. and weapons and things along those lines. Nothing that's like strictly more powerful than stuff you can get in other parts of the game, but stuff that really like speaks to your desire as a PvP player. And I think one of the things that's really kind of neat about the system in general is that as a player, if you choose to go hostile, betray other players that are near you, try to get as many shards of hatred as you can, you're going to slowly begin to kind of like infuse yourself with that same curse of Mephisto. And you're going to become a vessel of hatred. Now, once you do that, everyone within a very large radius of you is going to be able to see you as a threat on the map. And they're going to get a bonus for killing you. So when that occurs, you have a set amount of time you need to survive. And if you're able to do that without running away or jumping in a town portal and trying to escape, if you're able to do that and finish that period and manage to escape or defeat your people who are coming to try to destroy you, you're going to get a really big bonus at the end. And that's been really, really exciting to watch in our playtests already as people are like kind of wrestling for this status and then trying to defend it once they actually achieve it.
Yeah, and there's also the ears that you get to collect as a trophy. It harkens back to D2, where I think you could sell the ears for 1 gold. I don't know if we're going to be doing that. I know we were playing around with them as a currency at one point, but I think right now it's just a cool trophy that you get to collect and show off.
Yeah, right now, very, very cool trophy. The thing was really neat about the Diablo 2 ears, like you could fill up your whole inventory with them, obviously, but being able to see like the people that you took the ears from, like seeing their character names on there, was always like the interesting, fun part. Kind of like proof, like yeah, I got that person that time, right? So we want to make sure that we embrace that aspect of it. That's the important part for us. I think that's going to be a really, really great callback to Diablo 2 PvP.
Right, yeah. So I love where PvP is going, and I love that it is such it's only one part of how large and open the world is, and really harkens back to the adventure in me when I play the game. How do you feel?
I'm super excited as well. I mean, there's so much to look forward to in Diablo 4 right now. Like what we talked about today just scratches the surface. In general, as a Diablo fan, there's a lot to be looking forward to in the franchise in the future. Thank you so much for watching today. We look forward to speaking.
Welcome everybody to BlizzCon. We know that you all want to hear more about Overwatch 2. Allow us to invite you behind the scenes to explain more of what we're doing and why.
Everybody, please hit record. Fingers crossed. We lost Scott.
It's off to a good start.
This is going great.
We've been assembling one of the best teams that I have ever worked with.
I'm nervous.
And I'm so proud of the progress that we have made together.
We really liked the stylized drop down.
Imagine that it's coming forward, boom, boom, this starts to spin.
The scale and the scope of this game have meant that we've needed to grow substantially.
We have to...
Sorry. Let me start over.
Overall, I think we've done incredibly well as a team moving to work from home.
Oh, shadow play. There have definitely been challenges, but the team is really putting everything we've got behind this game.
To me, it's the next big step in the Overwatch universe. New heroes, game modes, major story beats.
With competitive and PvE, I see Overwatch 2 as the Overwatch for all of my friends.
You know, we're always inspired by what story and franchise development does with the animated shorts. We really wanted to bring that cinematic experience into the game.
You can invest in your heroes and grow them over time. I'm super geeked out about Overwatch 2.
I can't wait for people to play this game. It just gets better and better.
There are some things that we just can't do without a sequel. So thank you so much for your patience so far, and I hope you enjoy this behind-the-scenes look at Overwatch 2. All of our players at home, they want to see one of the new maps that we've never talked about before.
Really? I can just talk about anything that I want to?
Yeah,
you're serving this up to the guy that is like unintentionally leaked.
Déjame un momentito, voy a regresar en un minuto. En un minuto. Ahí te regreso.
Welcome everybody to BlizzCon. We know that you all want to hear more about Overwatch 2. Allow us to invite you behind the scenes to explain more of what we're doing and why.
Everybody, please hit record. Fingers crossed.
We lost Scott.
It's off to a good start.
This is going great.
We've been assembling one of the best teams that I have ever worked with.
I'm nervous.
And I'm so proud of the progress that we have made together.
We really liked the stylized drop down.
Imagine that it's coming forward, boom, boom. This starts to spin.
The scale and the scope of this game have meant that we've needed to grow substantially.
We have to. Sorry.
Let me start.
Overall, I think we've done incredibly well as a team moving to work from home.
Oh, shadow play.
There have definitely been challenges, but the team is really putting everything we've got behind this game.
To me, it's the next big step in the Overwatch universe. New heroes, game modes, major story beats.
With competitive and PvE, I see Overwatch 2 as the Overwatch for all of my friends.
You know, we're always inspired by what story and franchise development does with the animated shorts. We really wanted to bring that cinematic experience into the game.
You can invest in your heroes and grow them over time. I'm super geeked out about Overwatch 2.
I can't wait for people to play this game. It just gets better and better.
There are some things that we just can't do without a sequel. So thank you so much for your patience so far, and I hope you enjoy this behind-the-scenes look at Overwatch 2. All of our players at home, they want to see one of the new maps that we've never talked about before.
Really? I can just talk about anything that I want to.
Yes.
You're serving this up to the guy that is like unintentionally leaked information in past interviews.
You can do it officially now.
Okay. So one of the maps that I'm most excited for in Overwatch 2 is our Rome map.
Roma.
We always want Overwatch to feel like this globe-trotting adventure for our players. So we're having a lot of fun coming up with the Overwatch version of Rome.
We wanted a very romantic, sort of this powerful feeling of old world architecture. One of the most exciting things for me is the early building of these maps, where we get to sit down together with key people from the environment team, level designers, effects groups. We'll spend some time talking about moments in the game that we really want to see, like the Colosseum or a grand view of the hills of Rome in the backdrop. And then we'll go back and do a paint over, or we'll do a concept painting of certain things based on that.
We try to draw inspiration from as many different sources as possible. For example, one of our environment artists had just taken a trip to Rome, and he returned with thousands of pictures and was so excited to work on a map set in Italy.
There's a lot of ancient architecture in Rome that represents the empire that it used to be. So we brought some of that back. Some of the things that are destroyed in real life, we kind of rebuilt in a kind of an Overwatch style.
It's one of the most beautiful pieces of environment art that I think we've made for the entire game, and it just absolutely took my breath away.
Can we reveal more maps?
Yes, Scott. Scott, why don't you have the honor? Why don't you reveal, like, is there an artified, like, let's pick an artified one.
I know what map I want to talk about. It's the one that I just get super excited about. New York City.
New York?
New York City is just an amazing Overwatch location.
Cool.
We're really striving to make it as authentic as possible while still putting this Overwatch spin on it.
There's a lot of amazing buildings and architecture pieces that just, especially for artists, stands out a lot. And they usually use this kind of Art Deco style from the 1920s, 1950s.
We started in an area that's a little bit like the Village. There's some smaller shops there. There's a fire station, little pizza places, and things that people that are familiar with New York City will either recognize or maybe see the reference that we're trying to make with some of our different locations. It feels like something you haven't seen in other games before because it's uniquely Overwatch.
bueno.
Well, we should move on. Otherwise, we just
Siempre
have to
me encanta
reveal
Overwatch.
more maps. So
Nunca
we were talking
juego.
about PvP.
Hace un buen rato.
And, you know, one thing that I think is really interesting about PvP in Overwatch 2 is some of the philosophical changes we're making to the approach.
PvP feels different and new. We're upgrading our combat feel. The roles are playing differently. When it comes to all new maps, it's a pretty big departure from where we are on live right now. So I can't wait to see where we end up with it by the time we launch this thing.
We're also experimenting with the idea we call role passives, which are passive abilities that a hero can have based on what role they are. For example, currently in our internal builds, the tank heroes all have knockback reduction against them, and they also generate less ultimate charge for enemies that are shooting at them. Damage dealing heroes have a movement speed bonus, which is great for flanking around the map. And healing heroes, support heroes have automatic healing that kicks in after they haven't taken damage for a while, very similar to Mercy's passive, but a little bit of a lower rate.
One of the more shocking changes that we've been exploring in Overwatch 2 PvP is a change to the tank role entirely. That's applied to all of the tanks. We want to try to make them more toe-to-toe brawlers and less characters that just stand back and protect other people.
So, for example, for Reinhardt, we've given him 2 charges of Fire Strike, so he can throw Fire Strikes a lot more aggressively and more often. Also, his charge, he's able to cancel it now, and you can steer it more aggressively, so you can, you know, not quite turn a corner, but you can definitely more accurately pin targets. And because you can cancel it, it allows you to use it much more aggressively and, you know, really go after those key targets without feeling like you're going to sacrifice, you know, all of your positioning, everything to get there. He's almost more terrifying now with this, be able to unleash his full arsenal more often than kind of just being the guy with a shield.
The changes to Reinhardt that we're trying, and they might not ship, that's just the reality, but the changes that we're trying right now are to try to embrace more of that instinct that players have when they want to play a big burly character that looks aggressive and feels like it should be aggressive.
Shortly after BlizzCon, we spun up this group, our Combat Feel group, to really just work on what happens when a player holds the trigger.
We're putting a ton of effort into looking at all of our characters and trying to give them even a more visceral weapon feel.
From sound to VFX to animation to the design of these units, all new sounds for a lot of our weapons in the game, and a whole new sound system that's driving it. And we didn't just level up a unit, we leveled up the rest of the game.
When we first started working on Overwatch, you know, we spent quite a bit of time working on gunfire sounds and just general combat feel to make it feel really awesome. We're revisiting pretty much everything. Nothing's off the table, so we're looking at even kind of small things such as quick melee attacks that every hero has. So they have kind of new audio pass and a new kind of feel and visual effect when you hit things.
One of the bigger efforts we're undertaking for Overwatch 2 is what we're calling our Weapon 2.0 sound pass. What this is a big overhaul to the weapon systems in the game. That means the way the gun feels in your hands. You could feel the ammo running out as you're getting lower on the clip. We've really tried to amplify those sounds to better encapsulate the gameplay and the gunplay that comes with Overwatch 2. Another key for the weapons was getting them to feel like they're in the environment. This meant working with convolution reverb. It's a new system that we've implemented into Overwatch. It's a way that we can capture the acoustics of an environment and transport it onto the sounds that we're using. So we went and captured tales of guns in different environments through our weapon shoots.
On allait tirer des guns pour avoir des sons de guns dans différents endroits.
And then we've cut them and applied it so that we can support a lot more environments. Now we're supporting outdoor, urban outdoor, warehouse tales, tight tunnels, small rooms, and it gives a lot more presence to the weapons and the way that they react in the world.
The shooter genre has evolved a lot since Overwatch 1 came out. On top of that, I think we really want to push the visceral nature of how we do combat. So we focused a lot, not just on the wonderful sound effects, but also with
how the gun moves as you shoot, so you can really feel every single shot leaving the chamber. And there's a lot of subtle little tweaks we have to do on the gameplay engineering side to make that feel really visceral. Everything from making sure that the camera shakes are crisp, making sure that if you get shot, exactly these tight indicators show up on the outside of your reticle. All these things play into making the game feel not just tight and responsive, but also modern and up to date. Take 76, for example. What we wanted to do in Overwatch 2 with his weapon was make it really feel incredibly powerful, and that happens with a bunch of different elements that mix together. But it really feels like the gun is almost just outside of your control. A lot of that comes down to this camera shake technology, where every time you fire the weapon, you want to feel like it's running through your entire body, and the camera shake gives that extra bite to every single shot out of the chamber. It makes him feel really great.
You guys got a sneak peek of Sojourn from last BlizzCon. She's been under development for quite a while, and she's actually quickly at this point become a lot of people's favorites in-house. When we look back at Overwatch when it was originally created, there was a lot of heroes that were made from a gameplay standpoint kind of surrounding a weapon type. For example, Pharah was based on a rocket launcher hero. Widowmaker is clearly like kind of the sniper. We thought there was a weapon that was kind of missing that would be a lot of fun to play with, and that's a railgun. It's so much fun in the playtest to have this really powerful shot that can, rip through enemies if you really are accurate with it. And she's all about that aim skill. So if you got that aim skill, you'll love her.
We're still exploring new game modes, and we're also reevaluating older game modes that people are more critical of. We're of the mindset maybe 2CP doesn't exist in Overwatch 2, and maybe there's a new cool game mode that replaces it. We really want Overwatch 2 to feel like the next evolution, a true sequel to the first game, not an add-on. It's not a small part, it's not an extension of the original game. This is an evolution and a replacement to the original game, and I think it's exciting. Hero missions are probably one of the things that's the hardest to wrap your head around if you've never played one of them.
The goal around hero missions is for these to be this co-op PvE experience.
I personally only play competitive mode. Like, I'm all about that competition. And I have friends that they don't want to do that at all. So I'm really looking forward to a game that I can play hours and hours with my friends who aren't in competitive, and it's also something that I'm interested in.
Hero missions are the content that people are playing as they are leveling up their heroes. And so for a system like this to really sing, you need a lot of mission. We don't want players to feel like they're just in this grind to get to the top.
And there's a lot of really, really good back-end technology that we're exploring so that the heroes are constantly bringing their personality and some light story to these hero missions as well.
The goal is to make as many as possible, hundreds of hero missions. We've explored a lot of different ways of getting to that much content. Still have like different sets of enemy units that people will be fighting against, and there's different hero mission types. At the same time, hero missions can take place in all of the multiplayer maps that we've done, and we're also adding new spaces onto some of these maps.
It's a huge challenge for the art team. We take maps that a lot of people love and recognize, and we have to add a lot more art and level design to it.
In this one hero mission playtest, we came up to an area in Kings Row that usually has a gate on it. Suddenly that gate opened and I saw a new area of Kings Row that I had never seen before.
You may be playing a payload game type, and the payload may decide to take this new route instead of going the usual route.
That was really, really cool. It was like this eye-opening special moment.
Lan, our lead tech artist on the environment side, very early on our own free time, made a prototype of a sandstorm on the Temple of Anubis map.
And at the time, we didn't know what we wanted to do with that, but it looked awesome.
We looked at it and went, oh my God, we absolutely have to do this.
So we put some new technology in place that allows us to do this dynamically. You start the mission off, clear day. Midway through the mission, suddenly this sandstorm or heavy weather would show up.
It made the world just feel so much more alive.
There's a sunset, daytime, nighttime, but depending on where you are in the world, these look different. California or Hollywood would have what we call a California sun. In New Bonnie, there's a great African sun that happens there. You sort of get a sense of space and mood. This is what really brings the levels to life.
For me, the dynamic world's exciting. Just seeing these dramatic landscapes, the wind and the atmosphere blowing by. It's a much more cinematic experience for the player.
Before you start a mission, you look at a map. It's nighttime in Necropolis, or there's a sandstorm in Necropolis. Players can make some comp choices based on knowing this information. Characters like Hanzo or Widowmaker start to be a little more valuable because they have abilities that allow them to see through the sand more clearly.
Are we going to talk about any of the types of objectives in hero missions?
Yeah, let's talk about the objectives. Players are being asked to do different things from one hero mission to the next so that they all feel really fresh to the player.
For example, we have Gather and Return, where you're trying to go and grab these different canisters to kind of safeguard them so they don't go off and affect the population in a negative way. It creates this really cool tension in the world where on the one hand, you're trying to split up and go grab all these canisters to be as efficient as possible. But at the same time, now you're having these sort of special enemy units spawn that are really difficult, and if you kind of get caught by yourself, it turns into a pretty bad situation really quickly, and it feels extremely cooperative and like a very different way to interact with the Overwatch universe.
We're experimenting with all sorts of ideas, and just internally we have names like Wall of Death, Scavenger Hunt, and Kill Quest, and all these new mechanics and enemies for people to experience. Players will be able to jump in night after night, play different hero missions, and then work through the progression system, leveling up their heroes.
At BlizzCon in 2019, we started to talk about progression, and we showed the very early version of our talent system, which I think was really cool. We had that one talent where like Meg became the rolling snowball, which was a big hit. We've really blown that system out.
I'm real excited about talents. You can play the same hero in so many different ways. Now with the skill tree, you can have fun every night doing different things and kind of experimenting.
Yeah, the talent system is like really deep and rich, and every single hero has different trees. You might open up 76's tree, and as you're leveling and picking new talents, you're starting to feel your hero change. We've had some pretty hilarious versions of the healing one where his biotic field travels with him. It also repulses enemies. We called it the snowplow build, where 76 is like running through spaces, pushing enemies away from them.
Designing these is super fun because it's like we get to break all the rules that we've sort of established for ourselves, and we get to really take the gloves off and do crazy things like Junkrat can dual-wield grenade launchers, and we've had Mercy be able to area effect res their whole team at once at super long range through walls. It's been a ton of fun, kind of like mad scientists making all this stuff.
You're all used to using these kind of kinetic weapons like Soldier 76's rifle or fire attack like what Reinhardt's Flame Strike does. As soon as you start to mutate these things with talents, all of a sudden maybe you're doing freeze damage or electrical damage. But it gives the animators a bunch of crazy opportunities. You know, the animations are going to change to show them freezing and shattering. And if you shock someone with a lightning attack, they can shake in place and stun, maybe chain to other enemies. All sorts of stuff to make you feel like you're controlling the battlefield in novel ways.
As a huge RPG nerd myself, the first time I opened up the talent tree systems, it was like, oh my gosh, this is speaking my love language. Like, I just want to plan, and I want to see like, where do I want to invest, and how am I going to play this character?
Yes, it's so great. And you start at the bottom of the tree. Like,
yes,
oh my,
exactly.
Like Tracer gets to do what? Yeah. And then you start working and kind of planning how you're going to get down there. It's like, it's so fun.
When we look back at BlizzCon 2019 and we talk about some of the criticisms that we had, one of them as a development team that we felt was that the combat was just not engaging enough. So the fact that our combat wasn't highly engaging to us as players meant that we had a problem with the enemy units and that they just weren't feeling interesting enough.
Just because we show something to the public, it doesn't mean that that is what it's going to be. If we make discoveries where things aren't working how we want, they're not reading how we want, they're not fun enough, we're totally down to reinvestigate, reiterate, and just really find ways to level kind of all aspects of things until they feel good.
I would say a major focus of all of 2020 was to make the null sector enemy units more engaging. And some of this was adding new units and evolving other units that we had.
Interesting combat for us is varied combat for us. So sometimes we're going to ask you to protect something in Overwatch 2. Sometimes we're just going to ask you to get someplace. Sometimes we might ask you to escort something across a map while it's being attacked. And so it's a different type of spawning, and it's a different type of units that are in there, and it's a simpler objective.
There's a lot of units Aaron is talking about. Lots of different units, lots of different types. They serve different purposes. You do different things to them. It's really going to help a lot of us find the fun and make sure that Overwatch 2 is a blast.
One of those sets of enemies is what we internally call objective units. And they're typically units that don't even attack players. The simplest version would be something like the Breacher.
It's two legs with this huge bomb on its back. It was built to do one thing: slowly and methodically march towards its objective, and then it transforms, and the bomb opens up like a flower. It starts spinning and charging up, and you hear this awesome sound, and you know you have a little bit of time before it's going to explode and you have to take it out.
Nice.
We have units like the slicers, which you guys have seen before. They're little, we call them the chickens. They're little chicken snares. They run really fast. You know, we have a guy we're experimenting with right now who flies and drops these bombs that create these kind of ever-expanding smoke fields that you have to escape from, but because they're super deadly. So you really get to use your mobility options to kind of escape that.
There's things like the Polar. You could be moving through these darker alleys, and as soon as you hear that Polar spawn, it suddenly becomes like really spooky and kind of scary.
This very tall, elegant-looking character that's blindfolded, 3 orbs that circle around her as her eyes, and we basically spun those orbs around her head as a big tell, launched them at the player, and then it activates this tractor beam, and it's bringing you in, and then you get this awesome like, anticipation of the hair opening up so you know what's about to happen.
One thing we've just recently been experimenting with is this idea of elite units. We didn't want the elite units to feel like they're just, oh, this guy's got double health and double damage. We want to make sure the elite units feel like they have different behaviors and have different attacks. So for example, an Omnic Grunt, normally he fires his gun, he dies pretty simply. If you fight elite Grunts, his weapon fires in a burst fire pattern. It's very deadly if you're close. And if you manage to take him out, they don't just die right away. They instead can crawl on the ground towards you, and you try to back away because if they get to you, they can explode.
Artillery at BlizzCon, we're all just staring at this, and we're like, what are we going to do to level this up?
One of the things we really felt wasn't coming through was the damage states. We intend for players to shoot these guns off, but currently it's not reading as something that can happen in the game easily.
We changed the design, we changed the animation, and we go back and forth and just continually iterate.
We decided, hey, you know what? We're gonna just delete half of these damage states, so now it's super readable.
From an animation standpoint, we decided on spinning barrel version. Just did this really nice kickback. The tip of the barrel opens up when it's about to fire, and it shifts into place, and boom!
It's really amazing to be fighting an artillery unit, and you can see the guns on the side, and as you're shooting the guns, they're actually visibly taking damage, and then you can blow them off, and it reacts and kind of stumbles to the side, and really makes you feel like you're there, and it's super fun.
In a lot of the stuff we've showed so far, you're fighting null sector. These are evil killing machines intent on marching you down. The way you're going to stop them is by shooting them, and we want to make sure that feels responsive and visceral. Really making sure that when they take a hit, it feels like their whole body has been punched, almost like hit by a truck. That's what really sells this fantasy that you're playing these superheroes. One of the cool pieces of technology that we created was what we call chain hit reactions. Oftentimes you'll find null sector bunched up, marching maybe a half a dozen units abreast. You expect if you shoot one, they're gonna knock into their buddies. So we make that happen. Turns out it's really fun too.
Nice! What the fuck?
One of the things that we showed last year at BlizzCon was the new looks for our heroes. The theory kind of going in was like, you want to preserve the essence of your hero, but also kind of show that heroes evolve and kind of change and move forward. So we have a lot more new looks So I'm excited to see how players and fans react to all of the ones that we've done so far.
Maybe we'll share some of those new looks today, which would be cool.
We're going to reveal McCree's new look for Overwatch 2 as well as Pharah, and we're really excited to show off some of our first villains with Reaper and Widowmaker. But first I wanted to talk a little bit about technical wear, kind of like technical clothing. What that really is using very techie fabrics, as well as having very intricate but functional straps designed in a way that is very aesthetically pleasing. With McCree, we took a couple different approaches. She's got this classic cowboy look that it's really hard to mess with, because if you try to make him too sophisticated or too techie, it might not feel right for the character. But as a concept artist, you always want to change things around and try different shapes and silhouettes. So we did identify as Red Serape as the main thing for McCree. We also tried a couple different things with McCree's cowboy hat. We didn't really want to mess with that too much, because that's a very iconic part of him. So that's another piece that we kept. We tried some retro cowboy looks that mixed in some tech here and there. Some that were a little bit more techie than others, some that were a little bit more classic cowboy. We gave him a little bit of a longer beard, and it really gives him a nice kind of like a more aged look. What's different about Pharah than some of our other heroes is Pharah's completely covered in armor. We didn't want to change her silhouette too much. It was more about experimenting on different colors. So it felt really appropriate for her to be the one to harken back to those original Overwatch colors of white and blue. One of the things that we wanted to update on Pharah was her visor. Instead of being completely opaque and reflective, we tried a little bit more of a transparent approach, and being able to see through it a little bit now allows us to see some more of her emotions. Reaper was actually the ones I was very excited to work on, because I could see a lot of potential in how we can integrate his cloak and his cowl and his armor, and how we can make all those shapes really sing within that classic, Reaper silhouette. We tried a couple takes with the first pass, like completely silver arms, more layers to his jacket. Reaper's mask is obviously pretty sacred to us, but the thing you'll notice immediately is that it's now completely silver. Instead of the bone white, he's got this like almost like deadly edgy silver that just gives him that classic Reaper look. With Widowmaker, we started with the idea stage, exploring a breadth of ideas. We tried things like a more insectoid approach, treasure hunter. One of them made her feel like a classic Bond villain, so we kind of steered it back towards one of the more cyberpunk looking ones, almost like a futuristic femme fatale, which is basically what Widowmaker is, but she even feels more upgraded. So I'm super glad that we went down this route. We played with different hairstyles too. Widowmaker has the really long ponytail that's really key part of her look. And we really liked the hairstyle on one of the designs that was more of a braid, and it was really interesting look that also preserves Widowmaker's original silhouette with that long ponytail.
We've been working a lot with our domino engine and making our cloth look better. Now that we have this cloth tech, we're going to be able to make some really cool, unique silhouettes that will help them stand out from other heroes. We put a lot of time and effort into our face rig, and what I mean by that is we're gonna be able to get really close to these characters, and it's gonna feel really cool. It is absolutely worth the time and the effort to invest in the technology, and that way we can make these characters do more things that we haven't really been able to do before.
It's been super exciting working on the new looks for Overwatch 2, and it's just been so inspiring to watch the team try things that we've never tried before, and I just can't wait to show off more in the future.
Overwatch 2 is probably the largest opportunity we've had since the inception of the franchise to really expand what Overwatch even means to our players. In 0 Hour, we saw that some of the heroes got back together, but we're also seeing that there seems to be a second huge Omnic uprising. We're gonna learn who's behind that uprising, why that's happening, how globally spread is it.
The story and franchise development group, they were really the torchbearers of what the big story is that we were going to tell for this game.
We have a lot of interaction with them. They're working on in-game cinematic intros and outros for every one of our story missions.
It's been really great to see this collaboration grow and develop. The story is just a little more integrated into our missions than it ever really has been before. All the available heroes get dialogue for a given mission. We have NPCs. We have multiple hero choices.
We have all sorts of events that are happening that are driving players to interact with each other or parts of the environment or other characters.
The world of Overwatch
Parece
is
muy
bright,
interesante,
shiny future.
pero como no va a llegar
So
este
how do
año.
you take that bright, shiny future and create conflict in it?
Ese es el
How
problema de
dark
todo
can the
esto.
world of Overwatch go?
The different challenges that these characters are going to have to overcome in Overwatch 2 are things that they haven't ever dealt with before or dealt with on this scale. So what we had to do was literally strip it down to this bare bones of where are these characters in their lives. Overwatch has been disbanded, and now there's a situation where the world's in trouble again, and the world needs the heroes again, but they're not allowed to be doing what they were supposed to be doing.
We started to book these off-site locations so we could brainstorm over and over different versions of what the Overwatch 2 story campaign could be.
And we basically had these whiteboards that we were carting around everywhere.
The room was filled with whiteboards, and we would just write every day story beats with the characters and who was doing what and where. And oh my gosh, we forgot this character.
We had these giant sticky notes, and each one of them would be a mission with a bunch of notes on it. You know, somebody say, well, what if we moved Rio to the end? And they'd physically grab it off the wall and stick it on the end.
And we did this for a while, you know, until we all felt that it was pretty close to what we wanted.
Then we could send it to our writers' rooms. The writers' rooms then had a much clearer direction of where we wanted this process to go.
Ultimately, we come up with something that we think is right for the game. And then we pitch it back to the game team, and they point out everything that we missed.
And that allows us to actually back up and go and make it right and make it better.
Because the scale of this story is so huge, it takes place over the whole world, basically. It just requires a constant iteration, constant refinement to make the story as best as we can make it.
From writing, we go to storyboards. The storyboards get crafted with the edit. From there, it'll go to a previs department where they'll start to flesh it out in 3D. Once we've kind of figured out our camera work and our cinematography, that'll then go to the animation department.
Pero con un juego de video.
And then we end up going right into the game engine.
One of our challenges was to figure out how to integrate this story and this narrative with the gameplay.
So if the intro cinematic ends with this huge battle, this huge war, when you get into the game, it has to mesh and feel the exact same way and blend together.
We really are also trying to get the music to be equally as consistent from in-game cinematics straight to the mission. Adam Burgess, our lead composer, has been working with the IGC team, with the game team, developing themes for all of the heroes, all of the locations.
As the cinematic director, whatever we're crafting should never override the gameplay. We want to make sure that the player's experience going from the cinematic to the gameplay is seamless and feels like a completely immersive experience.
The engineers, we have to find a way to actually make that come to fruition. The choreo tool is a tool that allows people to coordinate different events to happen at the same time. Like in Rio, if you played our demo, one of the buildings explodes. And so that kind of event needs to happen as you're running by, and you need to have it timed, because if it blows up too early, then you don't see it. It allows story moments in missions that interact with the environment, that interact with our characters.
The new tech, the new abilities that we have now are allowing us to push our storytelling farther than we could have previously.
What's also really powerful about choreo is that, you know, if somebody has an idea, they can mock things up really quickly.
We got to show the Widowmaker making this awesome introduction. And Casey was able to quickly put a really rough prototype in choreo. And Philip would come in, and on the fly, he's making quick changes. They play tested something that would normally take weeks. It was done in like a matter of days.
Each story mission has its own custom map built for it, and these maps are absolutely gigantic.
India is one of our biggest maps, and it's a fun map because it has a few story beats that we've taken from
Nada más que tengamos lo mejor, ¿no?
Characters in the game.
We've written a history for each city so that the cities feel lived in. And I think that informs the artists so that they know like what it is that the city has been through.
Gothenburg was our chance to show Torbjorn's workshop. We created a space that kind of fits his height. So there's, step ladders and scalable tables. We designed the space as if we were Torbjorn. Molten steel is pouring out of walls. It's pretty epic when you walk into it. Toronto is under siege by Null Sector when the players arrive here. There's a dynamic snowstorm. So as you make your way through the level, the snow is slowly building up. Suddenly by the end, the characters are caught in this gigantic snowstorm and they must fight their way through.
In Overwatch 2, we want to give you choice to be able to play this character or that character. So we're designing a lot of systems around how their relationships develop over the course of the story missions in the campaign.
We have a cast of many characters, all on screen, all at the same time. And it's fantastic to actually see them all interacting and working together in ways that we've never actually seen. We've always thought about it and hoped for it, but now it's actually happening.
It actually requires us to have a whole new branching dialogue system. If you happen to have Genji and Mercy in the second mission of the game, you might get different dialogue that's about their relationship.
Our voice actors bring the characters to life in ways that everybody has fallen in love with, from inside Blizzard to the fans. It's just to hear this collection of actors all together, all interacting, has been a real treat.
Hammer down!
I wish people could see how many people are involved when it comes to something like telling the story of Overwatch. It doesn't just come from a singular person, it comes from a group. And it's a really talented, fun group that all works together.
We've been developing what we hope is one of the best stories ever. There's some key story moments that I'm really excited about, and I really can't wait to see how people react to it.
We've been talking about the game, about this universe. I know you all love it so much.
Queremos saber
Right
cuándo.
now, we can sit down and have a night of Overwatch 2 and have it be a really fun experience. And I think we need some more time till we can say it's perfectly polished in the way that we want it.
We've made such incredible strides since we first announced this and showed it to the community at BlizzCon in 2019.
The thing that I'm most excited about
años.
is that moment when we hand the game over to the players.
We want to create something that really moves people, really touches people.
That's why we do it. We create the game because we want it to become part of your life and for you to experience it.
For Overwatch 2, we're upping the bar.
It's kind of 5 games in one. It's a huge undertaking.
The new tech and the new aesthetics for the new looks bring you closer to the characters that you love, and we're just getting started.
The fidelity of the gameplay experience is much richer.
We are making cinematics that push the boundary of what we can do to tell stories.
We want this dynamic world. We want things to feel alive.
I'm really looking forward to being able to expand the world of Overwatch for our players.
We're really trying to tell this epic story.
In order to make a game great, it takes time, energy, collaboration.
We have just an incredibly professional team of designers and artists and engineers.
We just love bringing this world to you guys. So many cool characters. It's just a blast working on it.
Our goal is for Overwatch 2 to be the worthy successor to the first game, to be the next evolution, and to be a true sequel.
We have big plans, so thank you for sticking with us.
We're gonna cross the finish line, and I know it's gonna be awesome.
I hope people just end up loving playing it over and over.
That's what we want to try and capture. I'm jumping in, I'm playing, let's go be heroes.
A ver, ahora vamos a ver las voces. Vamos a empezar con Overwatch. Y vamos a ir después a Diablo. Y luego vamos a acabar con
Hello
WoW.
and welcome to BlizzConline. My name is Andrea Toyas. I'm the senior casting and voice. Director at Blizzard. It's my great honor and privilege to be charged with finding all the great voices for your favorite games and bringing them to life in the studio. And today, I'm losing my mind with joy because I'm in shock that we get to do yet another voice actor panel, Voices of Overwatch, featuring our beloved characters from our most beloved game. I know it's crazy times, I know it's uncertain and scary and hard, but just know that we at Blizzard and all of our actors and people that we work with think of you and love you every day, and I know that you know that I mean that. So here we are now with Voices of Overwatch. And on top of that, I want to tell you something else because I feel like I have to talk about this. Look what can you see? I hope the camera gets what they've done. The books, the plants, the table, those are the exact chairs I wanted, the exact rug. There's ancient scrolls. There's a fireplace. They love you so much and believe in us and this voice actor panel so much they did this. So I just want to give mad gratitude and love to the BlizzCon events team because they did this. They gave us this space and they're giving us this time because they know that without you, those of you who care about the voice actor panels, none of us would be here. So I love you. Thank you for joining. I hope you have a great panel. We've got a great show ahead. And welcome to the Voices of Overwatch voice actor panel for BlizzConline. I mean, I wish you were all here right now because I can literally, I've got chills. To look around the room and see these people here, it just seems like a dream. This is not gonna feel real till we go home tonight. It's not gonna feel real. And you guys, usually I like to do my big surprise, who's behind door number 1, but unless they walk through the library, that wasn't gonna work. So here's the grand reveal of all of our wonderful participants. So I think you know everybody on this stage, but let me go through introductions just to kind of get us all on the same page. So of course, we could not have an Overwatch panel without the mayor of BlizzCon himself, Lord Darren DePaul, also known as Reinhardt. There we go. You at home, you got to clap. You're not here. Yeah.
I don't have it. I would hit a cameraman if I threw candy. It's not happening.
I know.
Hi, I'm Darren.
Yay! That's right. I forgot to say you guys have to clap for us because usually you're right in front of me with your big smiling faces, but you're not here. So you got to promise me that you're clapping at home, please. And then, of course, we have to have our beloved dad. We have to have Soldier 76, also known as Fred Tatasciore. Yay!
Reporting for duty.
Yeah.
Happy to be
Voy a
here.
ir a buscar café, déjame un momentito. Reinhardt, Soldier. Je promets que je vais pas trop parler en d'autres. Le problème, c'est parce que tu joues en même temps. Il n'y a pas vraiment comme un écouteur, juste un écouteur. Un plaisir. Ok.
I'm really glad that you let me use my apartment.
Es por eso que me ven siempre con la cabeza al lado.
Oh my goodness. And then, of course, our beloved power female, totally kick-ass and wonderful in the game, our delicious diva, also known as Charlotte Chung. Yay! Oh my God, I love it. And then, I mean, if I had my way, I'd have the whole cast on this stage. It's so, every year I want you to know, having to work with the Overwatch team and choose is so difficult. But we just had to get the ones we love them all, but this is who we ended up with. And we've got our fabulous. I don't really think you guys have heard of Matt Mercer before. He's new to the nerd world.
Matt Mercer,
so I want to introduce you to Matt Mercer for the first time, also known as McCree.
Happy to be here in Soldier Dad's apartment.
Love it.
Anytime, son.
And then we also really wanted to bring somebody new in to share our love with you and to share our love of her. So I'm so excited, so honored and privileged to introduce you to Jeannie Bollet, who plays Echo. So Jeannie.
Welcome.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Yes. And I know you can't see our fans, but everybody, this is BlizzCon. These are our fans. Let's just pretend they're out there and say, we love you, we love you, we love you, we love you. Yes. And then, as you know, I always love to have somebody from the team, so I'm really honored and delighted to bring somebody to you from the Overwatch team, the creative director, Jeff Chamberlain. So this is Jeff Chamberlain. Jeff, everybody. Yes.
Pero no
Jeff,
está.
you and I never talked about this,
No
but
está
I'm so
ahí.
excited. I never tell you this. I need to tell you I love you more, Jeff. But because Jeff and I have worked together for so long, I remember you and I in early StarCraft 2 sessions together. I mean, we go way back. We're OGs together. So it's always really cool to work with Jeff and have him join us. So thanks, Jeff.
My pleasure. It's always fun to, get into the recording booth with you and figure these characters out.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And Jeff would love to be here, but like all of us, he's got to stay extra safe for his family. Otherwise, he'd be sitting on my lap right now, right, Jeff? I think we'd be cuddling probably. Or I'd be, one of those. So I'm really, there's so much I want to talk about. I wish we had all day. We don't. So I just want to, my goal, as I said earlier in the monologue, is to have you in my living room. So the first thing I want to talk about is how's everybody doing? It's been a tough year. It's been crazy. And I just want to ask everybody, we can go in rotation or talk together. I had a tough year. I'm doing great now. Anytime I get to be with you, I'm great. How's everybody? How you doing? Tell me about how you've been since we last saw you.
I'm fine.
I feel like you're always fine. I can't.
Well, you gotta stay
como una mola,
joyful. I mean, this has been a time of distance, and yet we still find our connections where we can, whether it's online or just passing someone on the street and waving from a distance. It's sharing our hearts, and that's what I love about what we've created here. And every year we come back to it and add more people that we adore and say, welcome, it's nothing but joy. Welcome to our little world of yes.
So Darren, how have you been getting by? Like, do you get, I'm sure you get sad, but how do you just joy and gratitude and?
Yeah, we moved to a new house.
Congratulations.
It's like our first adult house ever. But we have an office and we record, and very, very lucky, knock on everything. Work keeps going, and that keeps you going. A lot of our friends in the Broadway community have not been working. We lost someone from a show a long time ago, yesterday. So we've been losing a lot of our people. And I think you go back to what brings you comfort, and it's spending Zoom calls with those people. It's listening to Leon Redbone and David Byrne and Buster Poindexter, and going back to what I did in college when I had no friends. But it's that reaching for things. Did I play Diablo 3 a lot in the beginning? Yeah.
Yes.
Because that world was the world I liked to run around in and visit little shopkeepers that would go, I will survive if you buy something. And I never buy anything. So there's a little guilt there.
I love it.
But you know me, I'm just a big mouth stupid.
I love it. And I got to give a shout out. Look at Darren. Even in a pandemic, he's dressed just impeccably.
Always.
Always. And we found out they make
It's Photoshop.
It's Photoshop. Actually, we found out there's onesies that are suit onesies, you said?
Yeah, pajamas.
We need to get a Kickstarter and buy him a whole wardrobe of suit onesies. Yes.
Yay.
You'll look amazing. It's going to be a BlizzCon Overwatch sleepover next time.
Yeah.
Yes.
You always have a bow tie on. Why did you pick the tie?
I changed it up.
Oh.
I had some bow ties earlier, and then I did ties and liked them. My sister has a store, and I call her. She has a high-end men's store, and I'll call her and I'll say, hey, I want this, and I order it, and that's my way of helping her out because business has been rough, and I'm like, give me this.
Is this in New York? Or?
No, she moved to San Antonio, Texas, and she's been in Texas for a long time. My parents had moved. Those are sad stories that we do not want to get into about stuff. But it's still having that connection. Just my father was a clothing designer.
That's right.
And the Reinhardt voice is kind of him. And,
That's right.
So he would like it. He'd go, you look good.
You look amazing.
Yes.
You
But
always-
bow ties are good on you as well.
It's so hard not to just bite your face and hug you. I just want to bite you so bad. All of
Many
you.
people say that.
Yeah. Well, how's everybody else? How's everybody doing?
Hanging in.
Yeah. We're very, very lucky to be able to keep doing this.
Yes.
I've got a toddler. I've been quarantined with a toddler.
Zemo.
Yeah, my little guy, and my wife and I have been having actually a really good time. I mean, it's a handful, but it's been so great to just be able to get out of the recording booth and then just play with him, as opposed to 2 hours of traffic. Not complaining about traffic, just saying it's really a blessing. I mean, I hate what's happening to the world, with the virus and the economic thing and just everything that's happened. But it's been a real blessing to be at home, actually, because I've lived out of my car for so long. And so this has been really nice. I like being at home, growing food, and just it's been a real blessing. And like you, getting into all the stuff that was a passion for me early on. Any kind of music or films or art.
What was your favorite? What are you listening?
Well, I love the David Byrne stuff that you're talking about, but yeah, but there's
American Utopia.
Yeah, all of that.
So good.
But there's just so many things. So it's been a blessing.
Yeah. I miss seeing you at the gym.
I know. I miss it. We both lived downtown, and we would catch each other at the Y. It was very, very cool.
Wow, Soldier and Reinhardt working out.
Actually working out at the Y.
I want to go there whenever this is.
I used to live around the corner from so there's always this little world of.
And I would see him walking down the street to the gym.
Wow.
With his gym bag.
3 Overwatch characters all living close.
I know, it's pretty funny. Yeah.
Tell me what the interaction was like between Soldier 76 and Reinhardt at the gym.
Hey, how are you?
I'm going to pump you up. That was a line another German said.
I'll let you to it. I'm going to hit the pool. All right.
Don't hit it too hard. That was a joke.
No, I get it.
I hope that exact scene happened.
Pretty much.
It did before they threw us out.
Oh my gosh. Well, to Fred's point, I think kids keep you really grounded. I don't have kids, I got pets, which are like my kids, but
Beautiful
kids
pets.
keep you centered though, right?
Yeah, so do pets.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they do. Actually, they do, and it's and you'll be hearing from this one here. Yeah, it's amazing to try to just have the time to dial in to his thinking and to what he's playing, and and seeing this personality and this body just forming right in front of your eyes. It's just astounding. It really is. It's one of the best things, and most challenging too.
Yes.
But it's a happy challenge.
Yes. And I think it reminds us that nothing else matters, I would imagine, with your child. Talking about forming humans, Charlotte's formed some humans. Tell us, Charlotte.
Baby diva.
Yes. Yes. Tell us.
So,
yeah, it's been a wild ride, and going through all of that through the pandemic has been an interesting kind of situation, but a really blessed one because, like Fred said, we have been able to spend a lot of time with our kids. But this is sort of a full circle moment for me because 5 years ago, at the very first Overwatch panel for BlizzCon, I was here with these lovely gentlemen, and it was, you're telling us to be real.
Absolutely,
so
Mama.
I'm sharing something that I kind of shared on social media, but I had lost a baby 2 weeks before BlizzCon. I had a miscarriage. It was my first pregnancy, and you look back and you go, at the time things don't make sense, but it does in hindsight. And when I look back and knowing that then I had gotten, sort of rushed into this world of Overwatch and the fans and BlizzCon, and how much it changed my life since then, it all sort of makes sense, the timing of life and whatnot. But I came in with a lot of sadness, actually, at that BlizzCon. But then having met you all, that really just changed my life and in so many ways. I got sat next to Fred, Papa 76, and he was actually my favorite. He voices my favorite character in Call of Duty, and so I was starstruck. And yes, and Fred and Matt were going back and forth. Like, you guys probably don't remember this, but I was in back of you watching it in line, and you guys were doing voices and stuff, and I was shaking like a leaf because it was such a. It's a nerve-wracking, intense moment. There were 2,000 people in the room that day. Since then, I think I was on a panel with Matt in Atlanta with like 5,000 people. And then, of course, you went to the UK and did one for like 100,000 people. So you're on a different, level.
You showed none of those nerves. I can tell you that.
You did so great.
But I learned so much, especially sitting next to Fred and seeing his love for fans and whatnot. And so, yeah, just then, coming from the loss, and then 5 years later, I made a baby last year. His name is Guy, and I made a baby this year. Her name is Gal.
Guy and Gal?
Guy and Gal.
So good.
Boy and girl.
That's
we kept it simple, but yeah, it's definitely just a really heartwarming moment, and I'm so glad to be back with all of you, and welcome to Jeannie as well. And yeah, it's been it's so wonderful to be back.
We made it through. We made it through. I'm so happy to see you. I want to talk about how you guys were on the original panel, so I want to get into how your lives have changed, and that's such a beautiful story. Before we go there, Jeannie and Matt and Jeff, I mean, how you guys been doing in this last year? You've been holding steady, good days, bad days, everything in between days?
Everything and more, and sometimes less.
Yeah.
Obviously, I came into the Overwatch world just as the pandemic hit. I remember
we had a session like right before.
We had a session, and there was a TV in the kitchen at LA Studios, and we could see these cruise liners being docked, you know, and people being, and we're watching it, just going, what's going on? This is absolutely crazy, not knowing that the whole city, the whole country was going to shut down, and so it kind of felt not anticlimactic. It just, I didn't know what to expect. So it almost gave me this extra space, you know, to sit into what this world could potentially be, and to brace myself for that communication and that connection with the fans, which has really been quite lovely. I wasn't sure, because I'm quite a private person, and I'm quite shy in my own world. I'm definitely a bit of a hermit. I write a lot. That's my other thing. I do a lot of creative writing. So I wasn't sure what was going to come knocking at my door or slide into my DMs, and it has been nothing but joy, as you were saying before, and just knowing how open, how loving, how sharing the whole community has been. It's like, wow, we're all just human beings trying to get through it and find some joy, find some connection. So there are days when I can feel really down, and even though I'm used to spending time on my own, there are days when I'm like, God, I miss everybody. I really just want to communicate, I want to connect, I want to take those deep dives. And sure enough, there'll be a message. And it's someone who I don't know, just saying, hey, this is what's happening with me today. Or you'll never guess what, this happened. Or I'm feeling like this. And at first, you know, I'm not a professional psychiatrist or therapist or any of those things, but so having someone share information during a time when we all really need to share, you know, I was quite scared of giving out information that was like, oh God, what is this going to do then? But realizing it's okay to share a little bit of yourself, like we're doing right here now, right? Yeah, now more than ever, we're going through it, and we're going to get through it. But there will be days like there are when it's a bit heavy, and then there are days when, you know, I pull my dogs in and I give them a cuddle, and I crack open the karaoke mic and I put on YouTube, and all of a sudden I'm like, babe, I'm gonna sing badly, okay? And he's like, all right. And I hear his door close.
Sounds like we're gonna do that soon.
I think we need to do that.
I think we need to do that. Yeah.
I hear his door close as well. And then I just bust out some tunes, and, you know, music, it really heals. Video games, I am not a gamer, and I think I've said this a lot in social media, but my husband plays a lot of different games, and at Overwatch, I've watched him play, and just storytelling in whatever format, films, you know, I'm a big film buff. I absolutely love that long, medium format. Animation, my husband's an animator, creative director. So any kind of storytelling to connect us to being human and humanity, that's getting me through right now.
I think you're right. That word connection, I think, is more important than ever. Like I was saying earlier to these guys, and I said on the WoW panel, I'll never take a hug for any kind of connection, any text, message, anything is so important now. I think it's been hard days, but it slowed us down to remind us what's important. So Matt, how are you doing? I mean, I know you don't really have much to do. You're probably sitting around all the time doing nothing.
Yeah.
Not much in your world that's exciting.
I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in. I feel very lucky that I can still be so busy in this time, but to me it also means it's an opportunity to try and get other people busy as well. You know, it's to a sense connection, a huge part of connection is community. And we all have to rely on each other, especially in times of crisis like this. So it's, you know, helping out with mutual aid funds, GoFundMe's that you see in social media. With me and my friends that have our company Critical Role, we finally launched our Critical Role Foundation charity and are just trying to do what we can to get other people hired and find work and business for other people. And so it's just, it really brings a lot of things into perspective about when you have the opportunity, when you have the platform to use it to lift others up with you, because who knows when you'll need their help to pick you up as well. And that's kind of been a really big, even further clarifying theme in these moments. So that's been very fulfilling, as much as it's been also very tiring. But whereas we don't have any children, we did get a dog.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What kind?
He's a corgi.
Oh, gorgeous.
Pembroke Welsh corgi.
That's Blizzard approved.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. I don't think we didn't immediately bring up our molten corgis and WoW and pretend. But we wanted to get a dog for a long time, and we've just out of the house so often that if we're gonna get a dog, we need to spend those first few months that are so important to bond and help raise them properly. And we only really got that with this pandemic. And we were like, well, if this is the time that we're gonna be at home to do this, let's do it. So his name's Omar, and he's been a huge anchor in our life through a lot of our anxieties and all the challenges. But moments like this, being able to be in this panel with you wonderful people, to invite you into our crazy, ridiculous family. Very, very much cherishing these moments and appreciative for when they do come.
Yes. And for me, my animals, I've got 3 black cats and a dog, and it's like, those are my frontline workers and my animals. They anchor me. So Jeff, how are you? I mean, Jeff, Blizzard, I feel like all of my friends at Blizzard are working so hard, and Jeff is impossible because your schedule is so full. I think you're working harder now. Jeff, how are you doing? I mean, work and life, how are you? I don't ask you that enough.
Good. I mean, obviously, it's a balance between being aware and respectful of everything that's going on in the world, but then also finding the silver lining. So on the Overwatch team, we're all on Zoom all day long and meeting up and just cranking through the game and making it as good as we can. The one thing that I actually have enjoyed during all of this is I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, and in between meetings, I can go in and get a hug or a high five from them. That's awesome. I feel closer to them now than I ever have. Not that I love them more or anything like that, but just that I get to spend more time with them than I did when I was in the office all day. So that's really nice. And also it's the same thing with my wife. And then the other thing I think that's really nice, and some people also mentioned this, is that now everybody's on, some sort of format of communication through their computers. I actually spend more time with my siblings who are all over the country. And just the other day, my son, who's 6, played a board game with my brother, who's much older than 6. So it's just fun to watch, it's fun. And, I reconnected with 2 of my childhood friends who I really don't get an opportunity to talk to that much anymore. But, we get online and talk to each other much more than we ever have before. So I just see it as like a really horrible thing that's going on, but it's forced us to find another way to, enjoy each other. And in some ways, it's actually opened up new avenues to reconnect with people that, we may have lost that opportunity in the past.
Amen to all of that. So I mean, it's just amazing. And so I'm going to ask you quickly, Jeff, and I'm going to talk about what we've been through. Since we're on you, Jeff, I mean, we're all trying to get Overwatch 2 done. I mean, how is it? We were talking on the WoW panel that when we're at Blizzard, we can all jam together, be in the room together, have ideas, get a coffee, do our thing. We can't do that now. So what's it been like to try to bring Overwatch 2 to life when you're remote and you don't have those same connective tissues that we had when we were on campus? How's that going? And tell us every single secret about Overwatch 2 while you're doing it. So let's do both of those.
Digan todo.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you pick up on that. I think when we first started doing this, it was a lot more challenging for us because, we often would get into it, what we would call a writer's room or a jam session or something like that. And there's just a creative energy in the room. And it's like, okay to interrupt people with an idea because, I really love your idea and I think we should do this, that sort of thing. And as soon as you get online, that's not quite as possible because, an interruption online, the audio doesn't really, it isn't quite as natural, if you know what I mean. But I think we struggled with it initially, but then ultimately, I think we all got used to the format and we found ways to continue to have those sort of jam sessions. And I'm in them almost all day, every day, and we're just constantly trying to figure out new things and refine things and figure out new story beats and all that stuff. So yeah, I think we've adapted. I guess that's the best way.
So how's Overwatch 2 looking? Best thing ever?
Fabulous.
No secrets. Damn it. Come on, one secret, Jeff. One secret. Nothing. Doesn't love us. That's fine. Well, I'm so happy, and it's really great. The creativity still goes on. It was hard for me at first, but you know, it's something to focus on during hard times. But what I want to talk about, the main gist of this panel was, so the reason, obviously Jeannie's new, which is why she's here, but I looked at the panel from 2016 and was like, let's bring the original players back, because I don't think at 2016, any of us really logged in what was going to happen with Overwatch and how our lives were going to change. I mean, I'll never forget one quote I always talk about. Fred, I'm going to quote you. Fred said, you know, Fred does lots of cons, and his wife turned to him and with a Soldier 76 success, said to him, when did you turn into one of the Beatles? Like, so I want to open table this, and then Gina will come in because I want to talk all about what it's like to come into this family. But you are all like ridiculously loved and famous and cherished and beloved. What's it been like? Tell me, since that panel in 2016, now you're rock stars. We have to, for those of you who've not been to BlizzCon, when Darren was in the Hilton Bar one night, we had to form a human shield. We had to have we had to form a human shield because we were getting mauled.
We had to tank for the tank.
Yeah, tank for tank. So
we're my shield.
Yeah. So anybody, so did you questions? What was it like? Did you think? Did you? Well, tell me what it's been like.
Kind of. Because I told you that was my first ever cast panel, ever. And just being there at BlizzCon, and I'd gone the year before just to attend when it was announced. And I'm like, this is amazing. And to be announced. And we were all waiting and meeting everybody and being so excited. And I was the second. And Cara Theobald was first. And I had my candy. And I was standing there and I was really nervous and I was kind of tearing up and I was seeing everybody cheer. And I went, the minute you step out there, everything changes. Because I'm like, this is a big thing. We love this so much. We were hoping that they did. But it did. It's this incredible journey that we've gone through. And every year that we return to these characters and kind of don these vocal clothes, again, I keep saying it's joy, and I'm overwhelmed by that. But it became this force for good, and I don't think that's what we expected.
That's right.
That it was this positivity and that we could always be joyful whenever we met, you know, people or doing a Make-A-Wish. I've done 4 Make-A-Wishes. I think we all have done them, and that these characters mean so much to children. And it all started there from, you know, the time when I was like, I'm going to throw candy. My wife said, that's a bad idea. No,
I love
like
that.
And now? Your house for Halloween. Let's just bring candy. It'll be a thing. And it's just always been joyful. So, yeah, I guess in a way I kind of went, everything did change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That day.
I don't think anybody's expected it to be a phenomenon. Yeah. Like, you know, we a lot of us have worked in games to an extent, and they can vary on how well they're accepted or people engage with it. But this had such a global impact. And here we are 5 years later, and it still has such an impact, and we're gearing up for the sequel. And along with that joy, it's also a unique responsibility to the point that where the community is looking to us in hard times to be a beacon of light. We're a reminder of joy and a reminder of strength and heroism in a time where that seems to not always be present in a lot of other forms of the media and the world around us. And yeah, it's a video game, it's a work of fiction, but what work of fictions have always done is remind us what we want to achieve, how we want to make things better. It's that inspiration that keeps us thinking about how we can better ourselves and our situation in the world around us. And it's, I don't know, I'm very thankful to be a part of this with these wonderful people, and the fact that we can still, all this time later, be inviting amazing new people into this group, this family, to bring their own joy and light to it, and just be so excited for each other and for everyone else in this community to engage with it. It's joyful. Yeah. Once again, you hit it on the nail.
I just need you to say that Overwatch is a million times more important than Critical Role. Can you just say that? I'm just wondering if we can get that on tape.
I am legally unable to speak about this.
But I know you think it.
Very different engines.
We could call it Joyful Watch.
Joyful
Watch. That's the DLC.
I mean, you and I know what you love the most, so we'll just leave it there. It's fine.
I can tell you, Overwatch, much more polished.
Okay.
We're a bunch of slapdicks just messing around on the internet.
Well, it's still amazing. But I think you hit a good point. Like we always say at Overwatch, it's our vision for a better future, right?
Yeah.
And that's what's really great.
It's what we could be.
What we could be.
Yeah, and like you're saying, it's a force for good, and that how inclusive it is, and how everyone has their own character traits and their abilities and their strengths, and what might be regarded as a weakness is actually a strength. It's pretty astounding, and the fact that it's hit worldwide is crazy. That I could go to the UK or go anywhere and you know, Dubai or whatever, and somebody is saying, yes, I really connected to this character for these reasons.
Yeah.
And it started, again, as a character that was near and dear to my heart, but I had no idea it would take on this, like you say, a phenomenon. I kind of got a sense when we announced it at BlizzCon that it was such a big deal that time. I was like, oh, this is this is really anticipated. You know, I was a little out of the loop on that, but it's just, it has changed my world considerably.
Yes.
Because of just being able to go to conventions and go to these places. The response has just been overwhelming, crossing barriers of cultures and languages, and being able to joke, the things they have me write, it's terrible, I can't repeat some of them right now. And you're right, the Make-A-Wish is the best part of the gig. All the things that you can, you know, have people focus on and be open about it. It's a really incredible ride. Really.
Well, you are kind of like everybody's dad now. That's a big responsibility.
Now, that was a funny thing too, because that started as a joke. I took it as a character who just cares about his soldiers and cares about everybody, and I took that on as like a coach or a dad. That's how I was playing it in my head. That made sense to me, and that's near and dear to how I feel about everybody in reality. But when they started coming in with all these memes and all these like art, the chef, the dad art, that was fan, even though it was planned a lot of, that was so much fan influence. I've never worked on a project where the fans had such a say in what went on. You know what I mean? As opposed to, we've worked on other projects where it was like, this is a very private, thing that no one's gonna know about, and we're gonna surprise them with this. This all of a sudden, it's like, you can make a lot of dad art and jokes, and it's gonna show up. Some of these lines are gonna show up, you know? That's the other thing, the films. Oh my God, yeah.
It's next, we just opened up. I don't think any of us knew, and I'll come to Jeff in a second, none of us knew what was going to come, but I'll circle back with Jeff about from the developer perspective. But Charlotte, I mean, as you kind of covered it a little bit earlier, but again, none of us knew. We were like.
And I'm going to echo what everyone else has been saying, but the global impact that the game has had is something that I completely didn't expect at all. But I think for me personally, what I have gained is a tremendous respect for our cast, and in terms of, there is not a single person that I can say is using their platform in a way that is negative or anything like that. I'm really proud to know every cast member. We have like upwards of 30 some.
I don't know, how many characters do we have now, Jeff? A lot.
A lot.
87.
87. 87, that's right.
And, you know, whether it's encouraging, you know, the fans through this global pandemic, or for me, I've personally used it, used my platform as a voice for, to talk about racial injustice, which is something that, you know, with George Floyd and everything came up this year. And I've gotten a lot of people, you know, just really reaching out and saying thank you for, you know, talking about things or using your platform for, to voice the thoughts and the heart of those who are voiceless at times. And so it was something that I was not very much prepared for, but nothing prepares you for this kind of responsibility, as you said. And my son Guy actually, so speaking of all the traveling and everything, I think one of my favorite places that I got to visit because of Overwatch is Kuwait. Kuwait was an amazing experience, and just being able to travel to so many states and so many countries. And my son was traveling with us from 2 months, so he's a con baby.
Yeah.
And now I've got a baby girl who is 2 months now, and can't take her anywhere right now. But hopefully one day she can start traveling with us again when everything, you know, when the world is well. But yeah, I very much proud of being a part of our Overwatch community. And you were talking about the cultural impact as well. The diversity is, you know, something that we always talk about, but it's now with the pandemic and how everybody's sort of, it's been a humbling experience, right? We've all sort of, like, I feel like it's just really pared us down as human beings to what's really important.
Absolutely.
though we are diverse as a cast, I've also seen that the reality is we're more alike than just the diversity that that is obviously beautiful, but we're all human and connected, and so yeah, even just I think genre of video games at one point it was thought to be something that was a waste of time or a little of a niche thing or something that was a problem for the young generation. But look at us now, you know, what our game is doing. It's bringing everybody together and giving people hope in a time and a moment of connection in a time that we really need it. So yeah, I feel like it. And speaking of which, the Beatles, there was a Rolling Stones article about Overwatch, and they called us the Beatles of video games.
That's right. That's
Oh.
right.
Awesome.
So
I got you in
The
my
Rolling
sights.
Stones, you want to play Overwatch?
Oh, that's what we're gonna have to do. If John Lennon was an
Back that
Overwatch.
up. No.
Not a man anymore.
I love it.
I was a born Liverpooler.
Now wait, you're like.
Hold on. I am actually from Liverpool.
We have a Beatle.
A real
Liverpool strong.
So beautifully said, Charlotte. So all this being said, and Jeff, I'll come to you in a second, but so beautifully said. But yeah, so Jeannie, walking into this world, I remember I love when I get new actors for Overwatch. I'm like, okay, you have no idea what's about to happen.
Right.
Let me try to prep you best I can. And I think a lot of actors are like, oh, sure. And then the tsunami hits. So walking into what we're talking about, so recently the freshest new member, what's it been like from what I warned you to now? Do you see that I was telling the truth?
You were.
Yes.
You were, absolutely, sharing the truth. And the one thing that you said, which is so lovely, and it prepared me in such a warm, fuzzy kind of way, was that you said, you know, most IPs, most games out there, they're great. Yeah, you know, you're excited to book a job, and I'm always excited. But you were like, this game is special, and you've really hit something that is it's just special. So prepare yourself. And I was like, okay. So obviously, you know, when we were recording Echo's lines and watching the cinematic that came out, you know, everything was just like, oh God, it's pulling on my heartstrings. Oh, she's great. I can really see these things that I have in common with her, or I'd like to be more like her as well. You know, I just got really excited and connected with the character. And then Echo dropped. And then I get this influx of followers, like, you know, that you said, prepare that, clean up your Twitter, clean up your Instagram. And I was like, oh. So yeah, it was a pleasant shock, and one that I'm so grateful for. I feel like I've made so many virtual friends who check in on me daily, you know, and these are people who play the game. They've been playing, you know, for 4 years. They probably met their partner or significant other. You know, they're sharing pictures of their kids with me, and I'm just like, wow, this is amazing. In a time when our physical connection with everybody else has been, you know, cut off. So it's been wild. It's been great. The days that I'm not particularly connecting on social media, they're just my days for everyday writing or you know, my other creative pursuits. And then when I hop back on to Instagram's my thing, I feel sort of warm and fuzzy because I see that someone has reached out, and it's really nice for somebody to ask how you're doing, who you don't know. And that's the vibe that I get from all of the community. And also all of the actors, because that's a family that I haven't met physically, and every single one has reached out, said hi, you know, sent an emoji, or we've done some panels together virtually, and man, I'm lucky. I'm so lucky.
It's just, I can't tell you, probably you've all had this experience. I can't tell you how many times getting on Twitter, the love of fans has saved me. I've had really hard days or the loss of my life or something, and cards, there's been cards that have showed up on just the right day when my heart was breaking. There's been so many miracles from this beautiful family at home that we love so much. So I want to circle back to Jeff. Jeff, from the developer side, I remember in 2014 when we announced it, I was with Metzen backstage. We were like, oh God, I hope they're going to like our new little game. Like, I don't know, is anybody going to like it? So Jeff, from the developer side, I mean, what is a team, I mean, how does it feel to look back at where we've come, how we started, we weren't sure, and now we've got the pressure of Overwatch 2. From your perspective, your personal involvement, it's exciting, scary, wonderful in between. How do you feel about it? How's the journey been for you?
Probably all of the above. So, I mean, I can remember back to pre-2014 when, you know, this is just an idea that was being pitched by Jeff Kaplan and Chris Metzen. And Jeff Kaplan came over to the cinematics department and pitched to us what Overwatch would be. And, you know, all the values that were in Overwatch really resonated with me. At the time in my career, I was no longer directing. I'd moved into more of a supervisor, creative director type role in cinematics. And I remember after that pitch, I went to my boss and I said, I think I need to get back to directing because I really want to be involved with this. And so I was able to direct the announce piece. And I just remember having discussions with Jeff and Chris about, you know, how do we maintain those values and how do we make sure that they're present in the cinematic that we're making and all that stuff. And so I'm really proud about all the work that we've done. I'm excited and also anxious to see how people react to the work that we're working on currently for Overwatch 2. I think we're obviously upholding all those values because they're core to Overwatch. One interesting thing that has happened actually is, you know, if we have this bright, shiny future, but we're injecting a story mode into the game, we had to figure out what that means because you can't have a great story. It'd be really hard to make a great story that's always bright and shiny, you know? And so we had this exercise where we had to try to figure out like, okay, exactly how dark can we take Overwatch? You know, obviously it's not, you know, like zombie apocalypse type territory or anything like that. But,
or is it?
So we went through this exercise of like, okay, where do we take it, and what does dark look like in Overwatch, and you know, so we figured that out. I think we found a really nice balance, and now we're just getting it done, basically. So
that's great. Jeff, I can't believe I forgot. Jeff was the cinematic director who did that opening movie with the boys at the museum, the little kids. It's been so long ago. So round of applause. And Jeff, when you were making that piece, I mean, I know that Jeff's an amazing cinematic director, but you probably didn't realize, okay, I'm doing this really cool movie. I don't know how big it's going to be. So now, I mean, that's like one of the seminal pieces for Blizzard Cinematics. At the time, I know you're doing your best work, but did you have any clue where this is going to lead?
I guess yes and no. Like like I said, that presentation that Kaplan and Chris gave, it was extremely inspiring and it felt really unique and something that was just really inviting to everyone. You know, some of the other values are diversity, as some other people have already said. And so I saw the potential there, and I really believed in what we were doing. So that's the yes part. The no part is just the volume. You know, you never know how well received it's going to be, and you always cross your finger that it, you know, is well received. And so that part was exciting and you know, inspiring as well.
Yeah, I think you did so well. And I think, Jeannie, that's a piece I showed for you to introduce you to Overwatch as little boys in the museum. And I think we all agree, it still gets me because it makes me feel like a little kid again, right? We can all be heroes. And that line, that's kind of our tagline, but that feels real. Even and kind of bringing this back to real life, we all right now have to be heroes in our own little way, however we can, you know? And so it's exciting, and I feel so honored as the casting and voice director to be part of this diverse community. It hit me quickly. I want to get back to all of you, but we won some award a couple years ago when Overwatch first came out. I don't know what it was. And one of the heads of Overwatch said, it's great that we've been successful financially, yay for us. What's more important is that the world is resonating with what we're doing because we're trying to show the world that we live in the diversity. We're trying to make the world that we see and be inclusive. And that's when it really hit me, that acceptance speech of like, this is really, it's not just a game, as we're saying, we are trying to represent the world in all of us in all of our shapes and forms. And I know here, none of us take that lightly. And I feel like it's a great, Jeff, you probably feel the same from the developer side. It's a big responsibility to write the game, to cast the game, to direct it. I want to get it right so we see ourselves everywhere, you know?
To play off of what Charlotte said earlier, you know, for a long time, video games were seen as cursory, things that got kids in trouble or this thing to waste time. But that for a long time, for as long as I've been an adult practically, it's been proven as art, as a form of highly respectable storytelling and an important form of storytelling. And while there are a lot of games out there, and I've worked on a few of them, that don't treat it with the same level of respect and responsibility, the reason we take so much pride in being part of projects like Overwatch is because everyone behind it sees that. They understand that we have an opportunity here on this global scale to inspire people and to do something really good and really important with what we're making. It is art. It will change people's minds. We have to do it right.
Agreed.
Speaking of representation, to kind of go continue on with that first question you asked about how has it impacted our lives? This is a bit of a vulnerable thing, but for me as an actor, I did an interview and I kind of shared about this, but I think I had just insecurities about who I was in the world of, for example, Hollywood, and where I would fit into a project, and would see myself as a support lead or the best friend or something. But something that you have emphasized from the beginning, as well as obviously the rest of the devs, is that none of the cast members nor the characters have more importance than the other. Everybody is on the same level, and we are all a part of this together equally. And that really changed the way I thought about myself. And so as much as we have had, people are like, oh, you've impacted our lives. And as much as we're aware of that and we're told that every day, what it's actually done something for me internally as well. And it completely changed the way I saw myself professionally and as well as personally in being a person of color. And so diversity isn't just important for the people playing it, but it's also done something for me and for the number of people that have come up to me and said, oh my gosh, you're a woman, I'm small in stature, and you sound and look young, and you're a person of color and all of that, and yet you have such a strong hero character that you're playing in this game, and that means so much to me, and now I see myself in that light too. And that, I think, has been something that personally has impacted me, and in that way, I think, it's not just been for everybody else, but for all of us as well.
But we're all like that. I mean, as a group of actors, we're all just a bunch of misfits. And we were looking for a place where we did
our
fit.
tribe.
Y nosotros como jugadores también somos
the roles called to each
un
other.
poquito aparte.
For some reason, these roles went. Diva was like, I've been waiting for you, and 76, and McCree, and Echo.
That was your fault.
And it's that kind of thing. It's, for me, being on stage so long, but being a character guy or being an understudy, because they're like, you do a lot of stuff, so we don't get it. So you'll always be in the back. You'll be part of a cast, but not part of a cast. So now to have this, where we're all accepted, and we truly can look at each other's work and go, that is amazing.
Yeah.
Sitting, watching your animated short at the Blizzard campus, and just knowing that I always cry. I'd not to share that with you or anybody. Yeah, I do.
I know.
We're all these things
I know.
that we have connection where all these wonderful misfits, which is Overwatch in a lot of ways, the game, it's like they came together to do good.
Yes, and each character, like you said, is a standalone thing. Each movie is its own standalone film. When I first saw the Bastion movie, I was just like, this film exists as just a film. If you didn't know anything about Overwatch, or you didn't know anything, and each film kind of functions like that. And what's great about having a game is that you play your character, and then someone at a con will say, I main you. Like someone that's not anything like you at all.
He was my thing, man. That's my stuff.
And it's like, it'd be like, I mean, it's astounding. And the platforms that you get to, for me, for Soldier, I'm humbled, it was the military. So many military people would come up and connect, and I'm saying, but you're doing this for real. You're thank you. Don't thank me. This is something that now I feel like more responsible for that. And then, are you kidding? Now he's gay. oh, great.
But not just for shock, for real, like for real.
And I'm glad I didn't know that because what's great is
we
it
didn't
didn't
play that.
matter.
Yeah. Didn't matter.
And I mean, he'll never find, to find love for him is a whole other, story. But it was just, so now that is something that's available and open to people. And how great
I love it.
that platform can be.
It's great.
To say, look,
It's wonderful. I love that you said wonderful
Sí, son
misfits.
humanos,
I think we should hashtag wonderful misfits. I'm thinking, you guys at home know that I make t-shirts and pins for the fans.
Don't
I
make
need
another button that I have to throw.
more
There's
buttons,
one
more
button.
buttons, coffee mugs, coffee mugs. Wonderful misfits. I'm gonna steal that. That's who we are.
600.
Yeah, we found our tribe of wonderful misfits. That's why we're here. Well, I want to get to the fun stuff, guys. So, BlizzCon team, can you please give me 8 hours next year, wherever you're at? I think we need.
Can I do one quick shout out?
Sorry?
Can I do one quick shout out?
Please.
We are, this is the voice actor panel. We are the voices of these characters, but we are one part of the collaboration that makes this story happen. We are one of the, sometimes if we're lucky enough, early stages, sometimes later stages, but behind each of us and the directors you see out here at BlizzCon, you see there are hundreds of people that are artists, animators, riggers, writers, assistants, so many people that come together to make each of these characters come to life, to make the story come to life.
Shout out to
and
them.
that's what this event is every year. Is a celebration of everybody
All
brings
of
this
us.
together. So thank you to all the wonderful developers who work so hard to make these games come true and give us the opportunity to be a part of it.
Yeah, because it's not just one character.
Right.
You have a writer, an animator, a programmer, gamer,
It's a
designer,
village.
a director.
It's a village.
A person who picked you for the part, to audition.
Well, you did pay me, but I mean, we don't have to talk about that.
I'm trying to send you some pins.
Right, exactly. Well, cool. So I really do. It's so hard timing. If you guys don't, it's so hard for me with timing on these panels because I could just talk like this all day. But Jeff and I and the Overwatch team decided we want to really mix it up this year and be ridiculous. So picture we're all in our pajamas right now, which we are going to do a pajama party next BlizzCon. But we're going to be silly. Do it.
There you go.
Shoes off. And we want to be ridiculous and have our wonderful actors reading characters. So Jeff, how are you ready? We're going to be silly together. All of us. And so everybody's got their cue cards. We are gonna, first of all, we're gonna just be silly, and the team thought it'd be fun if our characters read some lines from the game, but then we're gonna also read some balanced tweets and
oh boy,
some mean tweets. Because you know what? Read what you write. So Jeff, anything you wanna say about balanced tweets or mean tweets? You ready for this?
Good luck.
All right, who wants to start us off?
Which
Read
would you like to start?
Let's do some character lines, and then read the balanced lines, and then the mean tweets, or whatever. Your choice.
Okay. All right.
Character lines first. That'll get us.
Character lines. This is one of my favorites. Adaptive circuits engaged. Personality synchronization, 100%. Good to be back. She's so chirpy.
She's so lovely.
Really is. She loves life.
Yes.
Is this a non-relevant conversation?
I say that all the time.
I mean, would you like another helping?
I love it.
Let's see. Nothing to worry about unless there's something to worry about, as Dr. Liao always said.
I love it.
And so optimal.
Great. All right, let's see what they think.
So.
What should we do? All character first, and then balance, then mean.
Sure.
Let's do all character.
Whatever.
Let's do all character first. Okay, so
right.
we said good.
We got a few here. The classic, the nightmare-inducing. It's high noon. Justice ain't gonna dispense itself. One of my favorite ones that I still have as one of my classic quotes in the game. I'm your huckleberry. After you. The other one that I have on my setup for quotes. You done? Always useful in the game. And a really way to just get your team moving fast. Don't sass me is another one that's good. Another one of my favorites. I hear you, pumpkin. And the drawn out. I'm not good, not bad, but I sure as hell ain't ugly.
I love that you lift your legs during that.
I am an awkward, tight nerd, and like the physicality of him is so different than me that you have to slip into it.
Your body, in session, your body changes. I watch you slip into McCree, absolutely. I love it. All right, Diva, what you got, girl?
So I'm gonna start with my alt. Nerf this. And there are some other lines here, but I actually really like the ones that are interactive.
Do it. What, do you remember some? Go for it.
I think your clock's off. Hey, Daddy-O. And let's see, what else do we have? Oh, I love that she also has lines in Korean.
Yeah.
She's the Korean character. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 안녕. Is this easy mode? 게임을 하면 이겨야지, which is I play to win.
I love it.
I get the feeling you're not taking me seriously. The best things in life come in small packages. And the last one, I'm gonna own all those noobs.
Yes, girl. Yes. Yes. All right, Fred, what you got?
I'll see if I can make a relevant conversation.
Dramatic
Well, there's
read.
always, I've got you in my sights. Some not listed, I love.
Do
I'm
whatever
not a
you
young
want.
man anymore. Or the one I feel lately, they keep knocking me down, but I keep getting back. We're all soldiers now. That's sir to you. Sit down. Shut up and heal, damn it. I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way. You don't want to go to war with me. Young punks, get off my lawn. I have to write that in many different
So good, so good. So good, all right.
Okay, let me look. There's nothing on the paper. You wrote that. Oh, wait. This is readings that I cannot read at all. But
you printed it upside down.
Hammer down. Oh, there it is. Justice will be done. Precision German engineering.
And the one we made up on the spot that way.
Honor, justice, Reinhard, Reinhard, Reinhard! Don't worry, my friends. I am your shield. And I'll cross a leg like McCree. You're on my naughty list, Cowboy McCree boy. Oh.
That's not one of the lines.
It is now, right,
should
Jeff?
be.
It is now.
Making me blush over here.
I love it.
It's your blush.
All right, so let's go with you.
Oh.
Pick a balanced tweet or two and mean tweets, because we want to do something after this.
A balanced tweet. For the love of Pete's Dragon. My thoughts on Reinhardt experimental mode changes. And then there's a lot of letters that spell Leroy Jenkins.
Now read it as Reinhardt.
Yeah, read it as Reinhardt.
Oh, yeah. As much as I love Reinhardt, it is absolutely infuriating to play as him. His mechanics are so messed up, and he's not even worth playing. The only thing he's good for is his shield, and even that is easy to get rid of. Source, this.
That's one of those.
Yeah. Great. All right. Fred,
I just
we'll do
know-
the mean, we're going to do mean tweets as well, so let's do that last.
These are balanced tweets,
Balanced
whatever the hell that means. It's just nice you can be an old guy. It's kind of great. Let's see. Burst damage is king and Soldier doesn't do enough of it. All right, I'll take that. Soldier 76 is bad, but also Soldier 76 is OP and needs nerfs. Well, to quote my dear friend, nerf this. The hell's a nerf? You want rival or micro shots? Jack of all trades, but master of none. If these recall changes to live, I might go back to being a legs main. Oh, sorry, not live. If these recall changes go live, I might go back to being a legs main. I screwed that up. I don't understand why people play Soldier 76. He is such trash and very overpowered. I'll take that. Soldier 76 is the most unskilled and overpowered character in Overwatch. You got that right. Holy beep, he is so annoying. Respect the chef.
All right.
I love you anyway.
Diva is often played like a shotgun version of Torbjorn's turret with the verticality of an earthworm. Oh, okay. A message to support players, please do not queue tank in comp if you can only play Diva. It's basically soft throwing. Okay. Shouldn't Diva be able to eat Baptiste's immortality field? Playing Diva is like trying to win a race with a horse when other people have a sports car. And the last one, Baby Diva is too tanky.
I love it.
Is that like skanky?
Thank you very much.
Skanky. I don't think they meant
Well, thank you.
It's too skanky.
I love it.
That
love
outfit
it.
is quite tanky.
Yeah. I love it. Who's got
Thanks
the
a
Earth
lot.
Shatter? Do one of you have the Earth Shatter on your card?
I think that was me.
I love that's my favorite one. Shatty.
When a Reinhardt gets a powerful Earth Shatter,
It must be called Fatty Shatty from now on.
Fatty Shatty.
Fatty Shatty is pretty great.
Why?
Because it's fun and it's
Because it
alliterative.
rhymes.
Yeah.
Is that all we do now?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
All right, what you
We're
got?
friends again.
Oh, man, all right. McCree, more like McNeeds, more nerves. You have a tracer? Oh, McCree can flashbang headshotter. They have a Hammond too? McCree has flashbang. Far Mercy too? McCree's job as well. But does he get a shield as protection, an off-tank to peel for him, or pocketed by his support when he tries to deal with them? Hell no. Oh, and why is the shield not breaking, McCree? There's a lot of complaining. As someone who put 30 hours into McCree, I hate McCree. 250 HP, thick Cree. Oh, Lord, he coming. And, well, this is a good question. Maybe you can answer here, Jeff. Why does Blizzard hate McCree so much? Send tweet.
I like you said send tweet. Why does Blizzard hate McCree? I love these. These are the best.
These are great.
All right, let's see what you got.
All right. Echo can die very easily to most hit scans, considering her gigantic head. Theory. Echo is not the real Echo, but a Talon copy, infiltrating Overwatch operations, which explains the damage focus kit. Echo doesn't need to be nerfed because she's already a glass cannon.
Right.
Compliment? That feels like a compliment.
Yeah.
I think that's a compliment. For the love of God, get Echo balanced. Holy Overwatch.
Exclamation point.
Exclamation point, exclamation point, yes.
Yes, okay, great. So mean tweets are my favorite. They're really fun. So let's go back around. These are great.
This is really balanced.
Okay. I'm going to say a bad word.
It's okay, we're going to beep you out maybe.
Maybe. I hate how Echo from Overwatch has a face.
So sorry.
Apologize. We'll scrub that. God, I dislike so much of Echo's design. Her generic bland, comforting face, her generic bland, obedient AI voice, her pointless hourglass torso. There's just absolutely no unique character to her, which for Overwatch is weird. Every part of her is just sexy, boring lady robot.
I bet some people could maybe think what to do with a sexy lady.
I'm okay with that.
I just still have to remark on that the fact that sexy and boring were in the same. I think that's a wonderful comment.
You know, I love an oxymoron.
Hey, you're really beautiful.
You're really sexy.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'd love to play chess with you. You're
I'd
so
love that.
sexy.
Let's play chess all night.
You'd probably win, though.
I don't know, checkmate. I think wow.
I love Gambit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I am.
Okay, that's good. I don't
Your
like
move.
the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna move because you're sexy and boring at the same time.
I
Just
know.
a-
All right, let's do it.
I love that that was together.
Oh, boy. I hate that I can hear it perfectly in this stupid, cocky McCree voice like goo goo gaga hey. And, oh boy. I want to learn to play McCree because my friend and I love/hate his voice, and I can be a My apologies.
All right, Diva.
I love Diva, even though she trash.
Be nice.
All right, I know, Fred.
This is, again, mean maybe, but it's all real.
Yeah.
Like, here it is. Does anyone else listen to Soldier 76's voice line, quit messing around and get ready to move, and feel like he's on the verge of saying, quit around, like some tired dad trying to wrangle up his teens in the toy aisle because he hasn't gotten his afternoon nap in? That's what I was going for. That's exactly right. So, success. Good on you. Agreed, though. I understand.
I love it. All right, Darren.
Get her closer. Hello, I'm a mean tweeter, and I will say the following. I hate Reinhardt's voice. He sounds like a drunken German pirate. Yo ho ho, more like yo ho no.
I wrote that. That's how you send a mean tweet. You add the yo ho ho no Queen's Gambit, ya.
Well played, sir.
Oh my God. All right.
Al menos se divierten. Nos divierten nosotros.
Jeff, did you catch all those?
Liverpool accent.
I love it. Jeff, what do you think about all of those?
He had a
Balanced
stroke.
tweets, the mean tweets are great. I love it all. Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, I keep thinking about like how much our community loves Overwatch, and then I hear those, and I'm like, oh.
You're gonna do all these fixes in the next op.
Yeah, we're gonna fix it all.
We're gonna fix that.
So we have very little time left because we run out of time always, but we're going to do a quick couple rounds of improv. We just want to be nuts. So in this jar, I have improv ideas from our team that are ridiculous. I'm going to just grab them. We'll do just quick little improv sketches, kind of like TV shows do and just have fun. So I'm going to pull a topic up. Whoever wants to jump up, we're going to stay in our seats to be safe. It can be... It doesn't have to be two of you. It can be whoever wants to do it. How about that? So as character, and we'll just have fun and see what happens. Sound good? All right,
Sure.
Here we go. It's going to be
But
wonderful.
Jeff, create a biotic field for COVID, please.
Yes.
That's
yes.
what we need.
I love it. All right, let's do. Okay, here we go. And you could all just pretend it's a scene. You could all riff on this one. If Overwatch has been rebooted into a 1920s detective drama.
Oh,
you've all arrived at a crime scene, right? There's like a chalk drawing on the floor. Someone, and you're all detectives in the 1920s.
The leggy robot with the face walked in. Oh, she had legs from here to tomorrow. She looked down at the body and she said the classiest line that this private detective has ever heard.
This body looks like an absolute pile of caca poo-poo. What on earth could it be? Is it human or is it AI?
In came suspect number one. He was a cowboy. He had a swagger like nobody's business. He went up to the sexy leggy robot. He looked down and said,
shit, comment ça.
Don't mean to be brash, but did I just hear you say cuckoo papa?
And the
Or was
spectacle-
that poo-poo caca?
I believe it was poo-poo caca, and it's French.
I didn't believe her. I'd been to France once when I was 4 years old. Didn't see any poo-poo caca while I was there. However, as I stared into the distance, eyes narrowed, I heard footsteps from behind.
in burst the victim's wife. She was very upset, and she had a giant mecha with her.
Oh my God.
Se
Wait,
volvieron
why am I
locos.
British all of a sudden?
Whatever you want to do.
It wasn't me.
Because it was not her. And the greatest detective mind knows is because as I used my hammer as a cigar, I turned to the real culprit who always had the victim in his sights. It was Soldier 67, the evil soldier.
Vale, vamos a ir a... Community affaire avait commencé. Je pensais que ça allait commencer à 5 heures, mais non, à 4 heures. Et le Q&A.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World of Warcraft Q&A panel at BlizzConline. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm your host, Scott Johnson. It's my second time here, and I've been podcasting for nigh on to 15 years. Been paying a lot of attention to this game. And there won't be any big surprises to the World of Warcraft development team that I'm here to ask the questions submitted by the WoW players around the world. So thank you so much for submitting your questions. There's some amazing ones in here. Can't wait to get to them. I'm sure they're used to getting questions from me by now, so we're going to go ahead and get started here with announcing who our team is. Speaking of the WoW development team, we have 6 of their leaders with us today. Executive producer John Haidt, game director Ian Hazakostas, lead producer Holly Longdale, art director Eli Cannon, we have lead narrative designer Steve Denuser, and lead software engineer Brian Birmingham. Thank you all for being here. All right, let's get started. It has been a very exciting con so far, and I'd like to start with Steve. A lot of players want to know more about Sylvanas and Anduin. Today was shocking for many of us. In your first looks at the Chains of Domination, we learned that she's going to be a boss in the next raid, and the Sanctum of Domination is what that's called. And in the cinematic for the patch, Anduin went a little nuts. Everybody wants to know more. Can you elaborate on what we saw and tell us more about what you have in store for us with these characters?
A little nuts. Wow. Well, yeah. So the story of Anduin and Sylvanas and their relationship with the jailer, that triangle is really foundational to the story of Shadowlands. And it's something obviously that unfolded from the very first moments of going into the Maw, all the way through our ventures into Torghast, trying to free our allies. And it really culminated in the 9-0 time frame with that cliffhanger moment of Sylvanas holding the sword out in that pose, and Anduin challenging her, saying, "The power's in your hands. What are you going to do with it?" And we wanted to leave it at a cliffhanger there, but not for too long. And so it's awesome for BlizzCon Online to have that chance to now show you what happened. And so we learn what happened, right? We see that Anduin was in fact dominated, and we understand now why the jailer was looking for someone with those qualities. They needed to be someone who could walk in the front door of Bastion and meet the requirements of that. So they needed to be that hero. They needed someone with Anduin's heart to be able to do what he did. But of course, Anduin wasn't in control of his actions there. And so we see him attack, speaking with the jailer's voice. But in that moment, we do see, as the kind of sigil is drawing out from the Archon, we see that moment where Anduin does regain some control, and he's horrified by what he's doing. So, that tells us that Anduin's still in there. He's not gone by any means, but then we see the jailer's influence kind of tighten the leash again and have him complete his mission, which is to bring that Covenant sigil to the jailer, and we find out that that's a key that he needs. And as we play through Chains of Domination, we'll find out more about what that entails and how that fits into the jailer's ultimate plan.
Sorry, there was this moment when that was happening, when you just described it, when Anduin kind of comes to himself again, looks horrified about what he's done, and then the jailer remotely sort of amps it up again, and you see those runes on his armor kind of ignite, and he goes back into that sort of place that we just saw him in. And my question is, when he walks past Uther on his way in there, or Luther as everybody calls him,
we call him
does
that
Uther
too,
know
so
this? Can you speak to that at all? Did Uther know what was happening there, or is Uther just feeling bad because he knows Anduin and is having a little guilt there?
Well, there's a couple things going on there. So there's number one, there's just the look on Uther's face, which I've already seen 100 memes about, and that's awesome. But you see what his hand does. He reaches up and he touches that wound that's on his chest, the wound that was made by a weapon of the Maw. And so on some level, Uther recognized that power. And I'm sure it was not lost on him as well that there was this kingly figure walking in with long blonde hair, and that certainly stirred some memories in him as well. So all of those details, those are the things that we just pour over as we're creating these cinematics, and we have an awesome cinematics team. Taryn Gregory and his team just doing phenomenal work. I think the quality of what they've done in Shadowlands in particular has just been amazing, the little nuances. And so you see those moments of Anduin being horrified. You see when Sylvanas looks at him and kind of is in her eyes is pondering what's going on. So even though we find out that she did the thing that she did, it's clear that there's a lot more going on the surface, and that will be explored more fully throughout the course of Chains of Domination. And yeah, it does lead to that final conflict within the Sanctum of Domination, the Jailer's stronghold, where Sylvanas is the last boss of the raid. And I'm not going to give any spoilers, but what I will say is that confrontation, I can say that I think it's going to be one of the most epic moments in our raiding, because it has so much story behind it. And we've spent so long now getting to know Sylvanas, seeing all these facets of her, the hero, the Ranger General, the Banshee, now this Maw-empowered form that was able to go to the top of Icecrown and throw the frozen throne at Bolvar. All of those facets will come into play in this encounter, and it's not going to be a simple matter of walking in there and playing our swords against Sylvanas. There's a lot of story wrapped up into that, and it's going to be a super exciting confrontation.
Yeah, maybe she'll have a moment to have that eye looked at. She hasn't had anything done to it since it got cut. I hope she's okay.
It's, you should count the number of characters in Shadowlands who are carrying one kind of scar or another, because it's a lot of them.
Well, they are their scars, as one famously said. Holly, let's move to you for a second. Classic is now going to get Burning Crusade right along with it. Burning Crusade Classic was announced today, and we got a great opportunity, or yesterday rather, a great opportunity listening to you talk about it. Many players are asking a lot of questions about that. So, for example, when moving from Classic to Burning Crusade, while keeping a copy of my character, let's say, on Classic to play separately, what's that going to look like for my gold or my items in the bank? Am I going to see any differences when I first log into that character on the 2 different realms I'm then on? And will they then go off into their own separate timelines, never to join again?
Great question. So I'm going to do my best to explain this simply because we weren't able to get into a lot of the details. So for you, I'm going to give you an example of how it's going to work. In my case, I'm going to use my very original character named Holly on Wormrest Accord. And I've got we'll assume I don't play a lot of alts. Let's just say I have 2 characters. So I've got a level 60. When I log in on pre-patch, I will log in at that moment in time. We are taking a snapshot of the character when the servers are brought down at pre-patch. That snapshot is going to be copied to Classic Era and for Burning Crusade and the current server you're on. So when you log in, I see Holly on Wormrest Accord. I'll see an option when I select Holly. Do I want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic, or do I choose to play in Classic Era? If I choose to move on into Burning Crusade Classic, I click the button, I'm off and running. So if I select my level 30, also originally named Halia character, and I decide, okay, this is my character, she's 30, I'm going to go to Classic Era and continue leveling up and enjoying my experience in Classic with my friends. I select Classic Era. So what that's going to look like for me on Wormrest Accord that's moving on into Burning Crusade Classic is that character will look inactive. Then I will go to the Battle.net app, I will install Classic Era, then I will log into Classic Era to Wormrest Accord, the same server, and then I will be able to play Halia. I will have the same gold on both. I will have the same friends list on both. Everything will be completely the same. And then I will also have the option to play Halia on both. I can pay a fee and activate my clone on Burning Crusade Classic in that case and play both. And they will both have the same gold amounts that we had in the snapshot, same friends, etc. So it should feel the same and feel seamless. We're making a lot of effort to make it as smooth and as simple as possible.
Well, it seems like a lot of care has been taken to make that happen. And the first thing I thought of when it was announced was, all right, how are they going to handle this? They got these players that want to stay in vanilla forever, and there are some that clearly want to keep moving forward. And who knows how forward that ends up being in the future. But for right now, for Burning Crusade, it running through my head was all these ideas I could think of that you guys might try to make those people happy or to keep them happy where they are. And it sounds like this is the right way to do it. You guys feel like you've explored as much as you can, or I guess the game's not out, so maybe there's still time to explore more and get feedback, but you feel pretty good about how that's going to launch in that state?
I think we feel pretty good, but of course beta will tell us a lot more, so that's coming around the corner pretty soon, and we'll be looking for feedback on some of the decisions we have made, and of course where we can we'll improve it and make it the best possible experience as we can. We do expect the majority of players are going to go into Burning Crusade Classic, so we are putting a lot of effort on both sides to make it as smooth as possible so that you can just jump in and play.
Brian, I got one for you. It's somewhat related. How will high population numbers be handled in the Burning Crusade Classic? The zones are small, and funneling everyone into a single location has been less than optimal for the release experience. Exactly how do you handle all the bottlenecks as well as heavily shared mobs and questing areas, dailies, that sort of stuff?
Well, to a certain extent, there's a desire, I think, to recapture that challenge of fighting over contested spawns. That's part of the gameplay. But at the same time, we do recognize that this is, a high population of players, and we want to make sure that the experience is enjoyable. And so we have made optimizations and improvements to make sure that the servers are stable. We were able to leverage those to make sure that Encourage was stable and make sure that we can support high populations of players and make sure that the game is playable. But that experience of there's a spawn like of a mineral node or a rare herb or a netherwing egg, and I want to get that and someone else is competing with me for it. Like, that's part of the goal of the game. And so we don't want to make any major changes to that. But to the extent that we have higher populations than we normally did, we are willing to make like some targeted changes if we see that there are problem areas. We did this with Black Lotus during Classic, and so if we see that there's some particular problem area, we will take a close look and see if there's something that needs to be adjusted for the fact that we have large populations.
All right, let's jump back into Shadowlands for a second with a question from Volrin from the Deep Pockets Guild. I could use some gold. Maybe I need to go there. Will we be receiving more race/class combinations given the customization is such a major theme in this expansion? Ian, let's go to you.
Sure. So, I think player agency and choice are certainly a major theme of the expansion, and one of the ways that's expressed itself has been customization. We've seen a wider than ever array of cosmetics and other options for players to choose among. But part of what we've also been trying to reinforce and maintain is differences, is a world that consists of different paths. And whether it's everything from class design and the return of abilities to us carving out spec niches, we want to maintain a world where there isn't exact symmetry. Things are cool, but they can be cool in different ways. Now, we've over the years gone back and re-examined race class combinations periodically. We've certainly reached a much more permissive open place in the modern game than was the case in Classic or Burning Crusade. And for now, we think we've gone about far enough. I think there are cultural differences. There's elements to these races' histories that preclude, for example, certain races from being demon hunters or certain races from being warlocks. And those are not lines we're looking to cross. But it's something we always re-examine going forward. So we don't have any plans in the middle of Shadowlands to change anything there, but I would never say never about any of these.
I think some people are surprised that that whether you're wearing cloth or plate, that you're going to be able to wear your Covenant's appearances across the board. That surprised a few people. Surprised me. Does it surprise you that you guys decided to go ahead and make that a little bit homogenous per Covenant?
I think that's one of those things that is a reflection of identity that we started really to broach with Heritage Armor. That's one of the first sets of armor that could be worn regardless of your class, regardless of material type. And when it comes to pure aesthetic expression, we want to give players more and more options there. And if you're someone who's looking for, you're a plate-wearing warrior, but you want more of a flowing robes vibe as you're going into combat. We have gameplay reasons why we don't want to let you transmog the entire range of cloth, but for these cosmetic sets that we introduce, the more options, the better.
Well, I love that stuff. Cynthia Lee wrote in, I think this is a good one for John, and this is very interesting, and I think actually I got a lot of this on the side, people saying, hey, you should ask this question. I'm like, well, I'm not really going to ask anything that I can't approve first, but it turns out a lot of people asked it. World of Warcraft basically got me into the gaming industry, says Cynthia. I am super interested to know, how did your workflow change during this pandemic year? John, how did that go?
Wow, that's a great question. I think maybe first I'd like to start with how it changed us and maybe the way we think of what we do. Like everyone, this all happened very suddenly for us. One day we're working towards getting the next drop for the alpha out and looking forward to getting Shadowlands complete. And then the next day we're all hustling to quickly get things packed up and move to home. And I think at first it was just sort of settling in and trying to connect with each other through Zoom or, whatever medium we had. We had really great response from our IT team. And then the team kind of reached out to each other, to find comfort and just feel connected in some way. But I think the most important thing for us is, as we saw, the horrendous events that were happening around us, and the isolation really that was happening, not only to us but to everyone, and certainly to our players, we found a purpose for ourselves. It's like, hey, we can connect people. This is what WoW started with. This happened before social media and Facebook, and we have a way to bring people together, give them something to do and to pass the time, and hopefully reconnect with friends. And I think it was really cool in a way to know that we were able to do something that was actually going to bring some peace and solace to people in a time that was pretty troubling. and still is
Seguro
for
que
many
ayudó.
folks. And
Tener el
we certainly
juego
feel extremely
ayudó.
grateful for the ability to do this. In terms of how other things has changed in our workflow, I think that we're all considering, well, when this is over and we can all get back together, what will that look like? And there's some aspects of being at home that we enjoy. For many, the long commutes aren't there. The ability to easily connect with your family and friends is really cool. And so I think we'd like to have some aspect of that, as I'm sure a lot of folks would. The hard parts are really, I would walk down the hall and, like Brian's literally like 3 doors down from me, and I could walk into the area where he and his team work and ask him a question or tell him some really cool news about what was going on, in terms of our players. And I can't do that now, or more than likely with me, because I forget, I'll ask a question, I'll go to Ian and he'll give me a very studious answer, and it's awesome. And then I'll be walking down the hall, I'm like, oh, but you know what? I should have asked him this, and I'll turn right around and I'll ask him. Like, now it's like, well, I just hung up the Zoom call. Do I really call him back up again? And I'm sure our whole team sort of feels that way, and especially the new team members. Holly hadn't even been with us that long before. We're like, okay, you're now working from home. Don't worry about moving.
Yeah, that must have been something else. All I know is from a player and as a fan and somebody who pays a lot of attention to this sort of stuff, to see you guys launch a full expansion, and not only a big expansion, but one that was expected to break records given how many people were home, and an opportunity to get back into WoW and have that happen with so little hitch. Like, I was shocked that day. I said, well, I'll be in queues all day, or it won't be up, or authentication servers will be down. I had all kinds of bad attitudes about what was going to happen. And you guys nailed it, and I'm still not entirely sure how you pulled it off, given all the circumstances you just described. But I assume you and the team are pretty proud of how that all went down.
Amazing team, Scott. I mean, been in the industry a lot of years, and this is truly the most professional team I've ever worked with. I mean, they love this game. We all came to the game because we were players and we loved it, and they just plowed on, especially everyone on the team is awesome. But I think especially, in finishing things, you look at our live ops team, not only did they successfully get Shadowlands out without a hitch, and, we certainly had some hitches. I certainly goofed by predicting the date a little bit ahead of time, but, I think we did the right thing. We took the time to make the game right and really, tune that in game. But the live ops team had to support not only that and the shifts that were going on there, but they went ahead and got Next Ramos out, for us during that time, because we didn't want to let down the classic players just because Shadowlands was running a bit behind.
Well, it's a really impressive feat. Speaking of impressive feats, we got a lot of people wondering what happened to the Archon, and we have one in particular. Arthurius asked, what happened to Archon? Is she dead, or is she just wounded? Steve, let's throw this one to you.
Yeah, we again, when we're reviewing these cinematics and talking about all the details, we actually I talked about that with Taryn Gregory, our director. I'm like, we should put some indication in there because we want to make it clear that she survives this. And so you see her hand kind of move. It's subtle, but it's there. But yeah, the idea is she does survive this attack. And when you come in to start playing Chains of Domination when it goes live, you basically pick up the story in the aftermath of this attack. And as you can imagine, once the Covenants all hear about it, that's going to put them into action. And so that kind of drives the impetus of the story. And if you think about the implications of the jailer sending someone to acquire the sigil from the Archon, the natural question is, well, who else out there has a similar sigil for their Covenant? And are they a target as well? So that's the story that's going to unfold. It's super exciting. We're really looking forward to telling that story.
Excellent. Ian, I've got one for you here that turned out to be one of the most common questions that we received. Saressa from the EU Guild Worst Company says, do you plan to address the faction imbalance soon? Alliance guilds are really struggling right now and can use some help. Also, what happened to cause this?
So this is something we talk about a tremendous amount. We know there's a very real problem, in particular at the high end of the rating and Mythic Plus scene. This is something that has been a growing issue over the past, really, I would say 6 to 8 years. I think as to what caused the problem, it was an imbalance in racials between the factions that was allowed to persist for a little bit too long. I think we saw over the years many top alliance guilds switch to Horde, particularly in the Mists of Pandaria era, a couple more in Warlords, a couple more in Legion, driven by orc and troll racials that simmed better, that just yielded higher DPS outputs or had specific advantages on fights. At this point, we don't think the racials are imbalanced. In fact, in Castle Nathria, Alliance, not even arguably, I think, had the all-around racial advantage. But the thing that keeps people on one faction or makes them tempted to move is the social dynamics. It's the feeling that if you're a raider looking to join a top-end guild, there are simply more options. And if your first choice doesn't work out, there's others to explore and fall back on. If you're looking to run high-end Mythic Plus dungeons, there are more people looking to do that content there. And that's a challenging problem to solve because really, we can't undo this movement that's happened over time. And it would take something tremendous to make people who had switched from Alliance to Horde want to suddenly switch back. We'd have to massively buff Alliance racials or something to the point where they were so overpowered that it really felt like just bad. It just felt like it was game breaking, and we were really telling people that they should play the other faction. We've looked at where we can offer bonuses for the underrepresented faction where possible, but fundamentally, this is a social issue that's likely to need a social solution. We don't have anything super short term that we can do about this, but it is a top priority for us. Personally, in the past, on stage at BlizzCon, Alliance and Horde those are pillars of the Warcraft franchise. Those are pillars of what makes Warcraft Warcraft. And that's not something that we can just brush away. But we have begun to ask ourselves where the edges of that tension lie. We have something like mercenary mode in Battlegrounds that allow players to effectively, disguise themselves as a member of the opposite faction and play there to solve what were major Battleground queue imbalances back in the day. It's essential to us that identity and faction matter in Warcraft, and that years from now, no matter what we do, when we're all together in Anaheim at BlizzCon, and someone, whether it's the successor of Chris Metzen, whether it's John, whoever, is up on stage rallying, where's the Horde at for the Alliance, that there are roars coming from the crowd for each faction. If we lose hold of that, we will have lost hold of something precious. And so that's the thing that we need to preserve.
El problema es que no hay suficientemente gente en la
not the cost of people's enjoyment and feeling at home and feeling like they can form and maintain friendships and WoW and do the content they want to do. So that's what we're trying to navigate. We don't have any specific answer to announce right now, but that's the problem that faces us and how we're thinking about it.
Do you ever see, this is a bit of a follow-up for me, but have you ever seen a swing in either direction, either faction population direction, due to story elements? Has an expansion come out like, I don't know, Warlords, and everybody suddenly went, ooh, that's very Horde focused, I'm going to be Horde this time and level a Horde tune or whatever? Does that have any impact on this problem of faction imbalance?
A little bit. I think, to be clear, across the game as a whole, faction balance is actually solid, right? Alliance and Horde are relatively even if you're looking at the entire player base. It's when you start to look specifically at Mythic raiding guilds, specifically at the number of groups that are doing Mythic plus a certain level, or above a certain level, that imbalances increasingly emerge. But those are also key socially driven activities. We certainly have seen, though, for example, in Battle for Azeroth, more people made cross-faction alts than ever before because they wanted to see both sides of the story. And there were compelling differences to the war campaigns on each faction. But at the end of the day, that's not going to make you leave the group of friends that you've played with for a long time, or your long-time guild. There's a bond there, and that bond is essential to Warcraft, World of Warcraft.
Gotcha. Well, Brian, I've got one from you, or for you here. This is from several WoW Classic players, and they ask this. After I play Burning Crusade, when I decide to play my main character additionally on a Classic Arrow Realm at 60, will you have my name reserved for me there, or is there a chance I'll have to rename my character?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah,
And I think kind of building on what Holly said, it really is like a snapshot taken at the time that we launched the patch. And so at that point, you do have your name in both places. Of course, part of the reason that we want to make people make a choice here and encourage them to choose the place that they want to go is so that we don't have people parking on those names forever. So at some point, we might decide to relax that and let those names be unreserved. But if you decide on launch day that you're going to pay for the clone and you want to have that clone in both eras, you'll have your name in both places. One of the things that we are also concerned about, though, is what that looks like in Classic Era. Like, as we expect most players to go to Burning Crusade, and we'll probably have to do something to resolve that. Our current plan is that you'll be able to keep your name, but probably have something similar to our Connected Realms that lets you have the realm name on the end so that we can resolve any conflicts if we have to.
Interesting. So on some realms, there seems to be a mass exodus to higher population realms, and Nimbly from the Excessive Guild points out, are there any plans to connect more of them? So Ian, this is back to you. What happened last year with Realm Connections, and will that help any of what you talked about earlier?
Yeah, so I guess speaking of past BlizzCons, I think, a couple of, the last time we were all together for a BlizzCon, I talked about Connected Realms and answered a question there. And it was a massive undertaking, again, on the part of our heralded server and live operations team that John was talking about earlier, to really do just a survey of all of the realms across the world, their population trends, their faction balance, and come up with pairings and a series of connections that they worked through. And this is a manual process because we are effectively copying an entire realm's database of characters over to another realm. We have to deal with auction houses, mail, banks, all the rest. And so it's not something where we just flip a switch and make it happen. This is painstaking work. And we were able to address the large majority of the lowest population realms that over the years, we've seen people move to realms to be with their friends. Larger realms tend to be more attractive than smaller ones, and that's an ongoing process. We paused that process when Shadowlands launched for a couple of reasons. First off, launching Shadowlands and having a smooth Shadowlands launch had to be this group's #1 priority. Second, Shadowlands actually had huge effects on server populations. One of the things that made us gun-shy about doing realm connections in the past was that last time we did them was actually right before Warlords of Draenor. We connected a bunch of realms, saw people come back for Warlords, and suddenly these realms that had just been connected now had massive queues and instability to deal with. So we wanted to make sure that we saw how populations were going to settle down, and it's a tool that we continue to have that we will employ when realms feel like their population levels are too low to sustain healthy economies, healthy groups of guilds. But we also want to continue to look at what changes we can make to the game itself to make playing on those types of servers more attractive and just a better place to be. Because even if, having connections happen is disruptive to those communities and to those realms, even if it's better than feeling like you're isolated. But things like cross-server gameplay over the years have, of course, significantly reduced the burden or the downsides of being on another realm, of being on a smaller realm. But we start to look at things like auction house economy and the rest, and there maybe is more that we could do there.
Well, and I know the answer to this already, and it's eternal to the Q&A of BlizzCon every year, I swear, but you're never going to let Horde and Alliance raid or Mythic Dungeon together, are you? That's just not going to happen. Like, that's never going to be a way to help this or the population issues we talked about before. Like, we're never getting that.
I honestly would not say never. I think that's kind of what I was getting at with my answer earlier. There are a ton of reasons why it's essential to retain faction identity. But, for the sake of Rated Arena, from day one, Alliance could fight Alliance and Horde could fight Horde, right? When Burning Crusade launches, when Burning Crusade Classic comes out later this year, that will be a thing and that will be a competitive activity. And that was one of those areas where the gameplay and the need for matchmaking was the top priority and had to be. And so in an ideal world, all these priorities would coexist. But at the end of the day, an MMO like World of Warcraft is about being able to play with your friends, being able to play where you want to be. And arguably, there's greater strength in the faction identity if you feel like you can truly choose the faction that you identify with, that you feel like most a part of, and not have to sacrifice that because, you need to be with your group or you want to join a higher rated guild. I mean, I have coworkers who are lifelong Alliance players who now play Horde, who really wish they could be Alliance, and they're doing it for guild reasons. And I know there are tens of thousands, maybe more, in that exact same boat around the world. We'd love to do something for them.
There's plenty in our guild that are in that boat, and I wish them well to stay with us. Let's stay with you for a second, and let's get into some anima. Reminar from the Ministry of Pain Guild asked this important question. Will our amount of anima be increased later? Is it possible for each of the Covenant Sanctums upgrades to be unlocked account-wide? There's a lot of collectibles across all Covenants, and to get them all would be a gargantuan feat at this point.
Well, so we have been tuning the anima economy since Shadowlands released. We recently hotfixed anima drops from raids and dungeons. We will be looking to add some new sources of anima going ahead in Chains of Domination as there's new world content and as the story advances to make that make sense. And we're overall looking at the costs. That said, the cosmetics themselves are generally account-wide, as cosmetics tend to be. And the anima system itself is a progression that is designed to span the bulk of Shadowlands. We have some new rewards and some new cosmetics to earn and goals to chase coming in Chains of Domination, but it's not like you're going to feel like you're falling farther and farther behind over the course of the expansion. We want people to feel like they can close in on those goals and reach a point where they have everything they want from the Venthyr Covenant, from the Curian Covenant, and can turn their attention to alts. If it feels like we were hearing feedback and we're looking at our data, if that progression isn't happening at a rate that feels satisfying, we absolutely will make adjustments.
All right, we're going to throw a question out here from Besest, who asked a question about Sire Denathrius. As we know, he is an Eternal One, and Sire Denathrius is imprisoned by us after Castle Nathria. What will he do? Will we see him again, or is he forever trapped in that sort of thing?
So this is a kind of fun story because it shows how our best laid plans can kind of adapt based on how the game develops. So I'll give you an example of during Battle for Azeroth, we had intended for this character called Bwansambi to be one of the Loa to make kind of he was going to be there, but it was no big deal. There's a bunch of Loa in there. But once we heard the great Alex Desert give his performance as Bwansambi, we were like, oh man, this character's awesome. We need more of this character. And so then we were like, yeah, we could do this with him. We can do this with him. And of course we carried him into Shadowlands, and he's got this whole dungeon, the other side, that tells more of his story because we love him so much. And so, as we're planning our heroes and our villains for Shadowlands, we're like, yeah, Sire Denathrius, he'll be this boss in the Castle Nathria raid, and he'll kill him, and blah, 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 blah. And then we heard the actor Ray Chase give this performance, and from the very beginning, when we first heard his performance in the Revendreth animatic, we were just like, well, this guy's awesome. We love Sire Denathrius. And I think probably at some point along the way, as we're getting more VOs coming in, we're having sessions and we're loving them, I probably went to Morgan Day, our one of our lead designers who oversees encounters. I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to leave Sire Denathrius alive at the end of this because he's just too good. And I'm sure that we will find some other route for him to take in the future. And so,
I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. But also, I love that Bwansambi got similar treatment. That was such a treat to run into him in this expansion and go through that bit that I went through during the leveling process. I just thought, well, it's good to see him again. I hope he never goes anywhere. So, all right, good news.
Yeah,
Sire Denathrius probably not gone for good.
Yeah, that's one of the things that shows. Again, we watch fan feedback too to see what the community is responding to, who these characters are that they really gravitate to, and the memes for Sire Denathrius, of course, are profound and many. So I won't give any spoilers, but he is in that sword. And there may just be allies of his that would be interested in liberating that sword from the Naru's grasp. But we'll just have to see what happens.
Have to wait and see. Well, all right, we've got a great question here from Ultravarius from the Guardians of Fate Guild. This is for Eli. When will we see more heritage armor? There are a few races who are still missing theirs. So what's the deal with that?
Yeah, the heritage armors are awesome. As each one of them was, released into the game, I think we got more and more excited for not only the response, but just how much they enhanced the feel of the races in the game, and really, really did grasp the fantasy that we had set forward for those races over the years. So certainly we're working on the additional missing ones, and they will be released over time in near future content updates and some others that are a little bit further off. But yeah, they're definitely coming. We're really excited to share them with you.
That's great. They won't be missing forever. They're Ultravarious, however you say your name. Hey, we got one here for John again. This is from Prickle Pants from the Zul'jin realm. Fantastic name. John's, he asks you this, John. Do you have any plans to bring the auction house back to the mobile app?
Well, not as you know it, per se. The auction house, unfortunately, on the mobile and website had kind of turned into a place where a lot of automation had really taken control. And so when we revamped the mobile app, we used that as an opportunity to let's get rid of the mobile auction house. Let's revamp the auction house in the game itself to make it, more fun, more accessible. It's really about players being able to trade with each other, to make crafted things for each other, and not necessarily for the accumulation of gold by automated systems. That being said, we recognize that there was a convenience factor for a lot of our players. I myself, back in the days when we used to, drive to work or whatever, if I knew in my commute I had to be, on a tight timeline to get to my raid, it was kind of convenient to be able to, buy up, whatever potions or food that I needed, and then get in the car and head home and be ready to go. So I think the things that are important for people to have and to be able to trade, we're going to consider putting that in some form so that they'll be able to do that. But you won't see a wholesale return of all things in the auction house to the mobile side.
Well, and as you mentioned, the auction house in-game has gone through a bit of a revamp itself. Do you feel like a lot of that is sufficient enough to sort of, I don't know, fill whatever hole that the mobile app won't?
Well, I mean, honestly, towards the end of the mobile app, there was very few people actually using it as intended. As I said, I think that we're seeing a lot more people participating in the app in the game, or excuse me, in the auction house in the game. And again, we want people to be in the game and interacting with each other. That's super important. But we don't want to take away the convenience of having them get access to things that they're going to need when they're about to get into the game. And selfishly, like I said, I'm one of those commuters that needs to be able to get my things ready for the raid. So we recognize that and we want to provide that.
Sounds great. Huntmaster Averi from the Farstriders realm wrote in, and Eli, this is back to you. Will there be more new character customization options added in Shadowlands?
We're not going to add more character customizations to Shadowlands. Let me explain that. So the breadth of character customizations that we did add, we felt like was pretty good. And, we tried to add things for most every race. There are a few we didn't get as many customization options in for. And those are the kind of things that we'll be looking forward in the future, to what can we do for the races we maybe didn't do as much for, what would be the right choices there. We try to be really thoughtful about this type of thing. And these types of features tend to be fairly big projects. We want to make sure that we put the time in, that we're very thoughtful about it, and that we release new customizations when it's going to be really good for the game, really good for the players, and it's
Entonces no van
still
a
gonna,
poner nuevas
parallel, with
customizaciones
getting
a
new content out too. Like that's always our primary goal, is making sure that you have new content to play. And we'll do these other things to enhance the game along the way, wherever they make sense, and when we have a really good plan for it.
I don't know if you guys got a lot of this feedback or not, but I can tell you that the thing I had the most fun with the pre-patch was going and getting those customizations done to myself, heading into the barber and going, are you kidding me? I can now have a scar that runs from my eye down to my lip, and half my tusk is broken, and whatever, like that stuff turned out to be really great. Did you overall get really good feedback about that? Do you feel like, giving those extra options was worth it to the players?
Oh, definitely. And I remember even, when we announced that this was happening, and I might have even been in a Q&A actually, the outcry and the sort of support for it was huge then. We've seen, tremendous support and tremendous outcry from the community, just how happy everybody is seeing this. And of course, as players of the game, we're super excited about it too. I mean, the first thing I did on every one of my characters was go in and start customizing them, as well as get into the character create screen and just look at all the options, hit the random button over and over and over again to just really get a sense for what's in there. So I think it's a really exciting feature, and it's certainly something we want to invest in a big way going forward when it makes sense.
Yeah, those are fantastic. Radium from the guild Inertia has a question for Ian. What are the actual requirements for flying in Shadowlands? Where can we fly? And can we fly from one area to another? For example, from Ardenweald to Oribos. Follow-up. I'll you know what? I'll save the follow-up. Tell me how that's going to work.
Okay.
When flying is indeed available to everybody.
It's short and sweet. Shadowlands Pathfinder, which is coming in Chains of Domination, will not require any reputations. This is different from Pathfinder achievements in past expansions. It just requires completing your full campaign, the Covenant campaign, and the new chapters that are being added in Chains of Domination. Once you've done that, you have mastered the outdoor world of the Shadowlands, restored much of the flow of anima, and you can earn the ability to fly within the Shadowlands. Now, you cannot fly directly from zone to zone. I can give you the technical reason for this, but it actually also matches the in-world reason, which is these are not zones that are just next to each other, right? When you go through that portal in Oribos and you're streaking, from one area to another, and you have this energy rushing past you, you're actually traveling vast distances. Even if we said, you know what, we don't care that it looks janky, we're going to let you fly, you'd actually probably have to auto fly for something like 30 or 40 minutes to get from one zone to the other. You probably don't want that. Use the fly paths, but then once you're in the zones, you can traverse them completely freely.
That's really interesting. I didn't realize that there was that much. I think maybe what throws people off is the map. They bring up the map and they just sort of, in traditional WoW fashion, see that everything's sort of spaced around like it would be a normal map or whatever. But that's a really interesting way to look at it. So here's the follow-up. What about their alts? So after you unlock flying, can their alt fly at 50, or is there still a requirement to level fully up, go through those, go through all the rigmarole to get it, or can they just do it?
Yep. Pathfinder is an account-wide achievement, and so when you can fly in the Shadowlands, you, the player, have earned the right to fly in the Shadowlands, just as prior Pathfinder achievements have worked.
That is fantastic news. My paladin thanks you. Let's move over to Brian. We got a question from others from the Quiddy Viddy Guild, who says, in the Burning Crusade Classic, will there be the possibility of class tuning? Says that would make it notably different than in 2007.
That's a great question. And in general, the answer is broadly no. We want to kind of keep the authentic behavior that was in the final patch of Burning Crusade the same way we did with Classic. We believe that's the most tuned and correct version of Classic that had the most time, or excuse me, of Classic Burning Crusade, that had the most time for the designers to get things balanced right. And so that's what we're going to ship with at launch and keep it throughout. That said, I do have a slight caveat for anybody who hasn't heard it in any of our other interviews. We do want to try to adjust things like faction imbalance. We know that when they were adding Alliance, Alliance Shaman and Horde Paladins, the intent was to try to make the factions a level playing field, like give both classes, all the classes to both factions, and we want to make sure that kind of design intent is honored. And so we realize that when we look back with the benefit of our years of experience now, we can see that Seal of Blood is actually significantly better than Seal of Vengeance, and we don't want that to be a reason for people to suddenly flock off to the Horde. Kind of like alluding to Ian's answer earlier, this is the same kind of issue that we have here. And so what we want to do is give the Alliance a Seal of the Martyr at level 70. So they'll unlock Seal of Vengeance at level 64 and Seal of the Martyr at level 70, and the Horde will unlock Seal of Blood at level 64 and Seal of Vengeance at level 70. But beyond that, we aren't doing anything major.
Okay, sounds good. Classic players, a lot of people want to know about that. Here's one for Ian again from Whoopi from the Is Kindred Guild. It says this question: is there work currently being done on new Torghast anima powers for later patches, specifically spec-specific powers, and what does that look like, and when might we see them?
All throughout Shadowlands. We have tuning ongoing to a lot of the spec-specific powers that players have seen on the patch 905 public test realm that's live right now. And as we continue to expand Torghast going forward into Chains of Domination, there will be all new powers, because we know powers are one of the star pieces of Torghast. It's a chance to break the rules, it's a chance to be overpowered, and to have your character feel and play like it does and can nowhere else in the game. And so that's something we're excited to keep building on. And we'll do it as it makes sense. We're looking a lot at both stats and feedback from players to see which specs may need more build diversity and more just really like punchy, memorable moments coming out of their Torghast runs.
So tiny little bit of indulgence here. I had a theory a while back on one of my shows that one cool feature of Torghast could be go to Torghast, do your thing. You've got all these anima fixes that are now on you toward the end of your run. You finish, you beat the final boss, and you exit. How cool would it be if you could run around the maw for, let's say, 8 minutes? Not very long, just a little counter up in there like a buff, where you retain all your anima powers in the maw for that brief amount of time. So you've got your, I don't know, all the extra stuff that happens to every character in every class. Is that anything you guys would ever consider? Has that ever come across your minds or been on a whiteboard anywhere?
I can see Rextroy over there just drooling right now. Like, if you don't let that guy get his hold of any of this, or all of our raid bosses will fall over in 2 seconds. There are a lot of rules that we break in actually how we build those powers for Torghast that make it challenging to let them work in the outdoor world. Also, war mode players might have a thing or two to say about that, but I think let's keep the overpoweredness in Torghast. And yeah, there are also profound fantasy reasons why the condensed anima powers fade the moment you exit the domain of the jailer that I'm sure Steve could elaborate on at great length. But we also want to leave time for other people to ask their questions.
That's true. All right, Carol. In fact, Steve, we're going to throw you this one. Carol from the Blade Fist realm had this question. What is the difference between the passage of time in Shadowlands and on Azeroth? Salinar, the Horseman, and Death Knight Order Hall campaign are in that, says he was in the veil between Azeroth and Shadowlands since we met him, and it felt like mere days for him between Wrath of the Lich King and Legion.
Yeah, there's a number of different characters you meet and interact with through the course of Shadowlands, for whom time doesn't seem to have very much meaning. And in fact, like the Rune Carver, you go talk to the Rune Carver, when you meet him, he has a line that time is not a construct of death. And that's true. When you think about it, what is time a construct of? It's a construct of order. And we on Azeroth, when we're there, we understand the passage of time, much like we do in the real world, because of the influence of the Titans and beings of order. But when you're in those cosmic realms that are far away from the realms of order, time loses its meaning. And so it's not so much that there's it's X number of days versus Y number over here. It's just that the Shadowlands are about eternities and about just kind of losing yourself in those threads of fate. And so it's just that time doesn't really mean anything there. And so you can have it perceived differently by different characters that could be in the same circumstance, but it's just the effect of what they're going through that really determines how they perceive it.
Gotcha. Ian, back to you on this one. We've got a question about this is from Harrison, by the way. So would you guys ever consider bringing back 10-man content? I'll add my name to this list as someone who loved their 10-man content, either as a different difficulty for raids or as an entirely different instance for smaller groups to tackle. Is that ever going to happen?
I think when it comes to raid content, effectively all of it is 10-player content now. I know some people specifically want mythic difficulty, but it feels like the thrust of this question, actually the spirit of it, is about that different thing that you can do with a smaller group of friends. And I would say in World of Warcraft today, it's our 5-player mega dungeons that fill that role. Just as in Burning Crusade, when raiding was 25 players as an activity, the idea of a 10-player raid like Karazhan or Zulaman was a novel experience to let you have a more intimate, shared, romp through a dungeon, through a raid adventure with a smaller group of your friends. That's what mega dungeons try to do. They try to give an experience that is raid-like, that you can just take with a smaller group of friends that you couldn't raid with normally. It's an experience that can span hours. You have bosses that have progression and a setting that is just epic. As cool as our dungeons are, places like Karazhan or Operation Mechagon or the upcoming Broker Dungeon just blow them away. And so I think that is where the spirit of 10-player content lives on today.
Wow, that's an interesting take. I hadn't thought of it that way. That sounds about right. We've got a question submitted by Dizdick. Brian, this is for you. Will summoning stones be available at launch in the Burning Crusade, or are those going to come later?
Oh, that's an easy one. We will absolutely have those at launch in the Burning Crusade. They were introduced originally with Burning Crusade, and they replaced the original meeting stones. And we actually in Classic had to disable that functionality to try to bring back that authentic experience. It'll be a pleasure to be able to bring it back. I know I enjoyed using them very much myself as a way to kind of bring other people over to the dungeon when we were waiting for them to run over. And I think it's a really good feature for Burning Crusade to be able to have those.
All right, sounds great. Got a great one here for Steve. And this is many players, many variations of this question, but here's the one we settled with. What's Bolvar up to, and where is his story going in Shadowlands? Will he have a major role to play? I would think yes, but let's hear it from you.
Yeah, it was one of the great fun things about Shadowlands was to be able to get Bolvar Fordragon, this legendary hero, back in the mix again, free of the Lich King's crown, being himself again, and bringing all that knowledge and wisdom to the table. And we saw him being, pivotal in us getting to the Shadowlands, in guiding us as we went to rescue our friends Thrall, Jaina, Bane, from Torghast, and we saw that there was a price to pay for those visions where he got to peer in there and see what the jailer and Sylvanas were up to with Anduin. But he will be front and center for Chains of Domination. He is a great figure to kind of rally the Covenants together and go into the Maw with them and be at the forefront of those efforts of taking the fight to the jailer. So it's going to be really fun to see him in action again.
Oh, I can't wait. Lately, he just stands around the desk in the Oribos, and it's fine. But I can't wait to see what he does next.
Yeah, he's got a cool hammer, right? Like he's got to swing the hammer.
Right. I need to see that thing in action. We will soon enough, I suppose. Mask of Death from the Epoch of Thought Guild wrote in. This one's for Brian. In Burning Crusade, how will PvP titles such as Gladiator, Duelist, and Rival be determined, considering we don't have established battle groups? And I got a little follow-up to that, depending on what you say.
Sure. I mean, that's a really good question, and that comes from, like, originally there was an award for the top player in each battle group, and that really came from the fact that we had technical restrictions where people playing on different, like, hardware installations, like different data center sites, couldn't play with ones playing in other data center sites. And we actually don't have that restriction anymore. You can actually matchmake players across the entire region. And so we think a more fair way to approach this today is to just do a small percentage of people at the very top. We do want to award it to more than like one person, but still a very exclusive title where we want to keep it to like a top select few that is similar to, like, it was, I think, 13 about per region back then. I see Ian nodding, so yeah.
We had 13 battle groups in North America, and I think, depended on size, but pretty similar. There were like hundreds of people with this title out of millions of players.
Yeah. Right, it's very small and very exclusive. So we want to do that, and we want to do it top percentages of those players region-wide for that.
So is it appropriate to have Arena Season 1 start so early in Burning Crusade then?
We actually think we were talking about maybe we want to start it earlier than we announced in the deep dive panel. We're talking, as we've been looking at the gear, we think that it actually might fit more with Karazhan and the Tier 4 gear, and so we might actually move all the Arena seasons up so that Arena Season 1 starts when Karazhan and Gruul and Magtheridon's Lair come out, and then probably have Zul'Aman come out without an Arena season so that the next season we'll skip over that one.
Well, Chrissy wrote in, had one for Steve. It says, in Stormwind, I noticed some of the refugees from Darnassus mention going back once the smoke clears to collect any belongings. Does this mean that Teldrassil could be rebuilt/regrown and become inhabitable again?
So the devastation to Teldrassil was pretty definitive, and there were a lot of lives lost there. And that's not something that we want to just reverse on a whim. But what I will say is that the story of what the Night Elves went through, of those souls that died there, that as we have found out, if you play the Ardenweald campaign, you'll know that they funneled into the Maw. Their story is not yet done. And certainly a figure who is bound up in that story is Tyrande Whisperwind. And she is very much on the path of trying to find out the future of her people, even as she's dealing with that thirst for revenge against Sylvanas and dealing with the Night Warrior powers that are growing to consume her. So that's definitely a story that we'll be talking about as we go into Chains of Domination and beyond.
Yeah, she seemed pretty ticked. So not done.
Good reason.
Yep. Oh yeah. Holly, here's one for you. will you open fresh classic servers in order to, or in addition rather to the TBC servers? There seems to be a large demand for it, asks Shadow Wedbro. He's from a Few Good Lads Guild. What do you think about that? Another classic server given the demand?
Great question. For our timeline for Burning Crusade Classic, we won't be launching any fresh start servers, but I can promise you we've got our eyes on that in our future, and we'll be discussing it once we get through a stable and successful launch with Burning Crusade Classic.
Nice. And what are the things that has been talked about before is layering? Do you guys still have many concerns about players' reaction to layering, and they want this authentic experience that existed when the game first launched, and by the time TBC rolled around there were better ways to deal with things anyway, so not so much of an issue? But are you worried at all about that still? I mean, I know it's an issue for some players. Is that an issue for you guys?
Honestly, our focus is on whoever wants to play should be able to play. We would rather have layers on for a short period of time if necessary so that everyone can get in and play. And that's always going to be our focus, serve as many players as we can who want to play.
Fantastic. We do have time for one big final question. There was a whole lot of video at this BlizzCon Online that made a lot of people very excited. Actually, I have all kinds of personal questions about it, but I'm going to hold those and instead ask this common question that we got in the Twitch chat today. How do you get the Wandering Ancient mount? John, you want to handle this one?
Oh, you bet. That's a great one. So, little background. Last year, when we were finishing up Shadowlands, our art team really, they were ahead of schedule, or at least they were on schedule. And we decided, it would be awesome to give a gift back to all of our players and build a mount for them. And so the art team put together some cool ideas. They brainstormed on things they wanted, and we literally put it to a vote. And we let our community decide what would they like for us to make for them. And the winner was the Wandering Ancient. And so the requirement to get the Wandering Ancient really is you got to have Shadowlands. And we will have the Wandering Ancient in the 9.05 patch update. And that will be next month. I won't tell you the exact date because, but you can probably guess. You'll be pretty close, but we want to make sure that the patch is ready before we put it out. But we're really excited that you'll be able to ride that around. It is a really awesome mount. And if you have a question, I want to be able to answer that. But before, since you said this was the final question, I just want to thank you, Scott, for being our host, being a familiar face, supporting our community and us. You do such a great job. So thank you for agreeing to do this for us.
Oh, well, thank you. It's absolutely my pleasure. In fact, since we're being so nice to each other, I really liked your introduction for the WoW stuff. But also, my last question for you is a tack on to the Wandering Ancient. Can you confirm or deny that there's a little worm on top that actually controls this millennium-old treant who would probably not want somebody sitting on them anytime they felt
Don't
like
tell
it?
the story about the worm. You can't talk about the worm, John. I told you, do not talk about the worm.
Shoot. I was afraid that this was a topic we were not going to be able to touch.
I'd be willing to bet that Eli's got something in that Wandering Ancient that only the art team knows about.
But there is a worm. I'm not going to reveal their relationship. It's very special.
Wow. All right.
But I suggest watching the panel around how we went about creating it. I think it's going to be really interesting for everybody to watch, and it is a really awesome mount. So definitely check it out.
And wait till you hear the actor that we have voicing the worm.
Yeah, one of the best.
The worm.
Well, just like the worm, it has to leave sometime, and we do too. But I do want to say a gigantic thank you to everybody on this panel. You guys were awesome this year, and such a strange year to be able to still get together and ask the questions and talk about the game in this way is just it's a great experience for me. I know that for sure, and I know a lot of people listening really appreciate it as well. So thank you guys for your time and for sharing your answers with the community. And moreover, huge thanks to the community. You guys don't have a Q&A without your questions. There's no A without the Q. So thank you for submitting those and for being a part of this each and every time that it happens. So that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching the Q&A. Hope you really enjoy the rest of the Saturday's content. and go play WoW. Play a demon hunter. He's really good in zones that you don't like playing with other classes. You can fly really high, and it's really great. I'm not pointing at anything particular. I'm not going to get specific, but I'm just saying demon hunters for the win right now in a certain covenant. Anyway, that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Cool. A ver, lo voy a avanzar un poquito.
At that performance, you got to add. What's up, BlizzConline? Lindsay Sterling here, and I performed at BlizzCon, I believe 2 years ago, and I will never forget that performance. You guys were so much.
Hey, come on, the upcoming musical performance is subject of copyright protection. Uh-huh. Vamos a llamarlo la cosita. Toca. Nunca sabemos, entonces vamos a avanzar un poquito. ¿Quién más? No, te pasamos que Let's get come on,
And there's no one here. I'm alone. But we can't do candy this time because things are different. But we are here, and I am Darren, and I am so excited to spend this day with you. Thank you all for sharing your time with us wherever you are watching from. I hope that you and yours are safe and healthy, because we have a wonderful show planned. I am thrilled to be back with you. Thrilled, do you hear me saying this? It's Darren. I'm always thrilled. Thank you all for enjoying what I have brought to Community Night. Over the years, you are all very kind. It means the world to me. Tonight, just think of me as the human equivalent of comfort food. I am meatloaf in a suit. Or if you're vegan, I am tofu with a pocket handkerchief. Either way, I'm so looking forward to today. When Blizzard reached out to me about doing this, I thought about the line at the end of Honor and Glory. Hey, I got the thing. There it is. You know when Reinhardt says, "I have been called. I must answer. Always." I thought about Reinhardt's kindness and his devotion, his sense of being there for others. That line, it's a very important line to me. It resonates with me. It's a powerful line. Is it my favorite Reinhardt line? No. People ask a lot of the cast, what's your favorite line? What's your favorite line? What's your favorite line is your character? And I've never said what mine is. I've never said it. It's something I've struggled with. I put a lot of thought into it. And then it hit me. For me, there is no favorite line. There is only Overwatch. There is only Warcraft. There is only Hearthstone, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm. These are worlds and characters that I want to spend time with, that I want to immerse myself in. Every time I get to go into the recording booth, every time I get to become one of my now 75 Blizzard characters, how did that happen? That's my favorite time. That's what I do to hopefully give you your favorite moment. It's a little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. And at the heart of it, if you think about it, that's Blizzard. That's this community. That creative spark that will inspire outrageous cosplay, beautiful art, wonderful performances, those worlds, those characters. Hey, in Warcraft, they put a giant sword into a planet. In Overwatch, there is a guerrilla scientist from the moon, and there is a small hamster that somehow knows how to operate heavy machinery. And we love it. That's this community to me. That's what today is about. All the cosplayers, the artists, the short filmmakers, the singers, the musicians, getting their crazy, delicious, delightful, gosh all heck, wow moment, sharing their skill and their passion so that you go, how did they do that? Why did they do that? Can I do that? Of course you can. It's that creative spark that will be shared by everyone you're going to see tonight, so that even in this time of distance, our community creates things that give us connection. It's that spirit that makes me so thrilled to see what everyone has in store for us. It will be a little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. And also, stick around to the end, because we're gonna bring on a special guest to help me announce Best in Show Cosplay Award. And now, grab your favorite beverage. Could be iced tea, could be moonberry juice. Sit back, relax, because we're about to start. And we're going to start with a segment you'll be seeing throughout the program, aptly named Talent Spotlight. And this is your community showcase.
Nice. After Lives.
One who cannot let go, broken from within, descending to the frozen stone,
It's good. La glace de ley. Ah, ouais. Ah, bête.
lead them to war that breaks or strengthens the soul. Deep in the grove lies an ancient vessel, slumbering, dreaming as winter takes hold. As the boughs break, one must forsake, and of an for the sake of the grove. To all the good people who are struggling through these times, keep on keeping on and help
Elle
to
prend
keep our
des morceaux
kind alive.
de chacun des acteurs.
Anima is our stamina, we give it to those in need. Rest assured, we will fill your gourd if you always trust in me.
Está agarrando pedazos de cada afterlife, de las palabras que hay de los personajes, y les pone la canción. Está bien chido.
We just started, and already I am so happy. What a surprise. It's me. I am always blown away by what everyone has to offer, and there will be more talent spotlights throughout the program. But right now, we are going to get right into what you have all been waiting for, the cosplay. Our community does some of the best cosplay out there, and we are so excited to showcase it here for you. In the cosplay contest, the entrants were judged on originality, design, creativity, and execution. For our first cosplay category, no one does character armor and weapons better than Blizzard. And this year, we're doing something a little different to introduce some of those contest finalists. We're shining a light on the community members from each of the 6 Blizzard franchises who are making a difference within their communities by bringing people together through gaming. To start us off, here is Vitor Ravenous Silveira.
Hi there, my name is Vitor Silveira. I'm also known as Ravenous or Rev, and I'm from Brazil. For those who don't know, I am the creator of a project called EcoPoint Brazil. This project has been a lifesaver for me and for some members of the community. We've been able to connect in a whole different way. We've been doing like a lot of work for the environment. We've been planting, doing reforesting, we've been cleaning. I want to thank everyone for helping me and allowing me to make this come true. Overwatch was a life changer for me. I love the universe, I love the characters, they are amazing. I love the soundtrack, I love the gameplay, I love how the game works, and the lore. The lore was that allowed me to create the project Equal Point, so that changed my life forever. And now, here are the finalists and winner for this year's cosplay and weapons and armor category.
Je sais pas, je laisse aller s'introduire. Comme Yasera. C'est méchant. El primer rey de Stormwind. Super belle arme. Ouais, cosplay, ouais. À distance, évidemment. Wow. Wow, on dirait des visages. Ah, shit. Il a dû faire peur du monde. Elle a l'air d'une bande dessinée, elle est vraiment cool. Il est vraiment bien fait. Ouais. Là, c'est l'autre couleur. Ah, puis ça brille, c'est ça. Oh, check ça, derrière. Hein? C'est plus facile, tu sais, chez eux, les gars, c'est tous les gars. On le transporter, c'est des gars à faire, des affaires. C'est bon, hein?
我是美，冻龄了9年，有些害羞，可卡对御风，报只剩我一人撑到最后。有人问美妈你要御寒吗？浑身肉肉，抱歉南极太冷，我只能穿得这么厚。我是美，深度科研宅，专注气象研究，身边只有一个我的小助手，他叫雪球。带我醒来的时候，世界已现在就，我带上数据出发，决定拯救整个星球。我是美，闲来无事喜欢吟诗一首，平时很谦逊不上手，只是冻住不让走。都说我是战场万金油，人间跪地球，我只想控制住坏人，再请出我的队友。我是美，其实我内心里也很温柔，跳起来花指转起枪来，显得很有 feel。你要不服，我就用拳拳砸你胸口。哇，除了科研，原来我这么适合战斗。我是美，手里的吹风机能喷上冷气，如果遇到敌袭，我会升起冰墙防御，能保护，能突袭。我不怕1v1，随身带护甲，残血就把自己关在冰箱里。开玩笑，我有全场注意是我的控制能力，属性里稀释，暴雪爸爸亲闺女。我是平时里不要对身材太过在意，你们管这个叫坦，而我叫 sexy。坏人太多了，放我毫无章法的炮仗。减速呢，也是一种情绪稳定的方法。有人说我长得像熊猫，是不是讨打？冻住你好，爆头3件套，送你回家。都学学温斯顿的处事风格，绝对冷静。我最讨厌那些坏蛋肆意破坏环境，只要我有恒心，守望先锋，团结一心，终有一天霸占西平世界，重回安宁收。
And Another amazing spotlight. And congratulations to all the finalists of the Weapons and Armor cosplay category. The winner on Hire a Cosplay is now qualified for the Best In-Show Cosplay Award at the end of the program. Moving on, storytelling is what really captures our attention and keeps bringing us back to the worlds and the realms of Blizzard. And this community, you guys, you're so great because you take those stories and you make them your own. So now, let's take a look at the third place finalist for digital storytelling.
Digital storytelling. Remain negotiations. Whoa.
It's over, Sylvanas! Stop this bloodshed!
Jane, if Sylvanas responds with terms that are acceptable to me, peace is upon us. No one is better suited to discuss the matter further. I trust in it again, Greymane.
There you are, Alliance dog. The Horde is now at open war with the Alliance. Has Stormwind finally come out to play? I have no time for games. Not while I reign. This war will not end until we stand victorious. Such a feeble mind. No. Do not keep me waiting. You have no idea what you're up against. My victory was inevitable. The Forsaken will never stop fighting. Oh, fool! I don't do bouncy. Enough of your insolence! Look up and around you. This is war. Time is a luxury we do not possess. Nathanos. Give me a moment. Interesting. Few truly have the stomach for war. You, it seems, have a genuine taste for it. I require the services of one whom I can trust. Want to witness true power? For you. This will be a convenient partnership. I will have need of you.
Third place. Third place.
For the Horde.
Wow. Well, I'm embarrassed.
And cue 1,342 go. Lee, camera 4, I want a slow pan in on the host, a DePaul mover, number 7. No, Lee, that's a DePaul move, number 6. Are we not paying attention? Slowly, slowly, Lee, slowly, Lee. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's go to camera 3. That's not working. Hi. Since no one's here, I thought I'd take
Someone tell Darren there's no camera there.
I've gone mad with power. Now, we're gonna move right along to the next cosplay category, Blizzard character. Let's get to know Scott Levy, AKA Bites, as he helps introduce the finalists. Okay, Lee, let's go. Cue number 1, back to 1.
Nobody tell Darren.
Brilliant! Lee, this is great. Keep going, keep going, keep going. You went too far, Lee. Oh, God.
Hey, I'm Scott Levy, also known as Hearthstone Innkeeper Bites, and I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. Over the years, I've gotten a reputation of hosting over-the-top events. And for me, Fireside Gatherings kind of became a creative outlet. As someone who gets a lot of joy from hosting live events, it's been an especially difficult year. It hasn't stopped me, though, from connecting with my Hearthstone family. If anything, being restricted to online events has helped push me to create some unique tournaments like the Battle Blitz and Battle Grind. I've gotten to the point now where I've been able to mentor other innkeepers and provide them with tools and resources and training to help make their events better. I've run some charity events and created resources online for everyone to use, and giving back to the community really means a lot to me. One of the things that I miss the most, of course, is BlizzCon. I miss all the people and the live tournaments and the spectacle of it all, and I even miss the 2.5 hours it takes of glue and makeup and paint to transform me into the innkeeper. And as much work as it is to transform me into this guy, I know so many people put so much more work into their cosplay. So I am thrilled that this year we get to see some more amazing cosplay. And now, here are the finalists and winner of this year's cosplay Blizzard Characters category.
Wow. 10. Why do we fight? Là, lui, c'est juste une personne avec une petite affaire de Hammond puis une affaire d'hamster, non? Un petit peu plus facile, celle-là. Ah, il a fait la vedette. Oh shit. Et pourquoi lui, il était pas dans l'armure et weapon? Porque no estaba la armadura y las armas. Tu sais aussi, c'est des gens qui auraient pu jamais aller à BlizzCon puis ont peut-être gagné. Qui ont le talent pour faire les affaires, mais puede ser gente que no tenían el dinero para ir a BlizzCon antes. Tienen el talento para hacerlo, pero no para ir, no tienen la oportunidad de ir. Y ahorita tienen una manera de enviando. Electric guitar music. Depuis 2015, elle faisait. Ça va être long pareil. Winner! Oh shit. Hein? C'est quoi? Ouais, en plus. Imagine-tu si quand il fait ça à terre, il devient bleu. Comme dans la cinématique. Heavy metal music. De StarCraft, una canción de StarCraft que la hicieron metal. Name oh, grab qué fucking dog. Qué genial. ¿Cómo se explica para la falla? Plan. The Daddy Stone. Right. English version below. Look at the last man. Legal.
Congratulations to Hardigan for winning the Cosplay Award for Best Blizzard Character. Stick around at the end of the showcase to see if they take home the coveted Best in Show Cosplay Award. It's coming up at the end of the showcase. But right now, we have the second place digital storytelling piece, and my friends, it is a musical delight. Let's see it now. Music!
Music! Plague of Azeroth. El tercero era verdaderamente bueno, entonces vamos a ver el segundo. Plague of Azeroth.
I saw an old man in a dinghy by the sea. He said he was in a quarantine. I thought he'd gone mad from the scurvy when he pulled out his thunder fury. He said 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off. There be plague in Azeroth.
There's a plague in Azeroth.
So I docked me ship off the wetland shore. The town seemed quieter than before. No folk in sight, but food at their doors, delivered by goblins.
Goblins.
No horde or ally in BGs. Instead, they fight through Zoom meetings. Everyone's social distancing, like that old man said to me. 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off. There be plague.
Show helm.
I seek to find the source of the plague that drove all of our heroes away. I start me search in Booty Bay, the foulest place there be. The goblins point to Zul'Gurub. I ask Hakar, corrupted blood? He said, corrupted blood? On a 20-minute flight northeast. Excuse me. Can you move back, please? 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off. There be plague in Azeroth. I arrive at Nax and find KT. He said this plague is beyond me. There's no place with toxicity.
Nadie sabe dónde viene.
But Stormwind trade chat. Can you please move your griffin back? I spot that old man from the dinghy. He's yelling in trade, Thunder Fury. Everybody has one in the city, and they're also Scarab Lords. Fully bis and bored. I said 6 feet. It appears that jerks be the source of the plague, bragging about their loot in trade. It annoyed all the casual folk away. Now no one wants to play, but there's still some hope to save the city. The Kirby show generosity. We're all part of one community that spans 30 years. So spread love to your peers, because Blizzard is
All cosplay takes imagination, artistry, creativity, ingenuity. But for our category of traditional creation, we want to award those who displayed the highest levels of craftsmanship through cutting, sewing, fastening, and use of classic materials. So, to announce the finalists in traditional creation cosplay, we have Diablo 3 content creator, Wolf Crier.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, my name is James McDermott, but online I am better known as Wolf Crier, a Diablo 3 streamer and content creator. I'm also the founder of Level with a Cause, which is a charity fundraising event that coincides with the start of each new season in Diablo 3. We've been doing this since season 11, and thanks to a ton of my fellow content creators and the generosity of the Diablo 3 community, this effort has managed to raise over $80,000 for various charities over the last few years. 2020 brought many challenges to our daily lives, but gaming, and in particular for me, Diablo 3 and its fantastic community, brought me at least some sense of that normalcy that I think we were all trying to find last year. Some of my best memories that I have come from BlizzCon. These are truly moments that I can never ever forget, and I personally can't wait until we all have that opportunity to meet up in person once again. But now, here are the finalists and winners for this year's cosplay
Los finalistas y los
category.
ganadores. Traditional creation. Bright Wing. Ouais. Muy trabajo. Good travail là-dessus. Oh, le cœur. Ah, rien, un diablo. Ah, Lich King. En cuir. Non? Exactement la tune. C'est marqué cover, mais. Jamais.
And now, it is time to give out the first place award for digital storytelling. And for this piece, a group of Overwatch community members came together from around the globe to create something truly fantastic. Let me tell you, my friends, they delivered the payload. Let's take a look.
Remote watch.
Okay, let's get cracking. Oh, better get my coffee. All right, good to go. And right on time. Reinhardt, how are you?
Good, I suppose. But I'm still not sure about this internet meeting.
Oh, you'll get used to it, big guy. Now, can you screen share our plan of attack on Sector 7?
What share? Share what? What are you speaking of?
Hold that thought. Brigitte's in the waiting room.
Where? What room? Where's my beloved goddaughter? I do not see her.
Brigitte, how are you? Oh! What is that?
That's just Mitzi. She hasn't had her dinner yet.
What's a dinner?
Halfway between lunch and dinner. She gets cranky if she doesn't get it on time. No, Mitzi, no, behave.
Okay, well, anyway, here's Genji.
Genji is muted.
Genji, we can't hear you.
Genji, you're muted. Turn off mute.
There you go. So, what were you saying?
I need healing.
Of course.
Genji, we need you to focus, alright? Well, that just happened. Okay, moving on. May's here. Hi, May. Oh, May, stop.
Oh, sorry. I was just making a milkshake. It's a little warm where I am.
Don't you live in the Arctic?
Yes, and it's summer here.
Okay.
Lena, I did some research on the internet machines. I can screen share.
That's wonderful. Now I can finally get something done. Oh no, we're losing connection.
What is happening? I wish to screen share. I wish to show my skills. I live for this. Hello?
Sombra.
Oh, bugger.
¿Qué pasa? Plus que el problema que me cae. Le punch the green main it is genial.
Over the years, techniques for creating costumes
El tercero,
with current
él era el
which has
primero.
made for grander and
Grey Mail
grander
con el
cosplay. So,
perrito.
right now, we are
Se ve
going to
bien
award
chingón.
those who have utilized
Perfecto.
crafting technology to its fullest to bring forth the most epic of modern creation cosplay. To help us introduce the finalists, we have StarCraft streamer Livy B.
Hi, my name's Olivia Cito, but most people know me by my gamer tag LivyB. I'm a streamer and cosplayer from Sydney, Australia, and I've been playing Blizzard games since I was 10 years old, so they hold a special place in my heart. StarCraft is the hardest game I have ever played, and getting Grandmaster for the first time was easily one of the best moments of my life. I was finally able to break through that skill ceiling, a goal I was driven to achieve for years, and something I definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve if not for the love and support of my community. Streaming has really allowed for myself and others to stay connected during the pandemic. And even if you are someone that isn't used to staying inside all the time, there's always a place for you to hang out with people who share the same passion for gaming as you do. Shout out to the Beehive. For this past year or so, I've also been incredibly passionate about cosplay. My favorite character to cosplay, of course, is Diva. She is definitely my video game character kindred spirit. But that's enough about me. Here are the finalists and winners for this year's cosplay modern creation category.
Nice. Shit. Lilith. Shit. Margrave Craxus. La cara está un poco iffy, pero... Tío. Otra vez Naga. Neptulon. Oh shit. Whoa.
There's more show to come. But before we continue, we'd like to take a moment to recognize one of our community members who passed away earlier this year. Jared Nandon took the BlizzCon stage in 2013 in an unforgettable South Park World of Warcraft cosplay. Creativity is the defining trait of what we try to put on display during community night. And Jared was one of the most creative ones to ever walk the BlizzCon stage. Our cosplay community deeply feels this loss.
Jared Lee Nandon, how do you kill that which has no life?
Oh, nice. Siempre pongo esa canción. Elle fait une tonne, le gagnant a fait une tonne de Mr. Pandaria.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I'm just alone in an empty theater creating this, a masterpiece. Yes, and paintbrush down. Seriously, the Blizzard community creates some of the most impressive fan art out there. And a big thank you to all those who submitted their fantastic work. Look, I was a little late on submitting mine, so unfortunately, I could not be considered to enter the contest, but I will let all of you give me your opinion. You be the judge.
Ugh.
It's really good, right? I'm a very fragile individual. But come on, let's see who the winners of this year's art contest are. And, friends, to announce the finalists, we have Jazzaline from the Heroes of the Storm community. Ha-ha!
Hi guys, my name is Brooke, but most of you know me as Jazzaline. I'm from Trenton, Ontario, Canada, but I've called California home now for over 4 years. I stream and I cast Heroes of the Storm, but I'm also the creator and organizer of Girls Gang Squad, an all-female community created to highlight and support women in gaming. In 2020 alone, Girls Gang Squad was able to raise over $10,500 for charities such as RAIN, the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, and Marine Toys for Tots. One of my favorite things about Heroes of the Storm is the community. I've never been surrounded by such generous and compassionate people. They're what make the events Girls Gang Squad put on so successful. But enough of that stuff. Every year at BlizzCon, I'm absolutely blown away by the talented artists that submit work for the art contest. Here are the finalists and winner of this year's art contest.
Wow. Adios.
小心，小心，大海的女儿，你听她在呼喊，海风扬起那心碎的话语，随风去。沉落海底，雪融浪波在卡里多摩，水手为谁拼搏？英雄陨落在塞兰罗，因为他的离开，为何大海的女儿，为何昨日时光你都忘记？我们的荣耀因为你而存在，为何一去不返？深埋在海底的伤悲，家人背叛的罪，化作最同胞绝望的呼喊，小心那大海的女儿。你听，你听，那首 熟悉的声音深深刺痛我心。小心，小心，大海的女儿，小心，小心。
Congratulations to Zhong Yang for winning the art contest with that amazing villainous piece. Well, look, I thought I was going to introduce our special guest right now, but there seems to be a bit of a hiccup. But look, I am from theater, and the show must go on.
Sorry, I had to finish putting all this on. Gun's stuck there. No, I got it.
Okay, you look great. This is amazing.
Thank you.
One question, why are you dressed as McCree?
You asked me to come and cosplay for the community showcase.
No, it was about introducing cosplay. It's okay, it's fine. You look fantastic.
Well, thank you. Much obliged. Figured it was either this or the pajamas I've been wearing for the past 10 months, and I think this has a little bit of an air of professionalism over the previous, so.
I've been wearing a suit all the time.
That's the epitome of professional, so.
Well, thank you. Speaking of that, professionalism, would you help me bring the hammer down by introducing the next segment?
It would be an honor if you don't mind. So, the Blizzard community, as we know, does cosplay better than anyone. So, we'd like to thank you for the time spent on bringing Blizzard characters to life in incredible ways. So let's take a look at some of our entrants in this year's cosplay exhibition.
Wow. Cool. No hay fe. Sin la cosa. Nice. Cool. All the Reapers. Mucho Overwatch. Cool. Qué chingón. Cool. Pet cosplay. Il y a des cosplays pour avec les animaux maintenant aussi. Il y a un cosplay pour les animaux maintenant. Ouais. Déguise des animaux. Ah, ça c'est cool. Il y a un chat avec un harnais de monture. Il y a un chat avec un harnais de monture. C'est vraiment cool.
And we're back. Why are you taking off your costume?
I told you, I've been wearing nothing but pajamas for about a year. This is getting hot. However, I did want to say a huge thank you to all the amazing entrants to our exhibition, incredible costumes, and easily one of my favorite parts of every year here at BlizzCon.
And now, my friends, it is time. The award for this year's cosplay Best in Show will go to one of the 4 cosplay category winners. And help us present the award all the way from France. Here is Zerator.
Salut à tous, je m'appelle Adrien, mais je suis connu sur internet sous le nom de Zerator et je viens de France. Cette année a été très particulière pour moi puisque j'ai beaucoup streamé à cause du Covid et évidemment de tout ce qui en est ressorti par rapport à l'urgence sanitaire. Il s'est passé quelque chose de très particulier pour moi puisque j'ai organisé un raid pour la première fois de ma vie dans un hôtel avec 20 joueurs. WoW, c'est vraiment mon jeu de cœur, j'adore y jouer et on s'est retrouvés voilà, pendant 2 semaines malgré l'urgence sanitaire mais en respectant les mesures et les gestes barrières dans un hôtel à 20 pour les 2 semaines de raid mythique au château de Natria qui est juste derrière moi d'ailleurs. C'était un vrai bonheur pour nous, c'était un petit peu tout le rêve de joueurs de MMO de se retrouver avec les 20 de la guilde directement dans un hôtel pendant 2 semaines pour jouer comme des malades. Et on a réussi à un petit peu avancer dans le raid même si on n'est pas des pros, mais on a fait de notre mieux et c'était déjà pas mal. World of Warcraft pour moi c'est une très vieille histoire. Déjà dans les années 2000-2013 j'organisais des concours de pexing sur le jeu et il y avait déjà pas mal de gens pour suivre. Et aujourd'hui presque 10-15 ans plus tard il y a encore autant de monde qui suit tout ça, donc je suis vraiment très content. Aujourd'hui je suis très fier de représenter la France et toute l'Europe à travers World of Warcraft, mon stream et cette vidéo grâce à la confiance que m'a accordé Blizzard. And now, selected from the finalists of the 4 cosplay categories, here is the winner for this year's Best in Show.
¿Por qué le ponen subtítulos en inglés por cuando hablan inglés? Best in Show. Character costume. Veo. Es lo que no entendí ahorita, antes. Additional cosplay. Modern creation. Food. Best in Show, Boulevard.
And that's it for our BlizzConline Community Showcase. Congratulations to Hartigan for winning the Cosplay Best in Show contest. Hartigan!
Hartigan!
Well done. And thank you, Matt, for joining me. Every year, every time that I get to spend with you is more special than I can possibly say.
Oh, make me blush. It's truly the honor is mine. I've been coming to BlizzCon since it started, and being able to share this space with you is always an absolute joy.
Thank you. And congratulations to all our finalists. And thank you to all the community members who participated in our
Era una madre de
showcase.
diablo, ¿no?
Thanks to all you watching at home. Look, friends, even though we're still staying safe by playing a part together, hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll see you sooner than later at our next BlizzCon. Until then, I'm Darren.
And I'm Matt.
Stay safe. We love you!
A ver, quiero ver el schedule.
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConline. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision.
vamos a parar esto y vamos a ver esto.
And it's gonna be, this is one of my favorite patty recipes to make, just because it's super easy. You don't have to do very much with it. It's very simple. You get a lot of flavor out of it. Like I said, if you're just gonna go out there and traverse the outland, you gotta make sure that you're well fed. So that's why we're doing this today. If someone out there learned something from doing this today, then I did my job. And that's all I could ever ask for. Let me tell you something. The first
chicana.
Dungeon.
Es bien buena onda, es bien gentil, Lulabu.
Hello, BlizzConline, and welcome to the World of Warcraft Cooking Workshop. My name is Patrick Dawson, and I'm the production director for World of Warcraft. I'm joined today by two incredibly talented people, the first of which is Sarah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Bouillon-Verrill, and I am an exterior level designer on the World of Warcraft team.
And of course, our star today, which is Miss Lulabu.
Hi, my name is Lulabu Jenkins. I am a cooking streamer. I do a lot of WoW-based cooking, among other things. I also play a lot of World of Warcraft, as you can probably see a little bit here.
Teléfono.
What team I rep and all that. Today we're going to be making a warped burger for you. And so we're going to go through the steps and show you how we go about getting ourselves a nice fell burger going. And we are also going to be talking to these lovely people while we're doing it.
Yum, let's get cooking.
So first and foremost, we have to get started by doing some burger patties. We're doing those from scratch. All of these recipes will be available to you guys, so don't you worry. So we're gonna go ahead and get started doing that. So let me go ahead and give you this right here. And while we're doing this, we're also gonna be talking about the Burning Crusade expansion. I am one of those people who actually was part of the people who got to do the Burning Crusade expansion, and I have to say I was really, really excited when it first came out, since it was like the very first expansion to ever come out for WoW.
Bueno, los voy a dejar sobre esto. Ya lo que queda del BlizzCon lo voy a ver solo. Bueno, solo con esposa, pero vamos a descansar ya para el fin de semana. Regreso mañana a las mismas horas, 12, entre las 12 y las 6. Y pues vamos a jugar juegos de videos, contrario a hoy que vimos solamente videos de todo el día. Es diferente de la última vez que he visto videos. Bueno, los dejo. Y pues perdonen si a veces no estaba ahí focus. Pues pasen un buen fin de semana si no nos vemos. Y pues nos vemos a la próxima. Bye.